Okay.
Okay, hello everybody. We're back to Archaeology with Flint Dibble, and it is day 2 of Real Archaeology, this festival that everybody should check out at real-archaeology.com. And I'm here with Dr. Holly Walters, and now I'm going to say it wrong, from Wellesley College. College or university? Is Wellesley a college or university?
College.
College, Wellesley College. And I'd like if everybody, or if a few people could tell us if they can hear you, if they can hear us in the live chat, so we can make sure that everything's running properly. I think it should be, but be good to get confirmation from people. So people, they're delayed. So okay, I'll start sharing the PowerPoint really quickly because this is important, because Holly has published recently. Yes, loud and clear. We're good. So Holly has recently published no, I can't see it. Wait, which is the new one? There are 2 different books on shaligrams. Which is the new one, Holly?
Yes. So the first one is Shaligram Pilgrimage in the Nepal Himalayas. That one came out in 2020.
Okay.
And the new one, which just came out last week, is Outward Spirals.
Perfect. And I'm going to drop the link for Outward Spirals into the chat right now so that people know where to find it, if I can find the damn chat again. What did I do to the damn chat?
Like I said, we're archaeologists, not IT professionals.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. I found it. And that is here. Wear the hat. They're all telling me to wear the hat. That is the link to the new book. Great. Yes, I will wear the hat at some point. Anytime somebody gives me a super thanks, I will put on the hat for a few minutes. And if I get my new headphones that go behind my head, I'll just wear the damn hat. They're supposed to arrive today. I bought some cheap $15 headphones because like everybody wants me to wear my damn hat. And so okay, cool. We have these books on shaligrams. I have no idea what shaligrams are other than a little bit that you've shared. So you should tell us what we're looking at here.
So the shortest, I guess, kind of elevator pitch that I tend to give is that shaligram stones are a form of sacred ammonite fossil that originate in the high Himalayas of Nepal in a very specific area called the Kali-Gandaki River Valley.
Huh, okay.
So what they are is, from a geological point of view, they're late Jurassic ammonites. They're about 175 million years old, give or take. And they originate in a very high altitude shale bed called the Spiti Shale.
Okay.
And so what they do is they erode out of the mountainside, spend some time tumbling down the mountain until they eventually end up in the Kali-Gandaki River. And the Kali-Gandaki River itself, Kali means black, Gandaki means river, meaning black river, is made up of these really thick, black, silty sands that more or less act as kind of a rock tumbler. Okay. So they go down through the river over a large amount of time, and eventually they show up in the river as these very inky black colored but very smooth nodule ammonites.
So something like this, and then you can sometimes they're broken open and you can see the fossil remains. Sometimes I guess people actually break them open to get to them.
Mostly, so that's actually an interesting point of contention in my work, is because shaligram practitioners never ever break shaligram stones. That is considered a karmic sin. The people who do end up breaking them are usually fossil prospectors.
Of course. So that's a problem that we have to think about, I think, later, about some of the ethics and some of the problems that are occurring in the world today. So is this mostly a recent tradition? How far back does this tradition? So let's take, I guess, a look at the next one you have. So this shows some of the, is this interpretations of them, or is this carvings on them? What are we seeing?
They are not carved. So one of the interesting things about shaligram stones is they almost look man-made, don't they? I mean, they've got this really complicated appearance, but it's actually entirely natural.
Okay.
Their appearance looks, this one in particular looks that way because what's happened is that the original ammonite inside of the shale nodule has eroded away, has completely worn away, leaving this chamber inside the nodule in the shape of the ammonite that was inside of it. So that's what you're actually looking at. But shaligram traditions themselves, and this is where my work crosses boundaries with both archaeology and anthropology, is because I do ethnographic fieldwork with modern current shaligram practitioner communities. But that question of how old is this practice is a really complicated question that requires an archaeological answer. But we've got a dual problem. What happens when you do an archaeological dig and you turn up fossils? Like, how do you interpret that? How do you understand the presence of fossils in a cultural layer when you have the presence of these fossils in the geological area anyway?
Yeah, so sometimes that I think that depends on whether we can find any evidence of purposeful deposition. So,
Yep.
there's debates over fossils in the ancient Greek world as well, whether they could have taken some of these fossils of extinct animals and thought of them as heroes or something like that, or thought of them in different weird ways. Adrienne Meyer has a book on this, for example.
Yes.
And so,
I've
yeah.
actually talked to her about it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. There's a lot of overlap. And yeah, and so I think you'd want to find evidence of maybe a collection of them that's not naturally deposited. But of course, you then need to do excavations and all this other kind of jazz that's not as easy.
And that's not easy in the region that I work in. There have been some archaeological excavations done in Mustang, but obviously there's such huge gaps in what we know and what we don't know. And the last big archaeological expedition into Mustang was undertaken by the University of Heidelberg in Germany in the late 1980s. And so a lot of their archaeological evidence does in fact show that there are associations of shaligram stone collections in very, very early cultural deposits in the area.
Okay.
So what we're working with archaeologically is that it's a hugely collaborative project, as archaeology usually is, because mostly I end up working with archaeologists from northern India who are doing work demonstrating when the shaligram stones have arrived in northern India as religious objects.
Because, of course, these are potentially being exported elsewhere, too, out of an area where they would be found naturally. So that would obviously be another good key. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And that's actually the key that started it, because we can date, at least reasonably reliably, shaligram religious practice in India to about the 2nd century BC.
Huh.
So we're talking about a very, very old stone worship tradition that goes back at least several thousand years at this point.
Wow.
And
we're getting comments like, we rock and stuff like that. So.
Yes, we rock, we do. And the way that that's dated in northern India is through temple inscriptions. And so they have found temple inscriptions dating back to that time that talk about shaligrams using that name. So they call shaligrams by the name shaligram stone. They're associated with the worship of Vishnu at the time. They're showing up in temples and in temple complexes, but they only originate from the Kali Gandaki. So we know that's where they have to be coming from. And then, of course, the challenge is we have to walk it back. Like, now we have to try and trace it back to coming out of Mustang to figure out, okay, when did this start in Mustang? Because the inscriptions in India demonstrate that they're not talking about a new practice. They're clearly building these temples and writing these inscriptions, not as like, we've just recently discovered this thing, but like, this is a long-standing understood tradition.
But of course, at the same time, traditions are always change, with the cultures as they change. And so it's a question of, I guess, the concept of having a ritual and worship around these kind of stones is continuous, but their meanings and the way they're adapted to and adopted is going to be, of course, dynamic and relating to different changes in the culture. So how do you try to take that challenge? That's a difficult challenge, of course, to deal with, because at the same time, these are wrapped up in modern belief systems, right? And so it requires a careful balancing act, I guess, of respecting those modern traditions and also approaching the kind of archaeological or historical evidence we have. So what do you have any other images relating to this? Like, so these are all natural, so they're very shiny.
They are.
And this is where they originate from, up here? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm not showing the PowerPoint on this. Sorry.
Yes, this is where they come from. This is one of my fieldwork photos in an area called Cagbeny. Cagbeny is actually where I lived during
Okay.
my fieldwork. It's a very small village. It's up at around 4,000 meters. The mountain you see there in the background is Dalgiri. Dalgiri is just a few meters short of Mount Everest.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this is the region that we're talking about. This is very high Himalayas, this is very high altitude. But one of the unique features that you can see here, I'm standing in the village of Kagbeni when I took this, looking out at the Kaligandaki River.
Okay.
And so what you can see is there are these sort of low terraced fields
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
that go out in front of me, and then that's the river up ahead. So the river itself has this very distinctive appearance.
It does, yeah.
And then up along the sides where you start seeing the mountains heading up, there's actually a very complicated system of caves that are
Okay.
up in that region. And so the first archaeological data that ever came out of Mustang comes from those caves.
And so that goes back to this 2,500 years ago or so you're talking about, or
Yeah.
okay.
So those we know that the region of the Kaligandaki was a big corridor of travel. I mean, you can even see in this image. This is now me standing on the Kaligandaki riverbed. I'm standing in the middle of the riverbed. That is the village of Kagbeni up ahead, right there, and then that's Dalgiri in the background.
Okay. And so this is a river that runs seasonally, I'm guessing?
No, it actually does run continuously, but the riverbed itself is actually much wider than the actual river because the river, because it's a glacial river, changes course. It goes back and forth across the riverbed.
Okay.
It's a little hard to see in that photo, but the river is actually off to my left.
Okay.
You can kind of barely see it. It's there. So way off to the left, you can kind of barely see what looks like a little bit of a bank on the left side. That's actually the river at that point.
Okay. Excellent.
But it's constantly moving back and forth across this bed, and then during the summer melt, it floods.
So basically, what we're thinking about is these ammonites are coming from an uplifted seabed.
Yeah.
And they're eroding out, in a sense, with rain and stuff through the river, and then people are able to collect them. That is.
Yep.
And what I find phenomenal. What did you titled this image something? It was Unsciencing a Fossil or something like that?
It was from I think it was a Twitter thing that went around called Unscience an Animal. And so what I was showing is there's the geological interpretation of ammonite fossils, which that's what most people in the Euro-American world know. And then there is the Shaligram interpretation of a fossil, which is what I put here. So this is called a Vasudev fossil. It is a manifestation of a deity, Vishnu, in the form of Vasudeva. And these are the characteristics that Shaligram practitioners use to tell that story through the fossil.
Okay. I think that makes a lot of sense. And so I'm trying to think about this. So they all erode differently, right? Wait a second.
They do.
Let's pull us back up. Oh, I'm there. Okay, so yeah, they all erode differently, and so therefore they each have a different kind of scene to them that they see that fits in with their ritual and their worship? Or is it the same kind of scenes shown repeatedly? Or how does that work?
So what I talk about in Outward Spirals, that's actually what Outward Spirals is all about, is about the interpretive tradition.
Okay.
That what Shaligram practitioners have to learn is what I argue is a new kind of symbolic language. They learn what each characteristic of these ammonite fossils are, what that characteristic represents.
Okay.
So there's, when you see this particular characteristic, it means this thing. When you see this characteristic, it means this thing. And that so makes sense, once they become fluent in that language of shaligrams, they can take any specific shaligram and read it as essentially as one might a book, by saying the story that this shaligram is telling through its characteristics is this particular story.
Yeah, so this must be work really well with structuralism, A structuralist approach where you can start to identify these kind of signs, which show up regularly anyway, since these are fossils of, and so you're going to have them, A, have a natural form that's going to be somewhat regular and consistent. B, they'll also erode probably in similar-ish patterns, since they're made of similar material and formed similarly and eroded similarly. And so therefore, you can start to say, well, these symbols or these patterns mean X, Y, and Z, and then you can put together a story. Huh.
Yeah. And I'm not a structuralist, obviously mostly on my end, but I do draw quite a bit from linguistics. And that's largely linguistics and semiotics, largely because the people that I work with do.
Okay.
That this is the method by which they are understanding how the deity is communicating with them through the form of the shaligram, through the manifestation of the shaligram. And one of the things that I also talk about in the book is this is embedded in a larger traditional practice of where shaligrams are not the only natural formation that has this kind of tradition. There are actually several more kinds of stones that also have similar types of traditions.
Okay, and what are these other kinds of stones then?
So one of them is called a Dwarkashila, and the Dwarkashilas are a kind of fossilized coral.
Okay.
So
how do you spell that?
Dwarka.
Dwarka, and then Shila?
Shila, Shila.
Okay. I just want to get the right spelling so that we can look at this, because we should see this. Okay, I see. Yeah, it does. It's coral. Let me see if I can get this hooked up now. There we go. Right here.
Yes, those are Dwarkashilas.
Okay.
And so they come from a different river. They come from a river called the Gomati. But they, again, have a very similar kind of interpretive tradition behind them, where the distinct patterns on the coral stone, the number of dots and lines, and sort of the way in which the stone has eroded also have symbolic meaning.
So do the meanings differ depending on whether they're a Dwarkashila or a shaligram, or are they a different set of stories, or they're just sort of part of the same tradition?
They're two different traditions. So
okay.
the reading of shaligrams and the reading of Dwarkashilas are actually two different interpretive traditions.
Okay, so people don't do both. It's different communities and different practitioners or different deities.
They do overlap.
Okay.
To some degree. I mean, there's, like I said, this is always fluid. They certainly do overlap, but I would say that the vast majority of shaligram practitioners that I have worked with usually are just shaligram. Sometimes they will also have Dwarkashilas. There's another object called a Rudraksha seed, which is a type of tree seed that has certain kinds of characteristics, but usually a shaligram practitioner is focused on shaligrams.
Okay, that makes sense. So how did you get involved in this? This is a strange topic for an archaeologist, anthropologist to choose. Yeah.
And it's an equally circuitous story, which the people that I work with find very funny. So I actually started my undergrad, way back a long time ago. Started my undergrad as a medievalist. So I was interested in becoming a medieval archaeologist at the time.
This makes a lot of sense, you know.
That's what I was going to do. Is I was going to work on archaeology in the UK, and I was particularly interested in the ways of the rise of Latin as a liturgical language as it overtakes local languages in medieval UK archaeology. Obviously, that's not where I ended up,
No.
because about halfway through, I met an anthropologist by the name of Kiran Narayan, who is a specialist in South Asian religion, and she is now in I think the University of Melbourne in Australia. But at the time, she was at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, which is where I did my undergrad. And she and I ended up on jury duty together.
This is the most circuitous route to figure out how to end up your career, you know?
But that's exactly how, so we ended up on jury duty together. And of course, since we're sitting in the jury box for several hours, she and I got talking about our interests in anthropology and archaeology. And I'm like, oh yeah, I want to do archaeology. And but I'm also really interested in religion. And she was the first one who basically said, well, maybe you should think about South Asia because of the particular interest that you have. And that, long story short, like I pivoted halfway through my undergraduate degree, and I got my degree in the archaeology and religion of South Asia.
Okay. Well, now it's starting to make sense.
And,
so that was how you finished your BA, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yes.
So that
okay.
was my BA. And so then, of course, it's like, well, if I really want to do dig work and that sort of thing, I need to go to field school. So I did my field school after that at Orange Walk, Belize, where I worked on a Mayan dig.
Okay, that makes sense.
Again,
yeah, all over now.
Not, yeah,
medieval
I'm
England
everywhere at this point.
To South Asia to Mexico. Yeah.
Yep. So I spent my field school 3 months in Belize, and
sorry.
then I started. So then it was like, okay, grad school. Like now I have to figure out, like, gonna go master's. I knew I wanted to go straight through the PhD. Got into the master's program at Brandeis University, which is also where I ended up doing my PhD. And from there, it was, I had already had this interest in archaeology, anthropology, South Asia, and did my master's work on temples. I was thinking about doing temple archaeology, and thinking about how do temple construction change over time, looking at murti, which are the deity statues. So that was my first trip to India. And I spent 3 months in India for my master's degree. And it was, I want to say, about halfway through that work now. So now I'm halfway through my master's degree. And I start to notice these fossils. And they're
in the temples
in
like,
the temple.
Okay, yeah.
And they're part of the worship, ritual practice. But basically no one's really talking about them. Like everyone is talking about the big, gorgeous deity statues with all of the dress and the ritual objects that they come with. And that's sort of what most Americans and Europeans tend to know about Hindu practices. But for me, it's like, I think it was about 6 weeks in, I finally got up the courage to ask someone I was working with, and I, like the blundering archaeologist I was, it's like, what's with the fossils? Like, what's with all these black fossil stones? And that was the very first time I'd ever heard the word shaligram.
Okay.
That it was someone who said, oh, that's a shaligram stone. And they kind of did but we don't really talk about that with outsiders. And that was fine. I'm like, okay, no problem. But now I see them everywhere, because once you see them, it's like...
And it's even worse because they're saying, we won't talk about that with you.
Yeah.
This is secret knowledge only for insider initiates. And so that's just all of a sudden you're like, all right, now I got to pay attention to that. It's kind of like, a lot of people we know online that listen to Pseudoarchaeology, because it's like, this is what they don't want you to know. It's stigmatized knowledge. And so you're like, no, I want to know now.
and of course now I'm seeing them everywhere, and it's like, this isn't just one temple or a handful of temples, they're everywhere. And I've never heard of this thing. Like, I've never even heard this word. And it was eventually that I was talking to someone, I was actually talking to them about ritual practice in a home interview. So I was a guest in their home, and they had shaligram stones. And again, I was I was asking him, like, I know that's a shaligram stone. I'm really just curious where they come from, because I'm seeing them all over the place. And his answer was really my first kind of initiation into what would eventually become my entire career, because he was the one who said, that's a shaligram stone. They come from Nepal. But the reason most people won't talk to you about it is because of British colonialism. They are afraid that the stones will be taken away.
Yes.
That when outsiders come into this context, you see a fossil, and in your world, fossils don't belong to anyone. Fossils are universal geoheritage, and so what they are afraid of is that people will take them.
Yeah, I think I think it's time to move on to that then. So Yeah, what has been the impact of fossil trade? I noticed a YouTuber in the comments saying that he actually has some of these fossils. And so it's
Yep.
like, so what is the perspective on this kind of fossil collection, and what should people know about it so that we understand the implications of large-scale collection of this kind of heritage?
I even got into a discussion with
And
the
by the way,
Oxford.
sorry,
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
wear the hat for 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. See, yeah, you're gonna have to hold on to it. I actually got involved with the Oxford Museum of Natural History along those same lines, involving their fossil collections. Because when they learned of my work, I actually got an email from one of their curators saying, "Do you think we have shaligrams in our ammonite collection?" And I said, "Well, here's kind of the list of provenance. Like, do they come from Tibet or Nepal, from this particular region?" And basically, the short answer is yes, they do. Collected, like they literally sent me a photo of a shaligram stone from their collection. The tag on it said collected in 1878, taken from a temple in Nepal.
So directly taken from a temple even, meaning it's not just a fossil, it's very clearly a piece of cultural heritage.
Yes. And it's like, and I'm even just sitting there looking at this image and I'm like, you literally just took it out of a temple. Like, yes,
I
you
mean,
took a deity.
let's
from a
be
temple.
honest, that's par for the course for museum collection at that time. And
Yeah.
and unfortunately, even some recent examples due to looted objects and artifacts. So yeah, this is a real issue that needs to be addressed. Yeah.
And so the impact right now is a lot of I actually spent a lot of time right now working with various committees and officials in the Nepali government.
Okay.
Because one of the things that Nepal is trying to institute right now is a kind of geoheritage law, which they don't have at the moment, where there is no law that bans the exchange of fossils or the taking of fossils from the Kaligandaki or anywhere else in Nepal. But it's a very complicated issue because essentially what they're trying to weigh is they still want shaligram pilgrimage to remain protected. That actual shaligram practitioners do still need to come into the Kaligandaki River Valley because this is a part of how the shaligram ritual tradition works.
Yeah, exactly. It's still a living tradition.
So they want Nepali and Indian and Tibetan and Bhutanese and Sri Lankan pilgrims to be able to come into the Kaligandaki and get new shaligrams for the movement of the shaligram tradition. But at the same time, they also want to curb fossil prospecting in the Kaligandaki, which has caused major drawdown. The number of shaligrams that show up every year is getting less and less and less.
Yeah. So what do you think the solution is? You're working with these authorities and these different stakeholders. That sounds like a real complicated solution to solve, because how do you vet who's who? How do you make sure that it's done ethically and have some sort of follow up on that? It sounds like an almost impossible situation to manage. In fact,
because then you get into like who counts and in what way. Like, how do you do that? So what we've been working on mostly right now is, obviously this is what Outward Spirals is also about. This is why I wrote Outward Spirals for the public, is that they're starting with raising awareness about what shaligrams are. So they're seeing a lot of fossil prospecting because the vast majority of fossil prospectors are American, English, Australian, who are coming in and they have no idea that what they're actually doing is taking religious objects out of a cultural situation, that these aren't quote unquote just fossils.
Yeah. I think with everything, education always helps because it helps build a little bit of context and empathy and understanding. It won't help for everybody because there are certainly bad actors out there who will take a little bit of education and misuse it for whatever reason, and in whatever way for their own gain. So yeah, that sounds very tough. So okay, so what's the takeaway then from your books? So the first one, I guess, was on pilgrimage in the Himalayas.
Yes.
So you were talking about the tradition of the ritual of people going there and collecting?
Yes. So the first book that I did, which the horrible part is it came out like mid-pandemic. Like it came out in October of 2020. So it literally came out to like absolutely no response. And that was just because literally we were mid-pandemic. But it came out from Amsterdam University Press, and it follows my years of field work living up in the Kaligandaki River region, where I spent my time doing ethnographic field work with pilgrims who were coming into the region to do Shaligram pilgrimage.
Okay.
And I was also living with the local peoples who have their own Shaligram traditions as well. And so my work there, the reason that book gets somewhat contentious, as I'm dealing, like you said, with the history of Shaligram tradition and the modern Shaligram tradition, is that number one, Mustang is in a political red zone. It is right on the border with southern Tibet, so it's politically restricted. And it has a lot to do with the fears that Nepal has of being invaded by China, because they closed it in the 1950s when China took Tibet. There was a fear that they were going to continue moving south and then obviously invade Nepal. So that is the border where that military, essentially that military tension exists, is right up in Mustang. That makes it doubly hard for pilgrimage now, because pilgrims have to get a bunch of different government permissions to be there. The only way, if you are a foreign passport holder of any kind, and that doesn't mean just from the West, that's India, that's the rest of South Asia.
Yeah, of course.
You have to have government permission to even be there. And it usually boggles people's minds a little bit because the permit to go to Mustang is about $500 US. So
which is a lot
it's
for a lot of
expensive.
people. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's really expensive, especially if you're coming just for pilgrimage. Like for a lot of South Asian families, that is an insurmountable amount of money.
So this is just a silly question, and maybe it's, I have no idea. Mustang, is that where Mustang comes from, or the name, or no?
No.
Okay.
No, they're actually not related at all.
Okay.
They just, that's a modern pronunciation, a corollary, but they're actually not related to each other at all. The Mustang, the horse, comes from the Spanish word for stray.
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. No, I just, yeah.
And,
so
and
one of those things, convergent words. Yeah.
That the actual pronunciation in the region is Mustang.
Okay.
So it's not Mustang, it's Mustang.
Okay.
Which is a sort of Indo-Tibetan word that means fertile ground or fertile terrace.
Okay, that sounds good. And then I think the next question I'm going to ask you is similar to what somebody said in the live chat. They were wondering about the meanings behind these. And so I'm guessing that's more what your second book is on, Outward Spirals, A Guide to Shaligram Stones. It's thinking about the different types and meanings and the ways they're read and the ways they're integrated into these different cultural traditions.
So the meanings, such a huge question. It's like, I love these questions, but it's like, how much time you got? Is that, and what I talk about in the first book is that there's generally a perception that these Shaligram traditions are primarily Hindu, that they're derived from early Hinduism. That is not actually true. So there are Shaligram traditions that are Buddhist. There's actually a Shaligram tradition that is from Islam, shockingly, but there are Shaligrams that show up in Islamic art very, very early on.
I mean, this doesn't surprise me given how far back the tradition goes and the regional location that it exists in.
And the dissemination of them.
Exactly.
But the short answer is that Shaligrams are referred to as self-manifest deities. So they are a form of deity or a form of divine person who has taken the form of a Shaligram through the geological processes of the landscape. So the landscape itself is sacred. The landscape in Mustang is considered to be what is called a sinmo, which is what they call it in the region. A sinmo again, this is a translation problem, usually translates to demon
Okay.
in English, but it's not demon in the Christian sense.
Yeah.
So it is more translatable in a Buddhist Tibetan sense.
Like a spirit
So
or
this,
a
yeah,
manifestation of something. I mean, that's the ancient Greek term as well, which eventually becomes demon in a Christian sense.
yeah.
But that's because people were worshiping these benign spirits, whatever, creatures, things,
But
supernatural
it's not, yeah,
things.
it's not demonic in the Christian sense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But the Sinmo is the divine entity that essentially fell into the Himalayas and created the landscape of the Kaligandaki. And so the Kaligandaki itself is a sacred river. What they would say is the mountain is feminine coded. So the Himalayas are feminine coded, and it is the river which is the flow of the mother which gives birth to shaligram.
Okay.
And so shaligrams themselves are therefore born literally in this sense as divine entities, self-manifest divine entities. And what I essentially argue in the first book, what the evidence that we have is that this originated as a shamanic practice in the high Himalayas in a very, very ancient world of a religion called Bon.
Bon?
Just spelled B-O-N.
B-O-N, okay.
Bon is still practiced in the high Himalayas. It is still a shamanic practice, but it is almost certainly that shaligram practices originated as a form of Bon shamanic worship.
Okay. I think that, so, and then it ends up in these other religious traditions from that. Okay, that makes sense.
And because the Kaligandaki River Valley was actually settled very late, the evidence of actual long-term human settlement only dates back to about the 1200s AD. But well before then, it was known as a corridor of movement because it's one of the only large open corridors between the southern Tibetan plateau and the Indo-Gangetic plain.
Okay.
So we know
and this
that
is along
people
the
were
river
trading.
plain.
Yes.
Okay.
And so we
Here,
know
wait, I
that
got to put
people
my
were
hat on
trading.
again. Thanks, Patrick.
So we know that it was a locus of trade for Himalayan salt and grain out of the Ganges plain.
Okay. And as well, these shaligrams that are starting to be disseminated from about 2000,
And
2,500
it's
years
almost
ago.
certainly through that movement that the shaligram stones themselves are getting picked up and being disseminated out upwards through Tibet and then south through India.
So is there a ritual to collecting them at all? So they have these different meanings. They get disseminated and traded and then incorporated into different kind of shrines, temples, arts in these different places. But what about the collection of them? Is there any sort of special tradition or ritual involved to actually, I don't know, collect one? Because these are manifestations of these daimons or deities or spirits. So there must be something I would involve when you go there as a pilgrim.
As manifestation of spirits, there's actually a really interesting aspect to that in Bonn, for example, shaligrams are still used as what are called household stones or house spirit stones. What you do with a shaligram in the Bonn tradition is they are placed either in the threshold of a home or they are placed in the threshold of an ossuary stupa. So in the high Himalayas, when someone dies, you really can't be buried in that region. Like it's really, really hard to bury
There's
anything.
no topsoil or anything like that.
No, there's nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
So death practices in the high Himalayas involve stupa. So they're these mud brick and concrete sort of little towers is what they look like. And that's where you inter someone when they pass. So they practice sky burial, where you're placed up on a very high platform. The high cold winds and the animals essentially pick the body clean into a skeleton. And then that skeleton is gathered back up and put into an ossuary stupa. And then every family has their own stupa,
Okay.
where all of their generational dead are buried. And then what you do in a bond practice is each stupa has a little window in it, which is where offerings are passed back and forth between the living and the dead. You place a shaligram in that window whenever it is not being used, because what they will say is that no spirit, good or bad, can enter into the eyesight, into the sight of a shaligram without its permission.
Okay. Okay. So they're mostly used in this kind of death ritual in this sort of sense.
They're used as threshold protectors. So you'll also see
So they're
them
liminal.
being placed at crossroads as well, is where they also show up. So people will build these little crossroads stupas at walking paths in the Himalayas. And then a shaligram will be placed on top.
Okay.
And so the shaligram is guarding the passage of people through crossroads. It also guards passage through the threshold of a house.
Okay. So very liminal in their nature. It would be the
Yes.
fancy word. Areas
Very,
where there's
very much so.
transitional things going on. These are good luck and they bestow that kind of stuff. Okay. So how do you deal with the difficulties, the ethical difficulties as an outsider coming in? Because you were originally told, no, we don't want to tell you about any of this stuff. You're an outsider. But then you are here telling a bunch of other outsiders, and you've published books for other outsiders. So,
Right.
yeah, how does that work?
It took time. What I tend to note is, and this I think is something very important just in archaeology and anthropology in general for people to understand, is this is a long-term and for me lifelong project. This is what I've been doing for a little over a decade now. I did that first original set of fieldwork in 2012. So this is how long I've been working with shaligram communities. That once they got to know me and I got to know them, I was living in the region for a couple of years. I continued to work with the same practitioner communities I worked with back then. So I don't think of these groups of people as my research subjects. These are my friends. These are my colleagues. These, we spend time together outside of talking about shaligrams. Like,
you're no longer an
I'm
outsider
a part of their life.
Yeah.
They're a part of my life. And so what eventually happened over time was, as I got to know little bits about shaligrams, as people got to know me and we started actually collaborating on the work together, that this isn't me doing work on them. This is us doing work together in the way of saying, I want to do work on shaligram oral traditions and shaligram pilgrimage. And they would say, we want you to do that work because this is how we want to start working on preserving these oral traditions, preserving these pilgrimage traditions, and also help us work with the government to get policies in place that demonstrate why this is geoheritage, why this is sacred, and also take this information to other outsiders so that they know not to come and break the shaligram stones and take them away.
So that's what I was going to ask you next. What is the message that we can tell to people who are not from the region, who don't know much about it? One of them is be careful about how you ethically collect ammonites and understand where they come from and make sure that they do not come from this region. So let's spell out the name of this river valley or the region or how it might be listed so that I can get that into the chat. How would they be listed if they're listed as a fossil from this region?
So, and of course, that there's all kinds of ways this happens. Where they distinctly come from is the Kali Gandaki. So Kali, which just means black, and Gandaki, Gandaki.
Daki. And that's one word or two words?
Two words. Kali, black, Gandaki, river.
Okay. So, and then obviously, I imagine now that these kind of prohibitions and ethical issues are in place, fossil collectors might try to sneak them as being from somewhere else, because people might say, hey, don't buy fossils from the Kali Gandaki River. So what are some other clues that they might be buying or see this kind of material?
So usually the most distinctive aspect of shaligram stones is, number one, their color. They are going to be very, very black in color. And that's because of the kind of shale bed that they come from.
And so that's specific mostly to these kind of ammonites rather than ammonites from elsewhere?
Mostly. There are black ammonites that do come from other areas in the world, Morocco specifically, but they don't quite have the same look to them. Because one of the secondary characteristics of shaligram stones is their very smooth outer texture. That smooth outer texture they get from wearing through the Kaligandaki River over time. So I would generally say if you're looking at a black ammonite fossil with a very polished outer appearance to it, or a very rounded nodular appearance to it that comes from South Asia, you're almost certainly looking at a shaligram stone.
Okay, this makes sense. So that makes sense to you, what I just typed up there? Can you see it? Okay.
It's a little blurry, but yes.
Yeah, it's a little blurry. Let's make it bigger. There we go. So I think these are good guidelines, and anybody that is interested in collecting fossils should definitely be aware of these kind of ethical collection issues, not just in this situation. There's a plentiful other ones as well, but this is a good guide for these kind of ammonites to be careful and not to purchase them because it's very offensive and damaging to these people. So yeah, okay. Anything else that you think is of we have about 10 more minutes, so I guess I'm trying to say, what else do you want to talk about?
Generally speaking, I would say that the ethics of shaligrams obviously are really complicated. That for a lot of people, one of the other things that they're really trying to push generally, this applies obviously specifically to shaligrams, but I would say it's a good thing for lay people and archaeologists to be aware of in a broader sense, is that geohistory is not acultural. We, particularly in the Euro-American Academy, this is something we don't even really think about often. Is we don't think about fossils as cultural. We don't think about geological history as cultural. We think about it as science, and it's sort of a universal global science. But to be at least cognizant in some respect that people who have very close connections to the lands that they come from and the lands that they conduct pilgrimage on don't view geoheritage as universal, that they do view their connections to the land and their connections to these objects as something that is part of their history, and it's part of a very, very long history and a very contentious history.
I'm sorry for laughing there. There's people that are commenting on your cat in the background. They're like, the cat is in the bed. Yeah. They're cheering on your cat is all. But no, I completely agree. And I think as a scientist myself and as somebody who studies environmental remains, it's important to actually recognize the ways in which not clear artifacts are actually really important within culture, and I think that it's a mistake to think of science as just something neutral and objective when it never can be. It's something that is done and practiced and talked about and integrated by people into what we do. And so we need to sort of be very cognizant and beware of people that say science should just be objective, and it's like, that's bullshit. It's impossible for us to be objective. We're humans. And so that's we're always going to be humans. And so that's just the life and the way it goes. So yeah, I think that's a really important point, and it's a good example of ways that something that seems so simple, it's actually not. It's actually very closely integrated into people's culture.
And I think kind of the last point that I definitely would want to make is, because this also plays into a lot of politics going on in archaeology right now, is that even among shaligram practitioners, they don't view shaligrams and fossils categorically as mutually exclusive. So sometimes what I'll encounter is people will say like, oh, that's religious superstition, and this is the real science. They're just talking about creation stories and we shouldn't pay attention to that. And my answer is absolutely not. Like, that is not how either the archaeology or the anthropology works. And even among shaligram practitioners would say it's an ammonite fossil. And the people that I work with will say it's an ammonite fossil. But being an ammonite fossil doesn't mean it is also not divine.
Of course. I mean, a clay figurine is a piece of clay.
Yes.
I don't think the
And-
people that made that clay figurine are going to
and they're
deny
not-
that it's made out of clay.
That's not like mind blowing.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, yes, we know it's a fossil. Of course it is. But they'll also say that the geological history of the fossil is part of the mythological history of the shaligram, and that those two things are really one and the same thing.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and I think that that's the key distinction here for us to recognize, that things can have multiple meanings in different kinds of contexts.
They can be both.
So, do you consider yourself more of an anthropologist or an archaeologist? Because you're doing a little bit of both, and it's not ethnoarchaeology that you do either. It's straight up ethnography, while still also looking at archaeological evidence. How do you deal with that identity crisis in academia?
So the joke I constantly have is, and just about every archaeologist I know understands this, is we dig up dinosaurs. So, and I got asked that question constantly. It's like, oh, you're an archaeologist, so you dig up dinosaurs. And there I'm sitting and I'm like, yes, but not for the reason you're thinking. I guess I take it as it's not so much of an identity crisis for me, because I've done both archaeology, and I do use archaeological methods, and I also do ethnography, and I use ethnographic methods on the same object.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of reading you have to deal with, isn't it?
Yes, reading in multiple languages, actually. So in many ways, my career has fluidly moved between archaeology and anthropology so consistently, I'm sort of an archaeoanthropologist.
Or an anthroarchaeologist?
Or something along those lines.
Okay,
but
so we have a good question for you, I think. So is this a belief system that ties deeply to real ancient history and evidence? Are there any conflicts from modern science contradicting any assumptions that were made before, I guess, from ethnography and stories?
Again, that's a really fascinating question, because the short answer is not really. The geological history of the Himalayas is something that shaligram practitioners are very well aware of and accept to be true. So as far as they're concerned, science is true, that the geological history of the Himalayas did happen this way. But what they would say is that the landscape itself has agency. And because the landscape itself does these things and has these impacts all on its own.
Now I have to assign this
no
conversation to my students, because we're reading about agency in our archaeological theory class this next week. So now I'm going to have to assign this live stream to them. They're going to be thanking you, I'm sure.
Well, and also they can look at the chapters of the book where I talk about that agency. And so what they would say is that the world, the landscape, has its own agency outside of humans. It doesn't need humans to do the things that it does. And yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so how can the landscape, do changes in the landscape have an impact on this practice in different ways then?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Like one of the latter parts of issues that we are now just starting to get into is climate change. So because of climate change, which is heavily affecting the high Himalayas as a kind of canary in the coal mine, is having a direct impact on the shaligram pilgrimage.
Okay.
And so there are now environmental policies that are going into place in Nepal that are essentially rescuing the environment in order to rescue the shaligram stone.
Okay.
So when people say, like, is religion and belief systems tying into this, I would say religion is inseparable from this.
That makes sense. And we can see sort of similar impacts of climate change and the need to not rush, but yeah, I guess kind of rush to be able to alleviate some of the destruction that it causes to these kind of sensitive landscapes.
And because what they'll say is, remember that shaligram pilgrimage is dependent on the glacial melt from the southern Tibetan plateau. If that glacier disappears, the Kaligandaki River
This world sucks.
But hopefully, I would say, ultimately, if you take nothing else away from this conversation, to take away that geology and science and religion and fossils and shaligram stones are all bound up together in the same world, and they don't constitute different worlds. They're the same thing.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think that's important for people to take away the not interdisciplinary, the interconnections between these different ways of thinking about the world, whether scientific or different religious traditions, and the environment as well, and the landscape. It's all intertwined, and when we try to divide these things up, it's always an artificial kind of division. Just because my computer started freezing, I by accident took away the image of your book, but I'm going to pop the link back into the chat. No, that's not it. Fuck. There we go. That's the link. Let's get that in. And where'd the chat go? Hello, everybody. Hello. Here is the link one more time. And but thank you so much, Holly, for coming by. This was really cool. Like, as a zooarchaeologist, I'm also fascinated by this, to see the way these kind of animal products end up incorporated into these cultures, and then they're so cool. And so thank you so much, and I really hope that people.
Yeah, and also they're just cool.
Yeah, exactly. And I hope everybody comes and buys your book. Go buy the book. It's really good. You can even start with the first one. And
I would say if you want to read more about it, buy the book so that I can write more.
Yeah, there you go. That makes a lot of sense. And I hope we'll have you back. We have a lot of different topics that we overlap on because you have a great job. What's the name of the blog or site you write on? The
URL is peregrinations.com.
Okay,
I think it's peregrinationblog.com.
Like peregrine, like falcon, and then nation?
Peregrination, which is actually a word that means to wander about.
Aha. So Perigrination.
I think it's Peregr.
Okay.
It is like peregrine falcon. It's spelled the same way, but it's peregrination.
All right, well, go find her, and she's also Manigarm on Twitter, and I think also on Blue Sky and stuff. Go find her. She's awesome, and I hope we'll have her back at some point in the future on a live stream or a recorded conversation or something. So thank you so much.
Yeah, would be happy to.
Yeah.
And thank you, everyone.
Ciao. All right, everyone. I am going to shut down, not the stream. I'm just going to disappear to refresh the RAM on my computer. I'll be right back. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. One quick second to get this video back up. Start virtual camera. Can you see me now?
I can't see you. I can see
wait. Yeah, you can see the thing. Yeah, I got you. There should be you.
Oh, awesome.
And there should be me. And
Great.
This is what I think everybody can see now. So, can everybody see us and hear us? This is Dr. Hannah Moots, and you are at Stockholm University. Am I getting that right? Or University of Stockholm? One of those two.
Yeah. I'm at the Center for Paleogenetics, which is joint between the Natural History Museum here and Stockholm University. So,
okay.
Yeah, my office is, yeah.
I've been to Stockholm very briefly. I was in the airport on my way to Uppsala for a conference, a really cool conference. But okay, so
it's a cool city. I'll have to check it out.
Are you you don't sound Swedish. You sound American.
No, I'm from the U.S.
Okay. Yeah. And so I just got your stuff. Let me pop that in my PowerPoint. And if you want to introduce yourself really quickly in your research, I mean, obviously you do awesome genetics of ancient Rome and Italy and the Mediterranean, and then you can talk more about that.
Oh, thanks for saying that. Yeah, so I've been lucky enough to work with a big team. I mean, all ancient DNA studies involve, big teams of folks. So I've been lucky enough to work with a big team to study back in 2019 the genetic history of Rome. So we put together a time transect to sort of track the rise and fall of Rome and the people moving into and moving around that world. And so that was a team from Rome and Sardinia and Vienna and California. And then we had a couple follow-up papers, one trying to look at the Mediterranean more broadly in that time period, and then another one looking at the Iron Age. And for the paper on the Iron Age, we specifically focused on the central Mediterranean, especially because there are connections between, for example, Italy and Tunisia in that period that are really important. And we felt like that would be nice to include those together rather than have them separate papers or sort of in this bigger Mediterranean paper.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me one quick second. I almost have the images pulled up.
Awesome. Thanks.
So here we go. So this is what you're thinking of. Oh, it was actually showing, wasn't it? I had no
Yeah,
idea
yeah.
it was up there.
So people have
Okay.
a sneak peek.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go. So and I have your paper as well, the latest one.
Oh,
I can show that somewhere, I think. That might take a quick second. But what are we looking at here? So this is basically looking at relatedness of different people?
so this is principal component analysis. And so sort of the gray points represent modern genomes. So this is sort of how we can build a reference space in PCA. And essentially what PCA does is take something that's really complicated, which is the human genome, which is 3 billion base pairs, and condenses it down into 2D visual space. So in some ways, it's really nice to get a good overview of our data, but then you're always going to want to do sort of follow-up analyses. Maybe this is a good way to generate some hypotheses that you can test with other analyses.
So what are the different colors?
Yeah, so the top row is Bronze Age mostly, and then the central one is North African late Neolithic, because there's at the time was no Bronze Age data from North Africa. And then the second row, the lower row in green, is Iron Age. And so you can see one thing that strikes me visually here is that in the top row, populations cluster more in each time period. So if you look at the Sardinia one, you can see Sardinia, all the individuals are very close together in the Bronze Age. And then in the Iron Age, they're quite spread out in this principal component analysis space. And you can see the modern populations there are Mediterranean.
That's what I was gonna ask. So the gray
Yeah.
parts, for everybody, they're modern populations that we've gotten from large-scale studies of modern people living in those areas.
Yeah.
Okay, and so it's basically how close-ish statistically they relate, at least plotted out with principal PCA, principal correspondence analysis. Okay, so what we're seeing over time, if I'm going to do a quick stab at this, is as you said with Sardinia, it actually seems to be the case kind of everywhere. We see a lot more genetic diversity. So that would suggest people have moved around, and there's a lot more sort of mingling showing up in the Iron Age, which would make sense from the archaeological evidence we have too, where we see more mobility, we see more trade in goods, we see the movement of animals and plants around and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one thing that's interesting about this time period is it's when you have a little bit earlier than this, the invention of sails on the Nile in Egypt, and then that gets taken out into the Mediterranean Sea, this new sailing technology, and allows people to move around more intensively or more often than they had before. So it's sort of a shift in how people are connecting at this time period.
And well, by this time period, you're saying over a long stretch of time, of course.
Yeah.
Over thousands of years.
Yeah, absolutely right. People didn't immediately sail from the Nile. But yeah, I mean, that this technology was developed and improved over time, and it let people, in 1000 BCE to like 1 BCE move around a lot more than they had, in the preceding period.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And okay, I think I have up your paper, so I can show people the citation. This is the citation to the paper that was published in 2023. This is the one, yeah. And so it's basically looking at the genetic history of these different populations in these periods and comparing them over time to get this sense of mobility and diversity and the relatedness of these different groups of people. So what's the total sample size you have here, and how many different sites?
Yeah, so this was 4 different sites, and it's 30 new genomes total. And then we used additional published genomes from other papers. So there's been some exciting other papers by Potts et al. On the Etruscans, by Saup et al. On northern and central Italy. Let's see, there's several on Sardinia as well by, let me get the authors, Marcus Ringbauer and Potts, and then also Fernandez et al. I think, yeah, both 2020. So we brought
it's presenting
together
some new genomes, and it's doing a larger data synthesis of what's available. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, to sort of see how people were moving around, especially this connection between, this was the time that Carthage was growing. and there's different takes on whether Carthage was sort of a proper empire or sort of a trading hub at the center of this big trading network. But either way, the Western Mediterranean becomes much more connected as Carthage rises. The sailing technology becomes really powerful. Of course, they're a hub of trade and a hub of I guess culture, you would say, in that region. So they're sort of a big maritime power at the time, and so that's one thing that's bringing people together.
Okay.
And then of course,
yeah. And with the Phoenicians going across and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, let's walk through your second figure then. Here, wait, let me get rid of you so we can see it. There we go. So this is still doing PCA, something similar, therefore, in order but you're representing it differently, is how I'm seeing this, right?
Yeah, this is just a sort of stepping through time. This is all, in this figure, is all data from central Italy, so specifically just central Italy. But you can see in the Chalcolithic, or the Copper Age, as we've called it here, the main component is this Anatolian Neolithic farmer component. It's this ancestry that came in as people transitioned to farming from hunting and gathering. You can also see ancestry from hunter-gatherers. And then you can see this change through time in the Bronze Age, where the steppe ancestry comes in, and that's ancestry from the Eurasian steppe. It's thought that was spread mostly by land, so people moving over land. So you have actually less in Italy than in most places elsewhere in Europe because of the Alps. So there's a little bit of less steppe ancestry there. And then
what's the difference of each of these bars in here?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a great question. So these are each an individual genome. So each bar represents an individual genome. Yeah.
And these all people that you studied from these are the ones that you're introducing, plus the compilation of ones from other publications?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. So we could sort of get as robust of a possible data set for studying these changes. Yeah, and then you see in the Iron Age, and then especially the Imperial period, as you have sailing become this primary way of people moving around, this increase in diversity or heterogeneity of the population. So, you see one individual in the Bronze Age, and it's 5 individuals there. So it's a small sample set, of course, but one who's looking at least, using these ancestry components that we've picked to model this population a little different from the others. And then in the Iron Age and Imperial period, there's a lot of diversity.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're not here though. There we go. Yeah, no, that's actually phenomenal to be able to see that, and you can see that with each individual plotted. So, all right, but obviously there's the issue of sample size, right? So you have just a few from those early periods, which makes it, if you had grabbed any I guess 4 individuals from the later period, you'd have a reasonable chance they'd look homogeneous. So how do you account for that then? Is that part of the next step to do more of these earlier genomes since there's fewer represented here? Or is it just because there's less DNA preserved from those earlier periods because they're more degraded?
There's a couple different things. So there are other papers coming out, and I was actually just at the EAAs, which is the European Association of Archaeology, and there was a whole day devoted to Italian ancient DNA, which was excellent. So there will be, I think, a lot of papers in the nearest future about that. So I think there will be more data from a whole bunch of different labs coming out about this period, which is really exciting.
So the picture will become bigger in a bigger way. I mean, I personally think that probably this pattern will continue showing up. We do know, like I said, from a range of different archaeological evidence that mobility increases, and so that would certainly make a lot of sense that you see that kind of population mobility as well. But yeah, I think having more data and nuance is always a good thing, right?
Yeah, and especially for a city as big as Rome, when you get to the imperial period, Rome, it's estimated had a population of 1 million people. So even when you say, oh, we had 150, which is rounding up to maybe 127 genomes from Rome, and even from the imperial period, our 2019 paper had 48 or so. It can sound like a lot until you put it in the context of the whole city, and then you say a million, a million
and it's
people.
a million over like 500 years.
Right? Do some calculus.
So yeah, it's a whole lot of people. And then I mean, if you read even like Nick Terranato's article from a long time ago on the demography of Rome, a lot of people are dying very young anyway. So there's very rapid population turnover, particularly among less wealthy, less elite people. And so that's going to have a different kind of biasing effect on your sample and who gets a burial, so you can even find them. You know, all this kind of stuff matters. Okay, let's check out your third image, and you can try to walk us through this one.
Great.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
Oh, it hasn't come up for me yet.
Oh, it hasn't come up. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, so this is QPADM modeling. So this is essentially modeling. You pick sort of different source components similar to that. So again, each bar represents an individual here. It's horizontal. And so you're sort of choosing ancestral components, so these different ancestry sources, and then also providing a set of outgroups. And essentially what you're doing is saying, oh, here's a tree-like structure. And then we're testing sort of where each of these individuals would be in that tree. So essentially, you know, if they could be modeled as a single population, like you can see with the individuals from Morocco from the late Neolithic period. And we use them as one of the sources, but you can see there sort of that's the complete ancestry model for the individuals. And then you can see that's true for a few other individuals from Sardinia, for instance, or from Kherkouan, which is this site in Tunisia from the Iron Age. Some individuals can be modeled at least in this tree structure, as the same as this Morocco late Neolithic population. So that would be the blue horizontal bars. But then you can see admixture in a lot of individuals between these different sources.
Okay.
And then, yeah, and so this is again just comparing the Bronze Age to the Iron Age, so showing, how heterogeneous the Iron Age is compared to the preceding period.
Perfect. I think that's so. Okay, I came across this when we saw some people going a little crazy on Twitter about this. And because all right, we're learning a lot about these ancient Roman people. That's something I should ask. Sorry, before we go into the Twitter stuff. So, do we have any sense of who these people were? Do they have gravestones, or do they have an archaeological context that could even let us compare them by social class or gender? I mean, you have the ADNA, so you should be able to look at their biological sex at least. Is there a difference in that sense within these populations that adds to the picture?
It was a little difficult to a lot of the individuals we studied had been excavated a while ago, and so some of that information wasn't preserved, although there are some information about sites in general. So one of the sites we were so lucky to study, and this site is curated by Luca Bondioli and Alessandro Sperduti, and it's Isla Sacra, which is the necropolis for the main port of Rome. So the main port of Rome was Ostia, and then the bigger port, Portus, was built, and there's a necropolis in between them. And it's thought that was probably, it's been suggested, I think, by Peter Garnsey, that it was sort of an egalitarian structure in that town, and that it would have mostly been merchants, traders. And so we were so lucky to study, it was over 20 individuals from that necropolis. And there was also isotopic work done on those individuals to look at mobility. And it was found that about a third had grown up outside of central Italy, about 2/3 had grown up in central Italy. But then when we looked at the ancestry, many had ancestry. I mean, clearly they grew up in central Italy because that's isotopically, that seems to be where they grew up. But they had ancestries from outside of central Italy. So, you know, what that's saying to us is that there were multi-generational families coming to central Italy, settling there, having families there. And so that's why you're getting these ancestries from the Levant, from North Africa, from Iberia, but then getting these local isotopes.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you next. So a lot of these have also had some isotopic data done that suggests that they're sort of if they've moved within their lives. Or at least between when their teeth grew and their bones formed lately. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So that adds to the picture as well. And I think that kind of multiple approach with different methods also strengthens it. So how would you fit this into? So wait, what's your training? Was your training on this coming entirely from genetics into archaeology, or is it from archaeology into genetics, or from ancient history down to genetics? What's your training?
In archaeology, yeah. So my background's in archaeology, but I became interested in, sort of the relationship between people and their environments, particularly with domestication. But so that led me to start becoming interested in ancient DNA. And so then in my PhD, I yeah, I was lucky enough to get involved in this project. And in this project, I did a lot of the lab work. So I was lucky enough to go to an ancient DNA lab. Ron Panassi's lab was first in Dublin and then in Vienna,
Okay.
do a lot of the DNA extraction, building the libraries. Yeah, and I was also lucky enough to travel to Rome and visit a lot of the sites that we worked on as well. Yeah, so sort of moved from archaeology into the data generation part of that. And then since then have been developing my computational skills as well. That's been fun.
So among some archaeologists, geneticists have this bad reputation of just swooping in and grabbing stuff and then just making up sort of narratives, let's say. So how do you negotiate that? Because you're coming at it from archaeology, now you're doing the genetics, but of course you're working in the lab and you're working with, I'd assume, some osteoarchaeologists or bioarchaeologists that are helping you select samples. So how do you sort of negotiate that kind of difference between these disciplines and between, obviously some of the data you have is from very old excavations, so there's not too much good context, but some of it has that kind of context. So how do you negotiate those kind of challenges?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I'm excited about is sort of how the relationships between archaeology and genetics seem to be deepening, so that people are collaborating more. I mean, that was one of the things I was so excited about from this recent conference I mentioned, was that it does seem like people are collaborating more, and I think that's also sort of bringing out these more nuanced narratives about the past. I mean, one that's really relevant to, you know, these periods we're talking about, the Iron Age, the Roman period, is how we talk about mobility. I think before, you know, it was easy to talk about migration specifically, I think for a couple of reasons. One, because the terminology of migration is really common in biology. So in biology and PopGen, lots of things are referred to as migration, you know, like caribou migrating seasonally, for instance, for the winter might be called, or birds, of course. But for humans, we have this much deeper language about different types of mobility. So seasonal mobility, yeah, you know, you can move for different reasons. You can move for work, move for political reasons. There's, of course, forced movement and slavery. And so we have this sort of much deeper and nuanced language about mobility. And so I'm really excited that recent papers have sort of adopted that and tried to be more nuanced, you know, when we're talking about mobility. I think it's important for the political implications too, if we have sort of specific words for what we're talking about, to use those and sort of not use migration when something else might. And I mean, sometimes it is, but, you know, we should choose our.
Well, I mean, exactly. And I think that's where a lot of the bad rap came from. A lot of the early genetics papers were, they really came off as like cultural history from like the 1930s. And so it's just like a bunch of arrows on maps and it's just migration. And it's like, this is obviously so much more complex by this, especially when you're talking over thousands of years. You know, it's not just some mass migration of people when you're talking over thousands of years. And so, yeah, I think that's really key, is to get across those kind of more nuanced perspectives that have been developed in the field of archaeology over the last 100 years, and to start to think about how to integrate this new kind of evidence into that theoretical perspective and the way we explain and interpret the past. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah, it's been exciting too to see the field grow and become, you know, incorporating of more voices. I think that's what any field needs, you know, is having different voices and different opinions to talk to one another. And
yeah, no, I fully agree. Okay, so you also sent me some images. Let's see, you have the lovely Etruscan tomb, which I'm blanking on the tomb right now. I should know it because I've used it before. There we go.
Yeah, so this is from Tarquinia, and this is the tomb of the leopards. And so we didn't study individuals from this particular tomb, but I really enjoyed this photo. I took this photo actually, which is, but I mean, it's similar to many others taken of this tomb. But yeah, just to sort of give people a visual representation of what some of these tombs are like, and then also to see how Etruscan individuals depicted themselves. So you can see these people here talking and yeah, feasting perhaps in this image. Yeah, so we were lucky enough in the Iron Age paper to study 12 individuals from Tarquinia, and there was also another paper that came out in 2021 by Cosmo Pos and his team, and that also talked about individuals at Tarquinia, and they also see a very heterogeneous set of individuals. And in fact, in one burial, there were 6 individuals, and they had, and I'll try and get the exact numbers, but there was ancestry from different parts of different individuals had ancestry from different parts of the Mediterranean. So I think 2 had ancestry similar to Levantine individuals. I think one from North Africa, one from Central Europe. And so it's just interesting to see there. And then at Kherkouan as well, which is the site in Tunisia, individuals that we had studied 12 individuals from there. and saw 3 different ancestry clusters. And we had thought, oh, maybe this will somehow be reflected in where they're buried, in the tombs they're buried in, and then it didn't. And so that was interesting to see.
It's always good when you have these hypotheses and you're like, nope.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't correlate at all. Like I did my whole postdoc on looking at different animals and different, houses versus feasting areas, and they're all the same friggin' animal. Everywhere you go, it's just mostly goats. And so it's just like, well, that sucked. I just counted, I don't know how many tens of thousands of bones, and they're all the same age, same species. And so it's just like, So by the way, wait, do you know Carmen Esposito?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, because she's doing isotope analysis on some similar sites around Etruria. And,
amazing.
And so, yeah, I thought maybe you'd come across her because I think she's doing some stuff at Tarquinia as well.
Okay.
With human remains.
Yeah.
So if you come across her, be like, you heard of her from me. She's awesome. I was just at her wedding.
Yeah.
She's a really good archaeologist. She was here in Cardiff doing a postdoc, and now she has a Marie Curie in, I want to say Bologna, but I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll check.
Yeah.
And I've seen posts from Tarquinia about the ongoing work. So maybe she's doing it. So maybe I have heard of the work. And
yeah, well, I think she's in the process. She just started her Marie Curie, so she's in the last year. So she's in the process of working on it and publishing it. So it should be awesome stuff.
Awesome.
Okay, and then you have a lovely overhead image of this site. What are we looking at here?
This is Kherkwan. This is in the one in Tunisia that I was talking about before. And I did not take this, of course. This is from a film called Once Kherkwan. So it's a great film if you want to watch it. But so this is the site. This is an Iron Age site. And one of the reasons that it's so well known is that it's well preserved. Essentially, when I'm sure that many people here are familiar with the drama, if you will, between Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, and that a lot of Carthaginian or Punic cities in North Africa were destroyed. The ones that weren't destroyed were often built upon. So we don't actually have a lot of architecture preserved from Carthaginian towns, except for this one. This one was not destroyed. It was preserved. And so it's one of the best surviving examples of Punic architecture. And so I sort of liken it to Pompeii, that it's like we know so much about it because of how well preserved it is. Pompeii, is perhaps not a huge city. It's much smaller than Rome, but we know it because of its great preservation. And same for Kherkwan, that it's so well preserved, we get this glimpse into daily life that we wouldn't otherwise.
Okay. I think that makes a lot of sense. And so that's part of the reason why you have so many samples from there is because of the preservation, and you can, okay. I was wondering actually, so I mean, Rome also destroyed Corinth, and we have all this historical record of it, but the excavations actually show that the time of abandonment was a lot shorter than we think. It doesn't look like it was a complete destruction, but in North Africa, we are seeing that showing up archaeologically, that more complete destruction. Okay, fair enough. Here, 1 second. Am I lagging really badly for you?
A little, but not, or
not
yeah, I
bad.
mean, just a little, but
here, wait, let me restart my camera here, 1 second. Okay, I think my mouse is doing better now, so maybe it's doing better.
Great. I can try restarting mine if it's working.
No. It's live streaming. It's my first time doing this over Zoom, and it just eats up a ton of resources, and our computer's just not that great to handle it. We're gonna have to get a better computer if we keep doing this. But yeah, so is that what made you choose Italy and North Africa? Was the Carthaginian Wars? What was the logic behind that? Because there's so many other areas in the Mediterranean as well that you could be comparing with Italy, or not without Italy even. So I'm just curious about the logic there.
Yeah, I mean so sort of the 2023 paper, the one you showed, and then a 2024 paper led by my colleagues Margaret Antonio and Clemens Weiss and Susanna Sawyer was sort of both outgrowths of that initial paper, the 2019 paper about Rome. And that came about, actually, we were really hoping to look at selection on different traits through time. And there's sort of a team that some of the folks on the team built. So like the PI I was working for, Jonathan Pritchard at Stanford, and Ron Panassi and Alfredo Coppa, were excited about this idea of looking at one population through time. And we thought Rome or Central Italy would be a great place to do that because of the historical record, because of the long history of habitation and the intensive archaeological work that's been done there. But then, of course, we also realized that with so much mobility, that's not a great place to study selection, because essentially,
Yeah,
with
exactly.
selection, you
Because if
need,
you're seeing
yeah.
that, then that's a terrible place. Sorry, people were asking how to
No,
spell
it's true. It is.
Kerkouan.
Sure.
It's Kerkouane, right, for
Yeah,
Kerkouan?
yeah.
Okay, good.
Mhm.
Yeah, so instead your project sort of switched to just thinking about mobility then.
Yeah, absolutely. Thinking about the population history of Rome, and then also expanding to these neighboring regions that were,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. That makes sense. Do you have
Mm.
the same time depth in each of these cities in the regions around Rome, or is it each one's a little different?
No, each one's a bit different. Yeah. So the Iron Age paper just focused on, yeah, the Iron Age really. So yeah, those three sites, Kerkuan, Sant'Embenia in Sardinia, and then Tarquinia in Italy, to look at essentially how people were moving around the central Mediterranean in that period. Yeah, and then my colleague Margaret's paper, the 2024 one, looked at mobility in the Mediterranean, essentially from the Iron Age to the present. And she sees a lot of mobility, yeah, then too. So yeah.
People like to move and mingle. That's what they
Mhm.
do. Okay, so you have one last slide, and then we'll talk about the Twitter stuff.
Right.
What are we looking at here? These are pretty cool.
Yeah. So these are is a photo taken in the Tarquinia Museum. So the museum that is associated with the tomb that we just saw, and with the series of tombs at Tarquinia. And I think one thing I like about this is visually, you might guess, oh, these are from Egypt, right? Because they're scarabs. These are scarabs that have uh, seals or designs on the bottom of them. Yeah, so just another testament to how things are moving around the Mediterranean at this time. It's interesting to see that people are moving too.
That makes sense. All right, there you are. You're back. Yeah, no, exactly. And so those scarabs were not made in Egypt. They're made locally and end up in those tombs locally.
I don't know where they're made, and maybe somebody would know where they're made, but they were found in Tarquinia.
Aha, okay. So they probably were made in Egypt and then imported. But yeah, it shows examples of either the mobility of goods or the mobilities of sort of symbols and concepts and artifacts, ideas.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it, this is lagging bad. 1 second, let me stop your camera one more time. Why is this lagging so bad? And then it comes back and it's fine. It's going to make me keep resetting that all day. On the one day where I choose to live stream for like 5 hours straight on one link. But yeah.
Hopefully people understand,
Oh, of course. Yeah. I think everybody's cool. We've had, 700 people come through. We have about 120, 115 right now. So yeah, and then people will come and tune in and watch afterwards as well. But I think everybody's understanding. I expected more trolling, but it hasn't happened. But so now's the time to bring the trolls out. So yeah, in fact, a colleague of mine just emailed me this paper yesterday, and I was like, she's going to be on my live stream tomorrow. But
cool.
so you have a paper that's making its way through academia as well. But when I first saw it, it was on Twitter, and it was like, you were responding to someone who had misinterpreted the genetic results, which of course I imagine is something that must happen all the time as somebody who does both genetics and has an archaeological and historical perspective. So do you want to go into a little bit of how different interpretations in the public think about this kind of evidence, and how do we go about addressing that in an appropriate way, right?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I think some of it was something we tried to be thoughtful of in writing and researching the paper too, to make sure that, there can be a lot of misinformation online, even in sources that you might want to think of as trustworthy, So we even had to sort of evaluate sources, within our own team to say, is this representative of, I think especially when you're talking about Rome, there's a lot of different political interests in Rome, and I think sometimes, those can find their way into academia. So we had to sort of make sure that we were, I'm trying to think of how to put it, but essentially, and Rome's fascinating, of course. I mean, I'm fascinated with Rome, so it's fascinating, but there can be sort of, people who use the past to justify how they think the present should be, for various reasons. And so, I think that's something that's happened on.
Oh, for sure. Wasn't there that huge nature issue on this kind of, was it Nature or Science? I don't remember where it was, about a year ago or 2 years ago, just on this very topic about how to address this and how to a couple of the essays at least had to do with how to make sure the public does not misuse this kind of evidence and interpret it in a way that is justified for violence or for other kind of negative, harmful impacts on people. And it's difficult, of course, yeah.
Absolutely. And I think Rome in particular, in fact, when I teach this to students, I've been lucky enough to teach classes about ancient DNA and ethics in ancient DNA. One perception that people have of Rome can come from movies and TV shows, and often in movies and TV shows, there's sort of a certain depiction of the population of Rome that might not be as diverse as it actually was in the past. And so that's something that I'll assign to my students as different articles and podcasts and videos. There's a great video that Samantha Bee, the comedian, does about sort of misconceptions of the populations of ancient Rome and Greece based on the statues. People are saying, oh, the statues are white.
Oh, yeah. Didn't she have Sarah Bond on for that? Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it was such a great, it was a really cool skit, or not skit, like I don't even know the right word for it, but there's the Lucas brothers, two comedians visit a museum, the Met, I think, in New York, and sort of talk about the misconceptions about the populations of Greece and Rome, because statues sort of, many are made in marble, and so people have misinterpreted sometimes, as the populations of Greece and Rome being, white. And I use that in air quotes because I think these racial categories are not, not biological, and so we shouldn't be.
And I think that's important because I was just teaching a class on human evolution. It's just first year introductory class, but part of what we're talking about is genetics and stuff like that, and like, I'm struggling to try to explain the sharp line between species is not always very clear, right? When you're thinking way back in time to human evolution, we have lumpers and splitters and stuff like that. And then, when we think about it in today's term, it's like, well, yeah, but population geneticists, they can't find any sharp distinction between what we call race either. It's not a biological thing that we can map out cleanly. And so it's therefore a cultural distinction. How would you, as somebody more familiar with genetics than me, explain that to people in the public or to first-year students, people who come in there with a more cultural opinion on these kind of topics?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're exactly right to talk about it as a cultural thing and a social thing, because it is important, right? It impacts people daily. The perceptions of race impact people daily, right? So you can't say it doesn't exist. It does exist and has real lived implications for lots of people. But from a biological perspective, it's not a biological category, and it's not a constructive category. Biologically, I think, one thing that has happened is people will try and sort of map continents onto races. And so that's actually something we try and push back on, even in these papers, instead of saying, or all the time talking about, Southern Europe and North Africa, it's actually much more meaningful to talk about the Roman world as the Eastern Mediterranean and the Western Mediterranean. That would have been more meaningful to the people at the time. And that's also, is not feeding into these ideas of race thinking that aren't meaningful to begin with. So that's sort of a little way to.
And I thought I saw some people on Twitter that were like, because you're explaining, hey, this population is fairly diverse. We're seeing this increase in heterogeneity. We're seeing this increase in sort of diversity of ancestry within these individuals that we're studying. And they're like, yeah, you mean Eastern Mediterranean? That means just Greece. And it's like, no, what does Eastern Mediterranean mean? It means, I imagine, parts of North Africa, parts of Southwest Asia, and parts of Southeast Europe. And so to us, it's people from 3 different continents, right? That are moving there and mingling and then moving around elsewhere. And it's such a tiresome thing to push back on because people just want to see it in these black and white categories or these boxes, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. And I think it's helpful to reflect and just even on how the language we pick, can either sort of push back on against categories that are unhelpful or reinforce them. And so it's good to be, thoughtful about that, but challenging too. And I mean, it takes, within our teams too, we have a lot of conversations about this to try and make sure we're thoughtful about it.
Okay. Do you think about it also in terms of your public engagement? Were you very intentional about replying there? I mean, I think you did it, at least I saw it twice, I think. And both times your tweets went fairly viral. And so they were seen by a lot of people. Was that, what were your thoughts on how to, because I'm sure you also got a lot of trolling in response at the same time too. So what are your thoughts on all that? How do we handle that in the public venue like that?
Yeah, and I feel like I should ask you that as well, because I feel like you have a great handle.
It differently, but yeah.
I feel like, especially for those tweets, these specific tweets, sort of, and what they were suggesting was that the time of the rise of Rome, what we've been calling, the Iron Age here, but this sort of rise of Rome period was, a very homogenous time period, and then as Rome became more diverse, it fell, and so, it's sort of the narrative that people are spreading on Twitter, and then they have sort of this agenda of an anti-immigration agenda. And I think one thing that, that's, first of all, it's misinterpreting our paper. The most diverse time period is late antiquity that we see. So after Rome has, like, quote unquote fall. I don't like to talk about the fall of Rome either, because I don't think it was such a simple event.
It wasn't at all, but yeah.
But that's even missing the time, the sort of when we're seeing is the most diverse is this, early medieval, late antiquity period, but also the Iron Age was incredibly diverse. Even in the mid-Iron Age, the early Iron Age, and this might have been important for the rise of Rome, these connections that Central Italy had with places across the Mediterranean. So I wouldn't, I think that's something that it's just good for people to hear, to know, so they're not just getting it through the lens of these people who've interpreted it a certain way, and then it might be, papers can be behind paywalls. For the Iron Age paper, we have it on bioarchive, so then you can go and read the preprint, which is very similar to the one that was published. But yeah, it could be behind paywall. So I always think it's important to reply and say, oh, that's not what we saw. The Iron Age wasn't homogenous. The most diverse period didn't precede the fall of Rome. And
yeah, exactly. And so here's the thread for people, at least one of them, that I was able to find very quickly. And so this is you sort of pushing back on a misinterpretation of the study in a sense. And I think that's really important. I think, like you said, I think even if it's behind it, is this one behind a paywall? I don't know, because I have access to it, so I don't even know. But
no, it's not. The preprint at least is not. And I think the paper. Yeah, I'm not sure about the paper, but the preprint isn't, and it's very similar.
Okay, 1 second. I'm stopping this one more time. Jeez. But yes, so I think your thread was very valuable because it really did get that kind of thing across in a very clear set of language. It's what led to me inviting you to come on here and think about that. And so I think that's that your ability to step up and write in that clear fashion. Were you worried about doing so from your university or from your colleagues, or were you just sort of worried about trolls? Was there any sort of worry there, or it was like, we're going to stand up and explain this stuff to this group of people?
Yeah, I mean, I think seeing, that some of the tweets from this person did get a lot of attention, it felt important, to correct, because I think, not saying something would be problematic there. And in that particular instance, there was a new preprint that had come out from Francesco, I think, Ravicini, and then Eugenia Anastasio. And they had they had this new genome that was from, I think, the Republican period, and then also did this good context, this really nice archaeological contextualization of this pre-Roman period. And so it's frustrating to see that get twisted, right? The work we'd done previously and then this new preprint sort of get twisted in this way. And maybe I felt defensive of them too, don't do this to my colleagues,
But I mean, this is the problem. It's something I've been thinking about a lot lately because I engage more publicly. And it's like, I don't quite get it, but for some reason when it comes to history, unlike many other topics, it's a topic, and I guess it's not entirely true, but maybe I'm just biased because I do history, but it seems to me like everybody just thinks they can do history and they understand history, and so it's very tough to be able to speak up because everybody just has their own opinions about history. We've all learned some history, at least to some level. We all have the little folklore and myths about history that we've learned, and so it just seems like everybody has an opinion and is willing to express it, which makes it very difficult because you're saying, look, I've actually studied all these genomes. Like, if you want to talk about migration in Iron Age and in the Roman period in Italy and North Africa and the Mediterranean, I'm your girl, right? That's what you can say. You're like, I'm the fucking shit here. And it's like, but you're not the only awesome person to be able to discuss it, but you're certainly among that group of people that can discuss that in detail. I mean, there's maybe several dozen people in the world that have published on this kind of stuff and can discuss it and express it on a sort of synthetic level. And so, it's just sort of like, and then you're talking to someone random on Twitter, and it's just like, what do you do? Yeah, it's so weird sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think like it can be so exciting to see, different people's takes and interpretations, and then it becomes sort of crosses a boundary into the where one might want to step in when somebody's co-opting this for like a hateful ideology, right? And how do you have advice for how to engage? Or
I mean, I think that in the end, if somebody's wrapped up in an ideology that's anti-science, you're never going to convince them. So I think that's not true, because I have convinced some of them, and I'm sure you have as well with your tweet and stuff like that. But that's not your primary audience you're trying to reach. What you're trying to reach are people that are actually interested in evidence, and you're trying to explain to them how these methods actually work and what they actually say. And I think when you explain that clearly, you hit a lot more people than you think. And so, I sort of just try to imagine some mythical neutral audience, and it hits far more than just that mythical neutral audience. It also hits people that actually believe some of this stuff, because many of them are just misinformed, not completely ideologically wrapped up in it. Because, let's just be honest. It's easier to find misinformation on ancestry than is the actual scholarship on it. There are some people like Adam Rutherford has done a really good job. Jenny Raft does a really good job at addressing the public, and there's certainly a few others as well. But it's not, unless, come on, this is all such new research. Unless you went to university relatively recently, or you're an academic that engages in this kind of stuff, or you're really an enthusiast that engages in this kind of stuff, you're not going to know much about more recent approaches to ancient DNA, because it's so recent that we've had next generation sequencing that can do this kind of stuff, and these new data sets are coming out, and so the majority of the public has no friggin' idea, and so therefore you actually stepping up and doing that, it does help inform, and the more you and other people and all these other people do that, the more it'll get out there and help teach this stuff to the people that matter. I hope also one thing that came across is by doing that, you don't just reach ordinary people, you reach other people that can help amplify your message, like having you on here, or a journalist that'll then get in touch with you, or other kinds of people that'll then go read your paper and maybe make a YouTube video or a podcast. Some will invite you on, some will translate it into their own way of doing it, but hopefully in a more nuanced way, because they've read your stuff and seen it. And so I think that's valuable too. I think just speaking up automatically starts attracting that kind of stuff, because you are one of those experts, right?
Well, thanks for saying that. And one thing that like this whole weekend and this all the work that you do to communicate archaeology, it's so important to remember archaeology is fun and people want to learn, and it's like so much of the content is inaccessible, right? There are paywalls, there's stuff, and so to make it accessible and it's like such a fun thing that people want to learn about, and so it's awesome that you're doing.
That's how I found it, is most of the people just, if they look, when you think about something like, I don't know, Atlantis or something like that, the most accessible stuff is not scholarship. Because there's no real scholarship on Atlantis for a long time, because we all know it's, other than people that study ancient philosophy or the historiography of ideas, because there's no reason to study Atlantis as a possibility, because we know it's not real. And so it's just like, therefore that stuff isn't accessible. It's people who study historiography of ideas, which some of that's a little accessible, or it's people who study ancient philosophy, and that's filled with jargon. And so, it's the same thing with ancient DNA. Our concepts on ethnicity and nationality and identity are way behind the times. Like just people my age, I'm like 40, think about it, they finished university almost 20 years ago. So, their knowledge of how this sort of genetic revolution has an impact on our understanding of who we are as different people, it's not really disseminated to adults at all, unless they closely try to pay attention. So it's just like something brand new to them, and they're just misinformed because they don't know all these new sort of approaches and the ways that we categorize this stuff. One of the most common misconceptions I see is like, about Neanderthal DNA, because it's just like statues are associated, white statues with white skin, Neanderthals are Europeans somehow. And it's like, no, we now know that, humans that left Africa, different populations went back into Africa, and pretty much everybody has Neanderthal DNA. It's just different percentages. And so it's just like, we're all descended from Neanderthals to some greater or lesser degree. And so, I think just trying to constantly express that, because sometimes the first thing that comes out is what gets heard, but it's before we've refined it with new information. And so.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that, I think Europe isn't even the region with the highest Neanderthal ancestry. So it's people sort of, it's similar to the Rome stuff where people might both be sort of co-opting things for problematic reasons, but then also misinterpreting the science at the same time to fit that, right? And so it's like, it can be easier to speak out on the specific correcting the science, but I think by doing that, you're also hopefully helping push back on misuses of it too. So.
And that's where some of my own research into how to talk with the public, I think also, like, so what you did was more of a straight up debunk in a sense. And my advice is you want to do that at times. And when you, especially if you have a hot button issue which can get some traction like you did, it can go viral, and therefore you can teach people. You can use that as an opportunity, let's say, to get things across, especially if it's something that will be controversial in the culture wars, let's say. But on the other hand, of far more value is the harder job of just trying to share this stuff naturally, and that's a lot harder. As soon as you say new paper out, everybody's like snooze fest, like new paper out, who's going to care about that except for academics? And so then you have to think about a hook. What's the kind of hook to then write a thread where you're not responding? Because there's a lot of research that shows debunking and responding. Part of the problem is to do that, you have to first repeat that false claim. And since you first repeat it, what sticks in people's heads is the first thing they hear. And so debunking can actually lead to spreading that misinformation, even further. And so what that really means is we need to pre-bunk. And what is pre-bunking other than just teaching people? So then you end up thinking, all right, how do I do that in like the public sphere? Well, you need to figure out how to grab them and hook them so that they want to learn that sort of topic. And so, so that's the sort of the tough challenge in a sense. Then we start thinking, how do we do that? And I think we have the training to communicate effectively to the public. We just need to approach it like we approach a classroom, in a sense, with learning outcomes in mind. But I think we have less good training in terms of how to hook the public. And so that's something where we need more thought on. And I think the more we speak up, though, as a community, the better off we are about doing that, because we're showing how interesting this stuff is. I don't know, what did you think of the news coverage of some of this stuff? I'm curious about that. We obviously saw a little bit how you responded on Twitter. What about how the media covered your paper?
Yeah, so we were lucky enough for the 2019 paper, the one about Rome, to talk with some journalists. So that was really helpful to sort of talk to folks and get it worked out. Because I think, like you were saying, the hook is so important. And I think for us, we were so cautious, right? So then you can almost be pushing back against hooks. But we were so lucky that the Stanford media office made a short video. It was a cartoon, actually, of
oh, cool.
Well, I mean, for it was like a minute and a half or something, and they had a few of us come and voice it over, and then they had some of our Italian colleagues voice it over in Italian too, which was great. So we got it out in 2 languages, and then Alfredo Coppa and Michela Lucci and a few of our other colleagues in Rome hosted an event there as well. And so I think that was really nice to be able to try and say, like, okay, how do you say your results in a minute and a half in a cartoon? And it was like, oh no, it was hard to do and to figure out what to say. And we had to record it so many times. But it was also a really good exercise to say, what would make this accessible for all ages, and what would, and I'm really glad we did that. And I think that's something that, I wish there was more time and funding to do, because it was such a valuable thing to have. And and I think it led to other people covering that story, having a basic sense of what is our story, what are we trying to say? And then if they wanted to go deeper and get more nuanced or talk about the sites or talk about the specific time periods, then they could, but they had this backbone of content that they could.
I think that's really key. And I think also, like I said, I think being on social media and accessible, like actually when you just writing a little Twitter thread can be very valuable, because you're contextualizing what you said in more dense academic jargon into more clear language, and you're signposting to others how it can be sort of used. In fact, I wish Twitter was not dying, because I actually think as a medium, I mean, by dying, it's not dying, but you know what I mean, becoming what it's becoming. And because as a medium, it's really valuable for us, because it's so public and open, and it's one place, and now it's all fragmented. And at the same time, I think the forced concision of writing short little tweets into a thread, it teaches us those practices of how to get your points across quickly in short sentences with a few images, which is like making a little cartoon after all, right? That's a minute and a half. And so for me, a lot of my public engagement started by writing Twitter threads. That's how I started doing it, and that was what got me to actually learn how to write in many ways because of that forced concision. And you just have to be able to do that so quickly and so clearly that you'll never write a Twitter thread that's successful if you can't write in that way. And so yeah, I think that's the goal here, is to just, we have to keep speaking up, and there needs to be more academic rewards for doing so, because you know, funding is being cut, departments are being slashed. And how else do we protect our discipline if we don't actually appeal to the public that we need to be funded to do this, right? It's just, we will lose this battle if we can't communicate with the public. It's a real issue in my mind. With genetics, you're lucky. There's a lot of funding going towards genetics, but a lot of other archaeological subdisciplines aren't so lucky, and historical disciplines. So yeah, so I think speaking up is what we all have to start doing, without a doubt. Okay, so we have about 10 more minutes. Let's see if there's any good questions in here. Some comments on debunking and pre-bunking and teaching in advance. Somebody, about the Neanderthal not being mostly in Europe. So no, there's actually not. There's someone who is trolling, I guess, because their stuff got deleted by one of my mods. Cool. So I didn't even have to see the trolling. Fantastic job, mods.
Good.
I don't want to see no trolling. There's no reason. So what do you want to end on? What's some takeaway points for what's coming next, or how can we think about this kind of research in our own sense of who we are and why it matters today?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think I, would encourage people to, I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess, ancient DNA, I think is becoming more interdisciplinary, and there's more studies. So I do hope people feel like they can, if they see a paper, to read it, and maybe even, actually one thing I have my students do is will, I taught a class that was sort of introduction to ancient DNA. And so it was sort of students from all different disciplines, and we would learn some computational methods. We would read papers, so we'd talk about sort of the work that goes into it, and bridging disciplines. And then they'd also learn some computational methods, and I'd encourage them to to like work with some of the data and reinterpret it from their own expertise, and a lot of them would say, oh, I'd be interested to see if all sorts of, they had just such great questions, but then they'd be like, oh, I'm sure somebody else has already done this. And, a lot of times they hadn't. I think, there's so much new data, and, it's so important to have different voices, different perspectives, different expertise coming at this, and I think most of them said, oh, I think this wouldn't work as a final project because somebody's done it before. And it's like, no, they haven't. Like, you should totally do this. And so, yeah, I mean, I would hope to encourage everybody, not just people in classes, but people who read stuff, to make connections between papers or between whatever their expertise is and what they're reading. Because I think there's, so many more conversations we could be having about this, and I mean, with this.
I fully agree. I mean, for the introduction to this event, I had JT Lewis on, and I did a game, which I do with my archaeological theory class, where it's like, what discipline does not relate with archaeology? And there's just nothing, because we are just as interdisciplinary as you can get. Any single study can be applied to archaeological evidence, but we still need to understand that archaeological context and the historical ways in which we've interpreted archaeology so that we can actually, apply it properly, or in a way that makes sense is maybe the right way to put it, in a way that actually is justified. And so, so I think that that's really key, is there is so much to do, and that's something that I think students don't realize, is oftentimes their ideas, which they sort of dream up, they're really good ideas to then turn into a thesis or a dissertation or whatever, and it's or even a longer term project. And so it's just, there is still so much research to be done. And especially in something like ancient DNA. I mean, I remember arguing with somebody probably 4 or 5 years ago on Twitter, and they're like, yeah, but one genome captures so much ancestry. And it's like, yeah, that's true, but at the same time, having like 100 genomes from different kinds of contexts at a site and different sites captures much more. And so there's still so much, and I think your paper is a great example of that, right? Where you can see that heterogeneity. Some of my work on isotopes from animal remains is like that too, because people have only been able to publish like the seasonal sequence on a sheep for like 5 of them from a site, or 6 of them from a site, and it shows like you have 4 different teeth and all 4 of them are managed differently. Well, then we need a much larger sample size, even though it provides a lot of detail, to understand if there are actual management patterns or something like that. And so I imagine as we get hundreds and hundreds of these genomes sequenced, we'll have a much clearer picture of so many patterns that aren't even lurking in the data set that you have. Yeah. And so I think that'll be cool. I guess that also becomes much more of a statistical challenge. Are you more on the bioinformatics side of things, or are you more on the actual sequencing and the lab work? Which aspect of ancient DNA are you working more on?
Both, sort of.
Okay.
Yeah, so I did the lab work first, was my first foray into ancient DNA. But yeah, now I do the analyses. I certainly don't do methods development. That's beyond me. But using the existing methods is is something that I do and enjoy, and yeah, I think is something that, yeah, like I said, you know, in my class, you know, we had students from all sorts of different disciplines, including students who didn't have computational backgrounds, learn some of that. I mean, some of that can be, I just, you know, the point being, I don't want people to be daunted by, you know, saying, oh, this is a hurdle I can't learn. I actually think, you know, these computational methods sometimes are quite user-friendly and people actually can approach them, which is, you know, I think great. You know, and it was great for me too to have colleagues to learn from and learn how to do these. Yeah.
That makes sense. So we do have a couple new questions that have come in. One, I guess quickly, I think you sort of addressed this, but just to remind people, how did you get focused on Rome? What drew you to it?
Oh, I mean, I think it was our teams talking about, so we had our different teams that ended up being involved in this paper. Talking about what would be interesting. And so it was this initial selection idea. So I think part of it was just the people involved. Alfredo Copo was based in Rome and you know, I think was excited about having a study dedicated to that region in particular. And Michele Lucci, and Alessandro Sperduti, Mauro Rubini, Luca Bondioli, and these folks sort of curated this data set to try and get a coverage of time periods. To study initially selection, but then that didn't happen, but then population history. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And then the next question, which is they want to hear more about that transition from the Bronze Age to the Roman era, and how does that component vary from individual to individual? How much of these genomes are preserved in our DNA? I think the answer to that is these are complete genomes, right? So, but it depends on the inheritance of it, which is going to have a lot of complicated factors. Okay, so do you want to go into some more depth then?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the genomes we were looking at, we used actually whole genome sequencing, which is a little bit different than, this is a bit nuanced, but there's a couple different ways of sequencing ancient genomes. You can either do capture, which is essentially where you're fishing for large parts of the genome, and that can be really good, especially if you have like low preservation. You're getting the human DNA when maybe you wouldn't be able to with whole genome sequencing. We used whole genome sequencing, and the nice thing about that is you are getting the entire genome, and so there's trade-offs to both. I mean, sometimes it's not possible. We were lucky in the preservation that we were able to do that.
Good, yeah.
But so yeah, it was whole genome sequencing that we used.
Okay.
So I don't know if that was the question exactly. I think that might not.
Well, I guess they're also looking for some more detail on that transition from Bronze Age to the Roman period, in a sense, in Italy and North Africa.
So I guess the Bronze Age, so we were talking, when we were defining, it's interesting because it's difficult to define periods in a world that's really interconnected, the Mediterranean world, when you have, in the Eastern Mediterranean, the time for this chronologically is starting earlier than in the Western Mediterranean. But so we define the Iron Age as 1000 BCE to about 1 CE, and that is actually quite big. Like you could definitely refine that more, and especially in Rome, talking about the Republican period and the different time periods. But this is a time when, as we were talking about earlier, that sailing is becoming more common. And so in central Italy, you're seeing people from, for instance, North Africa, from the Eastern Mediterranean. So that would be like the Levant, Egypt, Anatolia, Greece, and from the Western Mediterranean. North Africa or Iberia, like Morocco, that side of North Africa.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a real nice melting pot, let's say.
Yeah. And I think, even before Rome, I think there have been other, not maybe in this recent Twitter situation, but in previous Twitter situations, people had suggested a lot of the heterogeneity came from the imperial expansion of Rome, and we're seeing that it was before that people were moving sort of not by force alone, right? That's what some people had suggested. And
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's actually far more nuanced than just that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Cool. All right, this is really cool stuff. I will continue reading along, and there's so much more of this coming out that really impacts. I don't do as much Roman stuff, but from the Greek world that impacts my own research, and so it's fascinating to see these kind of pictures coming out and coming together. So cool. Thank you so much. And
Thanks so much for having me.
yeah, of course. And I hope to have you back again in the future when you have another paper come out. And
Awesome.
yeah, it'll be really good. And then we can, and maybe at some point, I think it might be worthwhile to think about putting together a good video on ancient DNA, maybe just in the Mediterranean or something, with a group of you to try to get that some of this stuff across. Yeah.
That would be fantastic. And thanks for doing this whole weekend. I mean, I've been following along, and it's such a great
Good.
event.
I
Thanks to
know
you and
there's
the
so
work.
many good people participating. It's really, really
Mhm.
phenomenal to see.
It's really-
All
Yeah,
right.
so thank you.
Thank
Awesome
you
to
so
have.
much. And it was good to meet you
All
over
right.
Zoom. Yeah.
Likewise. Thanks.
Ciao. Okay, hello everyone. So I am going to take a quick 5-minute break because this is an hour where we're going to do some answering questions on Reddit. I have an Ask Me Anything going on Reddit right now on r/askhistorians. And yes, first of all, Holly and Hannah were fantastic. They're doing fantastic research. So I'll do some live answering questions on this Ask Me Anything. Put in some questions over there for me to go find. I think it's bumping. So I'm going to have a lot of fun questions to answer, and I'll do that over the next hour. And then in an hour, we'll have on David Ian Howe, who's a zooarchaeologist like myself, and we'll talk about really old dogs, and we'll share some stories of the old dogs that we've studied and stuff like that. And then after that, I'll have on Marijke Stoll, and she is a Mesoamerican archaeologist and we're going to talk about Quetzalcoatl. So we have some cool stuff coming up for another few more hours of live streaming, but I'm going to run really quickly, use the bathroom, get some more water, that kind of stuff, because I've been going for 2 hours, and I'll be back in just 3 to 5 minutes, and then I'll do some of the Ask Me Anything on Reddit, because it'll be fun to do that, I think. Back in 5 minutes. Let's put this up, and then bam. Okay, I am back. Let me get this on. All right, so I'm gonna go to Reddit. By the way, what happened in the chat? I saw a whole bunch of deleted messages. What happened? Anybody have a summary for me? Put it in the chat. I have no clue. I'll check out what you guys have to say. Let's see what fun questions I have on Reddit. Okay, so here we go. This is my Reddit. Lost artifacts of the space age? That's what happened in the chat? A flame war calling Americans racist. Jesus. Of course. Well, I'm so glad that I empowered some moderators. Bag of cats, I saw that you were one of them. Thank you. There is no reason for that kind of stuff. So, how do I resist the urge? Let's start answering some of these questions. Let's also get the chat over here. You took the bait. That's okay. These things happen. Here, wait, let me try to... that's annoying. Okay, what do we have here? How do I resist the urge to run around public square naked screaming? That's not how this works. Yes, it is hard. So, I think being patient is key, and understanding that many people are still interested in real evidence, but they've been misinformed. Bam. Quick question done. Were the Minoans indigenous to create... I mean, the idea of indigenous is very complicated. I'd say no. They migrated there. But they developed locally there over thousands of years. I don't really have a good answer to this. So I'm not going to go with that. You founded the R Grateful Dead? That's really cool. I got to give you that. That is friggin' cool. Here, wait. Why is my... There we go. I can live up here. That's really cool. I love the Grateful Dead. I just saw that Phil Lesh passed. That's a big shame. So okay, let's see. What's this question here? They're happy about the work. I appreciate that. Many people get sucked in. And psychedelics and all this stuff. Yes, that's a big issue. See if we can zoom in so people can see better. Here we go. Do I think it is for experts to enter and engage in fringe spaces on top of creating their own? Do you think some experts and educators have a tone that might put off people who are on the fence if they come off as combative, smug, or defensive? This is a very good question. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. But I think the best approach is a multi-vocal approach. There is no one way to teach everyone because everyone learns differently. You guys are going to get really annoyed if I just keep reading what I write, aren't you? Let me finish this up and tell them to check out my live stream. I address this in my live stream at, what time is it? 2 hours, 10 minutes in. Here is the link. Let's get the link. Yeah, so I think that this is really key. How do we address these kind of topics in a fringe space. These ideas exist in a space where people are not necessarily receptive to scholars, to academics, to people like that. And should we just be creating our own spaces? This is really key. How do we address these kind of topics in a fringe space? I don't know if you guys just heard me speaking on the YouTube, but that's okay. And so there's no real easy way to do this, because the reality is we want to try to educate everybody who's willing to listen. That's my goal here. I'm happy to talk with whoever is willing to listen to me and learn from me. I'm here to educate. I'm not here to have a debate. I'm not here to get in an argument. I'm here to share my experience, my expertise, to share the experience and expertise of my colleagues. And so it's like, yes, building our own spaces is absolutely imperative. And that's actually what this entire Real Archaeology event is about. If you're just tuning in, this is Real Archaeology. You should go check out real-archaeology.com, and you can see us trying to build that space. Oh, shit. Thank you, Dodo. Okay, so can everybody hear me better? Fuck. Yeah, I put my mic down. So, great. Somebody should have said something. I don't know how I sound. I can't hear myself. In fact, I can take this off and put my hat on now. At least until we have David come on. So, yeah, so... So thinking about this in a fringe space is really difficult. We need to build our own spaces. We're trying to be educational here. We're trying to explain what we do and how we do it. We're trying to teach people about what we do. And the only way people are going to really come across it is they have to come across it on our own perspective of how we do this, which means we have to directly communicate. If you've listened to me on this channel or read me on Twitter or elsewhere, I have huge issues with how archaeology is shown in the media, on documentaries, on social media, and whatnot. And so that's why I started speaking up. I became very dissatisfied about how our narratives can't get out. We have all these cool findings. You're hearing from different colleagues of mine. I hear this kind of stuff all day, every day. I read this kind of stuff all day, every day. I teach this stuff all day, every day. It's very familiar to me, and then when I see how archaeology is covered in the media, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? This has nothing to do with how archaeologists actually frame our own research. And so we have to definitely 100% build our own spaces. One second. Not right now. We have to 100% build our own spaces. That's absolutely the most important thing, so that we can get our narratives across as we intend them. But that said, I definitely think we also need to go into spaces where people are not used to seeing academics, because let's just be friggin' honest. If you find out I'm like a teacher, that's going to lower the likelihood of somebody clicking on my video or my Twitter thread or whatever, because a lot of the public thinks the teachers are fucking boring. And let's be honest, I am fucking boring. That's why there's only 110 of you here. No, I'm just joking. I think actually these live streams, they have like max like 150, 180 at a time, but then they actually get seen by thousands afterwards because they're recorded. And so I know that a lot of people actually come in and listen and want to actually get this kind of information directly from the source. And that's really good about social media. But we absolutely have to go in, and as somebody just put in, Hypatia, we have to invade these spaces. And that's why I went on Joe Rogan. That's why I went on other podcasts where they oftentimes have on more fringe-type people. And so I think it's important that we go ahead and address different audiences in different ways. And that's what I meant when I answered this question on Reddit. I hope they come and check out the answer as well. Where I said we need to be multivocal. I think there's a lot of different ways in which we can approach this. And yeah, sometimes experts will come off as combative, smug, or dismissive. Half of that is just how people want to see you and hear you. That's just the reality. It's going to be, it's just going to be how it is. Tony, you guys invade our space all the time. You're right here. Kiss my ass. If you're polite, I'm not going to kick you out. But I'm not going to be overwhelmed by trolls who don't know how to anything either. So that's just reality, because the spaces where this kind of stuff thrives is the actual media and actual entertainment like Netflix, and that outnumbers what I can do on my fucking YouTube channel, okay? Let's just be honest here about the reality of stuff. So yes, I think a multivocal approach, anything, everything, let's get out education to the people. Everybody who is willing and wants to listen. So, another question about the softer human experience of research. Certain places or facts fill people with a sense of transcendent awe. Any places like that you've been in person that make you feel deep emotions? Yes, many. Usually amazing landscapes are what does it for me. I have a video coming out in a week or so on the Oracle of Delphi and whether the Pythia was stoned on geological vapors. It's a lot about the magical landscape around Delphi. And yes, she might have been stoned on those vapors. So tune in. There we go. That was an easy one. No need for a long rant. I am a keen idiot. Okay. Used to be a conspiracy theorist. Doesn't have academic credentials. Now is a nerd. Very cool. I like that. All sorts of new finds. What can be done to make this stuff more accessible to the public and to the press? That's the question, I think. But it's rarely mentioned, yeah. So, I think my last question sort of answered this. I talked about a related question on my live stream, explaining how we all need to speak up. We all approach this from different perspectives, and we should all be shouting out how awesome real archaeology is. Check out around 2:10 to 2:20 in on my Saturday live stream that I did while filling out these questions. Okay, let's see what you guys have for me. Yes, I definitely think, Frank, that we need to avoid being snide and dismissive, but to be honest, sometimes we'll just be seen as snide and dismissive no matter what. That's just the reality of the world, because people come at it from their own different biases and perspectives. Me just having a PhD to some people means that I'm snide and dismissive. And that's why I constantly emphasize I'm here to talk to people who want to listen. If you don't want to listen to me, I don't know, sorry, then I'm not here to talk to you. I don't know what else to say. I'm here to share my experience and expertise. I'm not here to engage in an argument with every troll that comes around. And that's just the world. Debunk videos, Emma, definitely Milo. Check out David Miano. Check out me, I guess, now. There's a whole lot. Stefan Milo does some. Yeah, they're all out there. Check out everybody on real-archaeology.com. www.real-archaeology.com. Whole lot of great people that put out debunk videos and debunk podcasts and debunk blogs, as well as real information. Okay, is there a way to convince someone who's obsessed with it and likes my hat? Thanks about the hat. No, it's not easy. It's not easy. I think the key is to set context of real history and archaeology. Check out my Saturday live stream from today at about 2 hours, 20 minutes in, where I talk about this in more depth. There are no easy answers here, though. Okay, so how do you address this kind of stuff with people that, like, you know, in real life? I was at this QED con this last weekend, and I had a similar question to me. And it's not easy is the answer. It's really not very easy at all, because you're trying to speak to a friend or a family member, and you're trying to convince them that ancient aliens or Atlantis or whatever is just kind of hocus pocus. And thank you, really, Benji. Legal weed and getting high and listening to me, rock on. So there's these arguments going on in the chat. Oh my God, the internet's hilarious. So Lizzie D, I'm doing an Ask Me Anything on Ask Historians. It's fully moderated, and I'm trying to speak to people that want to learn from me. So, okay, so how do we deal with this in our actual ordinary lives? It's really hard, because if people are really caught up in a specific belief system, whether it's aliens or Atlantis or lizard people or any nationalist views on history and archaeology, it's really hard, because it's something that they have been misinformed on, accepted it as part of their identity and belief of the history of the world, and oftentimes because they've been told, well, historians don't want you to believe this, that makes the idea even more attractive and interesting to them and part of their sort of worldview. And so it's not easy. And so one thing that you have to do is you have to come at it from the side, okay? You can't just have a few zingers. I think this person on Reddit said, do I have 3 zingers? And it's like, no, there are no 3 zingers to be able to get that. Sometimes zingers work with some people. My favorite zinger, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. Let me throw this in my PowerPoint, and then I can put it up on the screen. This might be my favorite zinger for like aliens and like stuff like that. Let's see if we can get it in here. One second. I like to hum, I like to sing, you guys are stuck just listening to me. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I'm fucking crazy if you haven't realized. I am absolutely off the wall crazy. So this meme made by David Anderson is a fantastic zinger. It will work, Professor David Anderson at Radford is, I believe, the name of the university he works at. He's someone who actually got me into thinking about pseudoarchaeology in a more serious way. He doesn't address it as often on social media. He still gives lectures and writes about it, but he sort of retreated a little bit from the social media sphere. And this kind of meme, I think, is really important because it helps address this hyperdiffusionism, or this thing looks like that thing. Just because a few things look kind of similar in a common sense sort of way does not mean they're actually related. And so there are sometimes zingers that work, but to be honest, I don't think this kind of zinger or zingers in general work all that frequently. I think in general what we need to do is educate people and get them to start thinking about it in a more nuanced way. And in many ways the best way to do that is to come at it from an angle. If somebody believes in ancient aliens, don't talk to them about ancient aliens. Start talking to them about another topic in archaeology that can get across points in how archaeologists think about the past. So something that's less threatening and less wrapped up in their ideology of things, right? And so that's the key. And so you build the context of how archaeologists go about interpreting the past. What is archaeology? How can we see that in a safer period, let's say, where there's no worries about aliens, like, I don't know, medieval England, where nobody thinks the aliens built the castles. And so you can start by laying down some foundations, some foundational groundwork on how archaeology works, and then you can start bringing that to other areas until eventually, hopefully, they become more interested in real archaeology, and then you can maybe eventually start addressing their hang-up on ancient aliens. And so that, I think, is the best way to approach it, rather than having a zinger. Zingers are fun. We all know the fraudulent Facebook wall of shame. We all know Milo Rossi and his amazing debunking videos. They're phenomenal, and zingers, and I use them too, and you'll see me use some in the future, I'm sure. But if you're really trying to reach someone who you know in real life, that's not really the best way to have a conversation. Some people will be shocked by the humor and it'll get them to understand, but that's going to vary from person to person because, again, that multivocal approach is what's needed because everybody learns differently. And this comes from thinking about how to educate people in classrooms. We've learned over the years that people learn differently, so teachers now take many different approaches to the different ways in which people learn within a classroom. Okay, we have some questions among you guys. Can I post these memes on Twitter? They're in some of my Twitter threads already, MeatEater, but I will. Yes, I've read both of 1177 books, Dodo. Check out my interview with him on my YouTube. It's a really awesome interview. I've known Eric Klein for a while. Let's see. When you try to do a zinger, yeah. Well, Arendelle, I think it varies from person to person. Some people actually respond well to zingers. But yes, you can certainly shut down conversation. And yeah, starting with empathy, and developing context is important. Okay, I'm going to go back to Reddit now. I think. I'm going to try to go back to Reddit now. I'm smaller. There's Reddit. I'm probably too big still. There we go. So what's next? I already answered several different questions before I started the live stream on animal remains. So I hope that you guys, if you're interested in my thoughts on zooarchaeology, do it. So the Joe Rogan question, I saw this right beforehand. I have no idea if Joe will invite me back. I am happy sharing archaeology with whoever wants to listen, and I need to be sure that it would be an environment in which I could do that. There we go. Joe, if you want me to come back on, invite me, and don't try to get into some sort of argument with me, because that's not my goal. I don't feel like having some sort of argument. I feel like sharing actual archaeology. That is and has always been my goal. So if you do want me back on to do that to your audience, many of whom I think liked the kind of archaeology I shared on your show, get in touch. But I'm not there to get into some argument about whether I lied or not, because I really demonstrably did not lie. My entire field agrees with me. Okay. I doubt Joe Rogan will see that. That would be kind of funny, but I doubt it. Let's be honest. So, what is the current state of scholarship on what caused the Bronze Age collapse and who the Sea Peoples were? As I understand it, the consensus is volcanic activity triggering crop failures. The current consensus right now is more likely to be climate change. Check out my Saturday live stream at about 2 hours, 30 minutes, where I go into more depth. Great. So this is a fun question that relates to my own research. I'm not going to talk much about, thank you, Hypatia, about, what was I going to say, the Sea People. I should have Louise Hitchcock on at some point. I know her well. She studied a lot of the Sea People stuff. We talked about doing an interview. We'll do one at some point. I need help video editing, everybody. I'm so far behind on editing videos. Yoni is overwhelmed. We're trying to teach my brother how to do some video editing. If we want to get more videos out, I guess I need to do more live streams. They don't always need editing. What do you guys think about that? Well, let me answer this question first, and then we should have a discussion among those of you who are here about live streams and their effectiveness versus edited video. So thinking about the Bronze Age collapse. We now have a much clearer sense of some of the precipitating factors. And in particular, the new one that we're very, very confident of is that the climate changes in the Eastern Mediterranean. A couple hundred years, it starts changing a few hundred years before the collapse of the Bronze Age, and it gets even worse around the time of that Bronze Age, as people put in the interview I did with Eric Klein in his books, 1177 BC, are probably the best summaries for it. Especially his revised version of the initial 1177, and then the new sequel that he just published that I interviewed him on. So why do we think it's climate change? Well, for one, it looks like the climate's changing. We have, because of our interest in modern climate change, there's been a lot more research on ancient climate change. And so we have things like speleothems. You might know of them as stalactites and stalagmites. You know, those things that grow in caves from precipitating. The limestone dissolves, and then it reprecipitates into stalactites and stalagmites. Maybe I got those reversed. They're all speleothems, though. And those capture signals of precipitation, in a sense, because they're formed by the water dissolving the calcium carbonates into calcite and then reformed into calcites. The oxygen isotopes in them preserve information about precipitation and climate. And since they happen seasonally with rainfall recharge that is causing that dissolution and then crystallization, what that means is we can actually track these changes over time. So they are some of our highest resolution records of climate change in the past. And we now have many of these from the Mediterranean world from different kinds of caves. We also have things like cores in lakes or lagoons, sometimes on the seabed, that can capture aspects of the ecological system of that body of water. So diatoms, in a sense, they're microscopic organisms that lived in that lagoon or that lake or whatever. The different species of diatoms that exist are very sensitive to different climate and environmental regimes. And so by looking at how those show up in different layers on the bottom of a lake that get deposited over time, we can look at how the climate changes. Similarly, we can look at pollen. That's a little trickier for some reasons, but it also has a nice signature of changing vegetation around an area that can signify how climates and environments change. And now at this point, we have dozens, if not hundreds, of these kind of records, and there might be some that I'm even forgetting about. Tree rings are a good one. Tree rings, you know how you can count tree rings and that gives you a date? That's called dendrochronology. And so in a sense what it is during the season of rapid growth, you have all that growth that's white and then it slows down and it's black. So summer, winter, summer, winter, summer, winter. The ring is when it's growing slowly and that's your tree rings. But since this relates to the growth of a tree, it also captures signals about how much growth could happen in that year. So in a sense, it's a proxy for environmental shifts like rainfall and other aspects of climate. And so tree rings are another good proxy of this sort. And so we now have just a cumulative amount of evidence that demonstrates the climate changed. And I think this is really cool because it sort of lines up, especially if you squint a little bit, with the collapse of the Bronze Age. It starts earlier, it continues longer, so that's why I say if you squint a little. And that's where my own research comes in. And my own research as an environmental archaeologist who studies food production systems in the ancient Greek world, we can start thinking about, well, we see the climate changed, but that's not the same thing as today. Today, we actually have precipitation levels. We can count to the millimeter how much rain has fallen in different areas. And so we know how much rain is needed for crops and all this kind of stuff, and we can say, ooh, climate's changing in these ways that we have to adjust our agriculture and stuff like that. In the past, though, we don't have that precipitation amount. And so one of the big questions I had was working with a paleoclimatologist out of Sweden, Martin Finet. He's at Uppsala University, sorry. So he put together the climatological evidence, and then I put together the kind of food evidence. How do people produce food? And the big question we were trying to test is over the long period of this period of climate change where it gets drier, do we see people adapting how they raise animals, how they produce food? And the answer is yes. And in fact, they shift in ways that we would predict they would if it was getting so dry that it impacted their food production. And so they shifted from sheep to goats. Goats are better adapted toward the drier climate that was in existence at that time. And it took them in some sites hundreds and hundreds of years, so it took them time to recognize it. But they only did this shift in the areas where it's drier to begin with. So if you imagine Greece, it goes, for you guys, north to south like that, and there's a mountain chain that runs down the middle. And so the west side of the Greek peninsulas and Crete gets twice as much rainfall as the eastern portion. And these shifts in how they're producing food happen in the eastern areas. So it's clear that in those eastern areas where it was already drier, when the climate got drier, it impacted their food production in a way that was significant, and therefore it is very likely to assume that climate change had some sort of serious impact on civilizations, societies, at the end of the Bronze Age. And so it gets complex and all this kind of stuff, but it does look like that's probably one of the primary triggers that helped instigate the collapse of Bronze Age societies in the Eastern Mediterranean, which Eric Klein writes about in 1177, and he talks about how connected they are and interconnected and all these other influences that have these kind of knock-on effects that caused that major transition in culture and society at that time. So that's my answer. Cool. Questions here? Yes, I agree with you, Dave, and I think that stuff is really, really important. I think especially today, we have to look to the past and understand how this stuff has impacted human societies, and we have the ability to actually see this happening today, and we need to respond. Do we know how sophisticated archaic and classical Greek recipes were? Do we know? To some degree, we have some written down, and we can do residue analysis in pots, but that's a complicated question to answer. But it would mostly be stewing rather than grilling, based off of some of my evidence of looking at animal bones and whether they're charred or not, and based on the evidence we have from pottery. So yeah. Okay, I am going to head back to Reddit now and find another fun question to answer. You get to hear me sing. Don't you care? You better care. Where did the browser go? Did I close it? No. There we go. There we go. Hello. All right. I already answered this one. It was a really good one about references and stuff for how to combat pseudoarchaeology. You should go on this Ask Me Anything. It's moderated by a fantastic community. It promotes historians and scholars to communicate with people. I've narrowed down my questions to just a few. So you have 3 complicated questions for me, Lincoln the Duck. Thank you. Do I think the extent of damages by early archaeological pioneers, so Schliemann, yeah, Schliemann in Anatolia. That's a tough question. This one I kind of already answered. Jesus, these are 3 completely different questions. I'm going to pass. I might return to it. Let me think. Historical fiction. I actually don't read enough historical fiction. I really should. I actually try to write some, but that's probably why it's not very good, because I don't read it very much. So I don't have a good answer on that. I know there's some really good authors, but I will forget them because I'm thinking about archaeology right now. I feel bad. All right. I want to thank you for all the work you've done. Thank you. The amount of preparation. 2 silly questions. I like silly questions because I wear a silly hat, right? It works. It's kind of cool. How I've dealt over time with being an archaeologist, the son of an archaeologist named Flint, and the Borge Binford Dibble debate. Okay, I'll answer this on here. Why not? Great questions about my pops. Basically, I always went by Flint. I chose classical archaeology because he was an anthropologist, and therefore none of my professors ever heard of him. So I felt I could make my own career not in his shadow. 2 Boards v. Binford v. featuring Dibble. I talk about it on my live stream, my Saturday, at 2 hours, 40 minutes. Check it out. Okay. This is fun. This is like my family history here, man. Let's get back to here. So, the Boards v. Binford debate. I have the perfect stuff right here. So, artifact number 1. Stone tool, a point, like a spear point, right? Artifact number 2. Stone tool, spear point. Looks very different, right? Artifact number 3. Stone tool, spear point. Still looks different. We have 3 different artifacts here. Number 4, stone tool, unclear, maybe a spear point. Looks different. Okay, what do these different artifacts mean? That is the crux of what's known as the Boards versus Binford debate. They were both people who studied hunter-gatherers in different areas of the world. Francois Bordes was a French archaeologist. He studied the French Paleolithic, so we're talking Neanderthals and early humans who end up entering into the area of France. Louis Binford was an American archaeologist who studied hunter-gatherers in America and also did ethnography. Sorry, my Zoom went weird. I need to keep it open for other people for my next conversation. So Louis Binford, an American archaeologist, studied hunter-gatherers in Americas, and he also observed modern cultures and how they used stone tools and how they butchered animals and stuff like that. What just fell? I'll get that in a second. I don't know why anything just fell. Who knows? So the whole crux of this is actually at the core of how to interpret archaeology. So in a sense, for a long time, what people interpreted was different style of artifact means different types of people. They represent different cultures. Look, Americans wear baseball hats. Archaeologists wear these kind of hats. The kind of hat you are signifies who you are. You belong to a different identity, a different cultural group, right? So this is pretty simple and easy to understand. When you look around the world, you see that French people eat French food, they drink coffee, and they like croissants. British people eat British food, they drink tea, and they like biscuits, okay? Scones or whatever. So, you know, who we are as a culture, we see this manifested in the material culture, the kinds of artifacts we have. And that's the Francois Bordes perspective. A different set of stone tools at one site means a different group of people that act in a different cultural way. Binford said, actually, wait a second, Bordes. I've been studying the Nunavut in far North America, and what I see is there's a kill site where they hunt prey. They butcher parts of it there, then they take some of that stuff to a camp where they cut it up some more. And the type of stone tools that show up at these different sites are different, but they're still the same group of people that are producing them. So really, the type of stone tools that we're seeing at a site has to do with function. It doesn't have as much to do with culture. It has to do with what the people are doing there. And that's what's called a functionalist approach. The first one's called a cultural historical approach. I'm teaching this right now too, so it's perfect timing. It's a cultural historical approach, thinking that different types of artifacts reflect a different culture. And then there's the functionalist approach, where different types of artifacts reflect the function that they had. And then my dad, that's why it's featuring Dibble, came around and said, well, yeah, both of these are true, especially when you think about the world. Both can be true. But there's something else we're not thinking about, which is with stone tools, what we're seeing is a process over time. We see this is the blank, which a flint knapper then uses to create this. This gets used, you hunt a few caribou with it, you butcher a few more caribou, it gets dull, you sharpen it by taking off a few more notches around it, and you turn it into something like this. You've reduced it. Now you use it some more, you need to sharpen it again, you whack a few more pieces off, and you turn it into something like this. And this is what's called the theory of reduction. And what we're seeing is tools being rejuvenated. They have a life cycle to them, or an object biography is another way that archaeologists conceptualize this. And so what we see at a site sometimes, we see pencils of different lengths. Well, they're all just part of the continuum, the life cycle of being a pencil. And so we need to think about artifacts and stuff in this more nuanced way as well. And so we're at this point where we understand that material culture, meaning artifacts, the ways in which we interpret them are all extremely complicated. And we need to understand the context within which they're interpreted. That's why my very first live stream, my big archaeology episode, was about you can't use common sense to interpret archaeology. This is my big point here by doing this kind of public engagement, is to say, We need expertise experts who have experience in the field, who also know the history of the field in these kind of debates, because these kind of debates inform us on different ways in which we can approach the past and which ones work in different kinds of contexts. So that is that debate. There we go. Cool. Yes, lots of jokes in the live chat. I'm going back to Reddit. Here we go. And we have about 12 minutes till David jumps on. I am Jacobus Caesar's hero. Thank you. I appreciate it. Someone with a master's degree. Have I learned anything to offer advice? I think the key is for us all to speak up. Speak up wherever and whenever you can. Ping me on social media and I'll boost you, as I'm sure others will too. I strongly believe in this multivocal approach that I've been talking about. I think that the more we all speak up, the better off we are at getting our points across to the public. So yeah. I know that's a simple answer, but let's keep going on. Human sacrifice at Istros. I'm not too familiar with this. Sorry. I've already answered this one. How is it ensured people don't pocket fines for their own gain? Well, you're very rarely alone and unobserved with material, unless you have a position where you've demonstrated trust. Archaeology is collaborative, and materials are documented immediately, so we can check the chain of where it's gone and who's handled it. Yeah, that's probably the simplest answer to that one. Shows like Time Team. Love Time Team. Don't know the others. I already talked about some of that climate change stuff. I might return to that one. It's an interesting one. I gotta be picky and choosy now. This one's all about Atlantis. Do I want to go into Atlantis now? I don't know. I'm also not too familiar with this argument about the Plato's Academy thing. It could be, I don't know. Not something I know too well, even though I work in Athens. That's not the kind of scholarship that I follow too much. If I had a time machine, it's a cool question. It's the kind of question I get all the time. I don't think I'll ever have a time machine, so I don't really obsess with it. I guess just anywhere in ancient Greece because I study it, but I'd probably be killed. We all would. Believe in what you're doing. People will pick your personality traits. I think it's important to take back that sort of science. What do you find to be the greatest single discovery in the 21st century? I've sort of talked about this already on my earlier live streams for this. I think it's more methods rather than discovery. So it would be some of the important scientific methods that have grown up recently, from ancient DNA to soil micromorphology to interpreting stable isotope ratios. They've thrown everything we know into much higher resolution. Maybe I'll return to that and give some examples. I'll think about it. We just had a great example on DNA though, so I'm not sure. How do I think? Public education, Milo Rossi, yes, he's great. Gives them air of legitimacy, and go on the offensive. I fully agree. I talk about this on my Saturday live stream at about 2 hours, 50 minutes. Okay, so I think that this is the entire point. I think we need to be careful about amplifying some of this stuff because there's been a lot of research into misinformation that demonstrates that amplifying it can actually have the opposite impact. We can spread it further. And so I think we need to be very cognizant of that when we address misinformation and pseudoscience. And so we need to work out ways in which we don't necessarily name the source always. It's so easy to just dunk and make someone look like a fool, but you really are amplifying them. And so we do want to be a little careful about these kind of things. A lot careful. But at the same time, we definitely need to engage because this stuff is so popular now. It has a much larger platform. If I was a pseudoscientist, I'd have a lot more people watching me right now, I'm sure. Let's just be very honest. And so I think we definitely have to go out there and address stuff. We have to be, and the key is I think we need academia to start rewarding this kind of stuff. And we need to do this in a way that's informed by misinformation research. So like I said, the oxygen of amplification, check it out. It's a really important article and series of documents that demonstrates the problems with amplifying misinformation. At the same time, there's lots of information out there on positive ways we can engage, and I've talked about these in the past. Pre-bunking, so instead of just debunking by repeating stuff, instead start by pre-bunking it. Real archaeology is a perfect example. Really, pre-bunking just means education. We're teaching people the context of how we do stuff. At the same time, there's the truth sandwich approach, and I've taken this in several different situations. I took that on Joe Rogan. My introduction was about what archaeology does, how it does it. Then I started debunking some of the points that Hancock makes, and throughout I kept moving back towards what the actual archaeology actually says. That's creating a truth sandwich. Truth, some debunking, truth. I did that with my Göbekli Tepe video, the interview with Lee Clare. We were addressing misinformation that had been put out there into the press and on YouTube and elsewhere, and we never named the source of that misinformation, and we created a truth sandwich. We started off with, why is Göbekli Tepe so awesome? From the perspective of the person who knows the most about it in the world, the field director of the site, who works for the German Archaeological Institute. And so it's like, that's a great hook. We have the person who knows the most about Göbekli Tepe talking about what's so cool about it. Okay, so we get out the big picture. Then, in the middle of the conversation, we addressed all that misinformation. The olive trees were planted by the farmer who was there beforehand, who owned the land before it was expropriated. Excavations are still going on. In fact, they're going on right now. History from Kaylee just showed a video of excavations going on at Göbekli Tepe just a few days ago. Like, this is just misinformation. And so we addressed all those points, and then we returned to it with, all right, what's the new picture? What's your latest up-to-date research, Professor Clare? And then he got to talk about some of his latest up-to-date research. So go watch that video. It's a perfect example of a truth sandwich. And so I think we need to be taking the kind of lessons from people who study misinformation online, and as scholars and educators and people who want to speak up, applying them to our discourse in the social media and media environment. So that's where we go. Let's get back to Reddit for 5 more minutes, and let me make sure that David will be joining me, I imagine. I haven't really heard from him. So I don't know, 1 second, it was my phone that fell, so I'll be just right back. I am right back. So has David been in touch? Let's see. Nothing yet. Okay, I will. Well, we'll see if he joins the Zoom. If not, I'll just keep doing this until we get Marijke on, and we'll chat and share some archaeology. But I imagine he'll come on. Let me just make sure my Zoom is set up really quickly. One second, maybe that's him. Oh, in fact, David just got in touch, yes. At the hour's fine, man. Let's do one last quick question. Jinga Jinga. Let's go back to our live stream browser. Okay. Big fan. Historicity of a person. Oof. That is a complicated question. Maybe I'll return to that after I do my last interview because I like that question and it's something I really care about. Stuff on Facebook, they think I'm hilarious. Good. I have some really good answers here, by the way, on zooarchaeology. This part 1 here was my first answer I gave before all the other questions came in. It's really, I think, a cool, concise summary of the field of zooarchaeology. And go on this AMA on Reddit and check it out because it's really cool. I'm sure I'll present on it at times later on. This is one I already answered. I'm silent on Tartaria. You're a moderator here? I think he's being joking. I hope he is, or she, because, yeah. Being taken seriously in pseudoarchaeology is very late. All of it? All of it, basically. Check out my live stream at 2 hours, 55 minutes. All right, so last question. So, stuff that's taken seriously in pseudoarchaeology that comes from unserious fiction. That's actually quite a lot of pseudoarchaeology. So, Atlantis comes from a philosophical allegory that was presented as a fictional story by Plato to the Athenians. Then, guess what happens? It doesn't become pseudo-archaeology first. It actually becomes, again, explicit fiction. The first sort of retelling of the Atlantis story in a more modern context after America was found and before people started associating America as Atlantis and stuff like that, was a fictional book by Francis Bacon called The New Atlantis. And in this, Francis Bacon set up what would become the pseudo-archaeological narrative. So he set up this idea, not from Plato. So in Plato, Atlantis was a dystopia, not a utopia. It did not have advanced technology. It was not superior. It was just a pretty cool, powerful city-state that fought Athens. Okay? Athens was the ideal story in that dialogue told by Critias and Plato. And as well, there were no survivors. There were no survivors at all who taught technology or any of this kind of stuff. There was no global reach to it. It was just a single city-state. In Francis Bacon's The New Atlantis, it's a fictional story, 100% set up as fictional. And what it is there's this survivors of Atlantis that lived in an island off the Pacific, and they controlled human prehistory and history and shared technology and stayed hidden until some Europeans found them. And that fictional story of these survivors, and it was a utopia, as a utopia with advanced technology and sharing it with people, that then over the next few centuries becomes the pseudo-archaeology that we all know and love. Same thing with ancient aliens. All this kind of stuff starts off as fiction and then becomes pseudo-nonfiction. And so this is really, really common, and I think we'll see more of this, especially with AI. We have examples. I think Milo Rossi in his latest video on Philip Zieba, he showed how AI created images that were intentionally created as fiction were then appropriated by people who pretended they were nonfiction. This is just super freaking common. And it's unfortunate because I love fiction and I don't want to regulate fiction and I don't think we should regulate fiction, but this sort of transition is something that happens and we need to pay attention to. Okay, so now, Plato's version does not have survivors, Tony. Go read Plato. I don't know what else to tell you. Go read it. Let's see, has David arrived yet? David is not here. There are no survivors in Plato. Are you kidding me? The story ends with Zeus destroying the island. It gets cut off right there. He's about to destroy the friggin' island. There's no survivors in the least in Plato, either in the Timaeus or the Critias. You don't know what you're talking about. That does not start until the 17th century with Francis Bacon in The New Atlantis. But whatever. Go ahead and believe your common stuff. Where is David? Ah, there he is. Cool. Let us get started. Admit him. Hello, hello. Let me get you set up.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get on my headset, aren't I? Bye hat. If you give me some super thanks, I'll throw my hat on. Hey, can you hear me? Or you're muted.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just echoing like crazy because I'm hearing his too.
Oh, well then turn off the YouTube.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
Hey.
All right.
And put your camera on, I guess. If you want to. You don't have to.
Definitely will have the camera on. There we go. Now we got it.
And you should appear there. Yeah, there you are.
Cool.
Cool. How's it going, man? It was good to see you again.
Yeah, it's good. Good to see you too. Sorry, I just like had a crazy morning. How are you doing?
I've been streaming now for 3 hours, I guess. Yeah, I had on Holly Walters, and we talked about shaligrams. So they're ammonites that are worshipped. That's not the right term, but turned into ritual objects in the Himalayas. And they're also traded, unfortunately, as fossils, and that's sort of ripping up parts of these people's cultures. Some of them were taken out of temples and stuff like that. And then I talked with Dr. Hannah Moots, and Holly's also a doctor, about ancient DNA in the Roman world. And then I started answering some questions on Reddit while live streaming, because I am doing an Ask Me Anything on Reddit right now as well. So it's a busy day. And trying to follow all the real archaeology. There's so much of it. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, man. It seems to be a good turnout from everything that I saw.
Yeah, I think so. I think we have all these different people putting out stuff, and I think it's all really making some noise. I'll be interested to count up like a week later how many views and how many hours viewed and all that kind of stuff that we have, because it'll be a lot. There should be a significant number overall throughout everybody. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I saw the list of people, way more people than I thought originally signed up, and yeah, thanks for organizing all this.
They kept streaming in up until like 2 days ago, so we've been. I don't even think we have everything on the website because we just kept getting too many requests, and it's like, and people then wanted to change their topics, and it's like, guys, we have like 60 of us presenting like 100 different things. Like, it's not that instant. So I think we'll do it again. It was, if you remember in our first meeting preparing it, I was like, it's just going to be big and messy, and it'll be fun. And I think that's what we're hitting, and that's the important part, right, is to do all that. And I hope we'll do it again. I hope we do. I think it's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe plan it out a little better, but I still think big and messy is the way to go. If we're just too rigorous or too, I don't know, too structured, then things might go wrong, and then it matters. If we're not too structured, then it's just a bunch of stuff out there, and it's like, cool, we have a bunch of stuff out there, right?
That's kind of my philosophy with this stuff. You just gotta pull the trigger and do it and figure it out once you start doing it.
Yeah, that's why I also wanted to just do it quickly, just as a proof of concept. And I think we've done it. I think we've proved the concept, and we can continue moving forward and make it bigger. So okay, so let's talk about some dogs, right? I think you have a dog in your background somewhere, right?
He is wandering around. That's why I unblurred the background. Hopefully he'll join. But don't worry about the rowing machine. Do you know Robert Kelly? Or like of Robert Kelly?
Maybe refresh me. It's a common name, so.
Hunter-gatherer archaeologist. He wrote The Foraging Spectrum.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of The Foraging Spectrum, so sure, yeah.
Anyway, I'm house sitting in his house right now, so these are all his these are his wife's books, and the other room is like his books. So I look smarter than I am.
Oh, come on, you're a smart dude. Come on.
Well, I appreciate it. The live streaming going good. You got good questions and stuff too before we dig in?
Yeah, we've had a whole bunch of stuff. Meat Eater just gave me IDR 20,000. I don't know what the hell that currency that is, but thank you. And he said, "Oh my God, are you guys both long lost twin brothers?"
No, it's the beard and the glasses.
Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, we're definitely long lost twin brothers. We actually never met in person. David invited me on his podcast a few weeks ago, and we had a really good conversation. And so that's actually the first time we met over Zoom. And then I guess we sort of met in the planning meeting for Real Archaeology, but that involved like 20 of us.
Right.
And then we had our recording, and then now this is the second time. We've never met in person, so but we're both zooarchaeologists, and so in that sense we have a lot in common. Yeah, and so Okay, so you're a zooarchaeologist. You're into dogs. What got you into dogs?
Yeah, man. Well, obviously I love dogs my whole life, but I was a history major, then I took an anthro class. It was like a 101 class, and I realized this is exactly what I want to study, not just like history. Um, and then I transferred from UT Chattanooga to UT Knoxville, and Knoxville has that big anthro department because of the forensic lab there. And I took a zooart class, and I liked stone tools. I was digging at Topper and all those places, but we watched in the zooart class a thing about dog domestication and like why there's dog burials and stuff in the South. And I kind of just was like, oh, no one studies that specifically. Let me go to school for that. And then here I am.
There you go. That's cool.
Yeah.
And so wait, you have your master's in zooarchaeology or undergrad? I don't remember.
I have a master's.
Okay,
Yeah,
you have a
it's in
master's, yeah.
anthropology.
Anthropology, but you were focusing on zooarchaeology. And so have you also done commercial archaeology doing zooarchaeology? I forget. I'm sorry. We talked about
Yeah,
this.
I've done
Okay.
CRM. I was a curator for a while. Now I do my own stuff.
Yeah, okay. And so I guess you went very viral with a lecture on dogs, is that right?
Yeah, that
So
my
wait,
Instagram.
what's your
Yeah.
at on YouTube? Check out David at
David Ian Howe. Yeah.
David Ian Howe is your handle on all these different sites, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So check him out on all of those sites on YouTube, on Instagram. Those are your two main ones, or do you have any others?
TikTok I don't use too much, but yeah, Instagram and YouTube are my big ones.
Okay. Somebody said they want to
Yeah.
have my baby. Yoni, you have competition. No, I'm joking.
That's awesome. The RR show.
So yeah, check him out. So you had this. So tell me about that lecture that went super viral.
Yeah. So like most guest lectures, I think my friend was too hungover to do his class. And he was like, "Do you want to lecture for me?" And I said, "Sure." So I did that, and then we moved it to a bigger auditorium so I could put the camera on me. And I had done this lecture like probably 10 times before that, so I like kind of honed it and got what was funny and what wasn't and all that. And then and like obviously what works. Did that, recorded it, and then at first I didn't plan to put the whole lecture up. I just wanted the clips to put on Instagram. And then I realized, like, as I'm going through just doing sections of clips, why don't I just string this as a whole lecture, put that on Instagram or on YouTube. And like the next morning I woke, and my videos usually did like 1,000 views max. And then the next morning I woke up and I had like 400,000 views on it.
Wow, in one day, jeez.
Yeah, it was crazy. I think it was like over a week, but yeah, just like one of the nights it just shot up.
Huh.
And then I got interviewed by CNN and NPR and stuff, and it was, yeah, just like I did not expect that from a like random lecture I gave.
And is that what started you off on, like really starting to pay more attention to doing this kind of public engagement about dogs and other archaeology topics?
Yes and no. Like I was Ethnocynology is my Instagram account, and I always had that for like since 2018, and was growing, and that's what pushed me to do the lecture, like to finally put it out there, because all of my information on Instagram had kind of come from researching that lecture over the years. But once I put that on YouTube, that's when I got really serious about YouTube and was like, okay, I need to do more stuff for this, and got me more into that, if that makes sense. But
okay,
yeah, the clips on Instagram did insanely well. One specific clip was like about Mesoamerican mythology. And this page called Hip Latina shared it, which is like a big Latina culture page. And I got like 50,000 follows like the next day, something crazy.
Huh. I was wondering about your Instagram. So would you do more Instagram clips or more of your podcast and YouTube now? What are you focused on?
The thing that does best, unfortunately, is like those cutout memes that I make. And like they're funny and I like making them. It's just like I put so much effort into like the clip I made with me and you took me like probably an hour.
Yeah.
But then I can make one of those little memes like literally like in the bathroom if I wanted to, and then post it. And then it does like numbers the next day. But the thing that does the best is those clips from the lecture, and that those do the best.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe I need to clip my stuff better. Because I haven't done that. We haven't done that at all. It always takes so
Yeah.
much work, man. Okay,
Yeah.
so what do you want to share about dogs? What's your favorite dog story? Well, we can swap dog stories here. Is what I figured we'd do. We each have some, I'm sure.
Sure. Like archaeological dog stories or just stories about dogs in general, or?
Let's go with archaeological, given the audience. But if you have a story about dogs in general, you could also splice one of those in.
Yeah. I did see a question here. It said, how did David get CRM opportunities?
Yeah.
My biggest advice I always give people is get your master's at least.
Thanks, Carl.
And every opportunity I've had, like since graduating, has been because of that master's, but you can do CRM without a master's for sure. Just everybody needs field techs, and then you go up from there. I don't know if you have any advice for that too, but
for CRM, no, I've never done CRM. I've worked with CRM
okay.
people, but I've never actually done any archaeology in America. I've always worked on European contexts, or I was in Egypt on a dig, or yeah. And so so most of my work is in Greece, or when I grew up in France with my dad. And so I've never done any American archaeology at all, because my degrees were in classics, not anthro. As I was answering right before you came on, I specifically went into classics because my dad was prominent among anthropology, so I didn't want to be, just some faculty brat where I'm learning from people who know who my dad is, and nobody in classics knows who the hell my dad is. Now they do because of me. In fact, I remember my dad saying that a couple years before he passed. He's like, the strangest thing happened at the SAAs. Someone came up and they said, I know you because of your son. And so I was still a grad student at the time. I was like, that's fucking cool. He loved it. And so if he was still around, he'd get a lot more of that now, I imagine.
Yeah.
But that's why I went into classics. And so my goal was to sort of take that scientific approach and bring it to the classical world. Hence why I do zooarchaeology in that area.
Man.
But no real good CRM advice. I mean, I can give generic stuff, but it's not real advice from experience.
Sure.
So,
yeah. I'll answer the dog question, but the masters, and then know people, or like if you're in undergrad, don't burn any bridges with people. Like make friends with everybody, because they're the people that will come up and be like, hey, we have a job, and you're like, you'll want to follow up with that. I mean, you can burn bridges with people if you want, but I haven't seen that work out too well. But dogs, let's see. I would say my favorite thing that I've learned through doing all this research, because I would pour through like ethnologies of Native Americans here, and then like people in Australia and stuff. And it seems like in most world mythology, dogs have some kind of association with death, or like an afterlife kind of thing. If you think of like Anubis or the three-headed dog, is it Cerberus in Greece and stuff?
yeah, of course, yeah.
And that's something that like, especially like you were talking about on Rogan, like recognizing patterns in archaeology and like science. That was like a pattern I noticed for sure going through all this research. That dogs are just an afterlife thing, and then especially in ancient Mexico too. So yeah, I would say that's really cool. And I didn't know this, and I learned it. When you die in Mexican mythology, dogs that you were kind to in your lifetime help you cross over into the first layer of the underworld. There's 9 lands of the dead, and the first one's called the land of the dogs. Dogs help you cross the river because you can't swim it, or for some reason. And then through the 9 lands of the dead to get to the last one, the dog, like any dog that you've loved in your lifetime or cared for, will help you go through the 9 lands of the dead. So I thought that was really cool.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really thought about that too much, but it is apt to some of my own studies of dogs, in the sense that, so yes, you have some of these mythological things, but of course, they're oftentimes difficult to apply to archaeological remains, let's say.
Yeah.
But what's interesting, of course, is that most of the dogs you study come from mortuary, funerary context, right? And so, so many, because in ancient Greece, dogs were sometimes eaten. So you do have some butchered dogs in food waste, but it's not a common food stuff. It's an uncommon one. You do occasionally get these weird sacrificial contexts with lots of dogs in them. There's this, I have a Twitter thread. I really should turn it into a video. It would be a really, really good video. One of the things I need to do is turn some of my best Twitter threads into videos, because they'll go fucking viral. And But this one, there's this well in Athens called the Agora Bone Well. So the Agora is downtown Athens. And called the Bone Well because when they excavated it like 80, 90 years ago, I think it was about 80 years ago, there was just full of bones, chock-a-block full of bones. And what those bones were was a mixture of several dozen, maybe over 100 dogs, and then over 100 infants, humans.
Yeah.
And so it was very clearly, for a long time, people thought it was human sacrifice. But the book just came out. Mariah Liston and Lynn, she's the one who studied the human remains, and Lynn Snyder studied the dog remains, and Susan Rotroff studied all the pottery. And it's a phenomenal book, and it really convincingly demonstrates that what this is this is an example of infant mortality. We can tell from the ages and sexes of the infants that it lines up very well with what we'd expect for natural infant mortality in a pre-modern society. And so what we need to not imagine is human sacrifice. Instead, this is a ritual involved with mourning your deceased infant child. And so part of that involved sacrificing these dogs. And these dogs, the study's really cool, is that they were all mostly stray dogs. They were like the feral city dogs. They all had nasty pathologies. They did not live easy lives. So nobody was sacrificing their pets in this scenario. It was the sort of Athenian street dogs that were being sacrificed. And so that kind of detailed approach to studying the bones can help us then understand this kind of ritual, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
But even then, it still has this association with death, which is what you're talking about. I never really put this two and two together. I'm thinking this through right now, where it's like, except for the butchered dogs I've seen in food contexts, everything else is a context that does have to do with death. It's a cemetery context, or it's this kind of sacrificial context where it's mourning. And so you're onto something. I hadn't thought about that. Good call.
Yeah, man. Up and down the Mississippi River, like all the Mississippian sites, tons of dog burials. Probably the most in the world, I think. And then Vancouver Island has quite a bit. And then ancient Mexico, for sure. There's an apartment complex that got built in Mexico City. And underneath it was just, again, 3 stray dogs that didn't seem to have any funerary objects with them, but they were buried properly. Which kind of leads to that, like, it's still in Mexican culture, too. Like, you're supposed to treat street dogs well because of those superstitions and all that. But yeah, you can see that reflected archaeologically with how they cared for the dog burials and things. And there's tons of dog burials in Siberia around Lake Baikal for some reason. Like, they're buried with cow heads put underneath them and stuff. No idea why. But my, archaeological thought would be it's just the first non-human animal that humans, like, put that funerary rite onto, or like they start to bury them. Because you're not burying like possums and stuff like that. You're burying dogs.
Yeah.
And then later on, cats and horses too. But yeah, it has some, whatever the close connection with dogs and humans are, it's something with that. And you can see that archaeologically.
Yes, I agree. And I think that that's interesting also. You're right. It's very early that we start seeing this kind of dog burial. And later on, even in the Roman period, we start having like pet cemeteries. And I'm lagging. 1 second. I'm going to disappear from you for a second. I need to constantly refresh this.
Yeah, you're good.
And then I should be back. It's still kind of lagging. Let me close
it. Might be part of my internet, but...
No, it's me. My
Okay.
computer
I'm out in the
sucks.
mountains.
My computer sucks. Here, I'm going to make it so you can't see me again for a second.
Okay.
Because that seems to clear it up. The problem is as I've learned, I can't just end the live stream. If I end it on OBS, then I have to start a new one, and then I have to move everybody over, and that's like herding cats. And so I as soon as I can raise enough money, send some super thanks my way so I can buy a nicer computer. This is the computer we could afford for video editing, and it's not good enough for live streaming. So we definitely, my computer's 4 years old, so I really need a new one. This is Yoni's computer, which she uses for video editing, since she does all of her video editing, and it's like, whew, doing YouTubing is expensive.
Yeah, it adds up for sure.
Yeah.
You get lights and tripods and camera. Yeah, it adds.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, and then people are like, but your audio sucks. Like, I'm not going to listen to you, or et cetera. It's like, dude, I'm just trying to share my experience and knowledge here. Like, that's like what I'm trying to do. And but this is the world we live in, right? The people that are really good at this, they've set the standards up really high for everybody else, and it's just like, fuck. Why are these people so good? I got to this.
Yeah, I mean, once you get to a certain point, you get a producer and editor, and then it becomes
professional.
Like, yeah, really good. And then people like you and me are sitting here like, how do I do that? But yeah, dogs on your end. What other kind of stuff have you seen?
Yeah, so some of the butchered dogs have been fun. Part of the thing is I'm having problems with that. Let me see. Let me load this Twitter thread. Let's test you. Let's test you. This isn't my research. This is, I don't know, Michael McKinnon at all?
No.
Okay, he's a zooarchaeologist. He is in Canada. Why am I blanking on where he is? Winnipeg. That's where he is. And he was one of the zooarchaeologists that trained me a long time ago. And really, really nice guy. Really smart dude. Very, very cool person. Let me get this up. And this was one of my very first Twitter threads I ever wrote. And I need to put this into a video for sure. It's the story of the... Wait, I want you here and not me. Because you're going to teach us.
Yep.
We're going to put you on the spot, man. Let's get rid of me now. Okay. So we're going to scroll through this thread, and you're going to tell me what's going on and seeing if this can be an effective way to teach dogs. So today's classical zooarchaeology thread, I wrote this 6.5 years ago, is on the Yasmina dog, my favorite Roman dog, published by Michael McKinnon and Kyle Belanger. It's a sad story with a sort of happy ending. This dog is from the Yasmina cemetery outside of Rome and Carthage. Rome destroyed Carthage and salted her fields in 146 BC, but in 49 BC the city was refounded by Julius Caesar. The grave, from the 3rd century AD, included an adolescent who was 10 to 15 years old and an elderly dog who was 15 to 18 years old. So the dog was older than the adolescent. The dog was tiny, very small, only 20 to 21 centimeters at the withers. This small size led the zooarchaeologists to suggest this was like a Maltese dog. Not necessarily our modern Maltese breed, but what was called a Maltese in the past in Roman times were these little tiny lap dogs. So yeah, Maltese dogs were a tiny breed of ancient lapdog, known from ancient Greek texts, vases, statues, gems, and tombstones. In Greek, they were nicknamed Nanoudion, which meant little dwarf, and they had a squeaky little bark, is how they were described in literary sources. And they're often shown with children on gravestones, like Melisto. This is Melisto. Her gravestone is in the Harvard Museum, I think, the Harvard Art Museum, and there's one of these little dogs. So when the Yasmina dog died, it was, quote, not healthy, but lived with a variety of dental and skeletal ailments for quite some time. This was the dog from the phrase, sick as a dog. That's my own joke there. I know you might not consider yourself a zooarchaeologist, though I hope David does, but can you see what's wrong with its skull? Look closely, something's not right. So, let's give the audience a moment to look at it and see if they can figure it out. So this is the side view of the cranium. Here it is from the bottom.
Oh, Zoom froze. There we go. I can see it on the other one.
What froze? On your Zoom or?
Zoom froze for a second. Now it's caught up. I can see the skull. Yeah. Do you want me to answer this, or is this for the audience to answer?
Well, let's give them a second to look at it, but then I'm going to put you on the spot and tell me what's going on. What's going on here, buddy?
I need to see the top of it again, but right now the zygomatics aren't connected to the
it's probably just damage.
Yeah. I see the bottom of it.
I'm using these two views to key you in.
Okay.
What is missing, my friend?
Well, there's teeth missing.
Yeah, and do you see space where teeth could have gone?
Let's see. No, there's no sockets in the mouth. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. This dog lost its teeth well before she died. And in fact, the bone, there was resorbed into bone in the sockets. And so there were no teeth, and she survived that way. In fact, So yeah, you can see this. There's no teeth. While sometimes teeth fall out after death, if you zoom in on the jawbone, you can see these teeth were lost a long time ago. Bone had grown over the tooth sockets. This poor little doggy didn't have a single tooth in her upper jaw when she died. Not a single one. And in her bottom mandibles, she only had a total of 3 teeth left in her lower jaws, which weren't very healthy either. 2 examples of, I should have quizzed you. Do you see the abscess here?
It's still loading, I think, but where your mouse is?
Yeah, over here with this one, the second one. Do you see it now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just had the wrong image up. But so yeah, there's only 3 different teeth left in the mandibles, and so they were not very healthy either. 2 examples of abscesses, one associated with calculus buildup on the large tooth in the left mandible, which we're looking at, and no upper teeth meant no friction to naturally clean her teeth either. So this dog was not very happy. Okay, they continue. Practically all, this is a quote from the article, practically all limb articulations in the Yasmina dog are disfigured due to osteoarthritis. Both eburnation and porosity are present on most articular surfaces, while osteophytes surround the periphery of the joint margins in multiple cases. For people who don't know what these are, eburnation is where you lose the cartilage and your bones grind together and they polish them up. Osteophytes is where you're growing extra bone due to arthritis or other conditions. And then let's look at the pelvis. What is going on with this pelvis, David? This is your test.
Currently the last thing I see is a dog jumping for cabbage on a table.
It'll come up in a sec.
Okay.
I promise. It'll catch up.
Let's see. Oh, there it's scrolling. Let's see. The what do you call it? The occipital, or not occipital. What do you call that? The acetabulum there is all messed up.
Yeah, in fact, do you notice how it looks like there's 2 acetabula?
Yes, it does. Like there's 2 craters in it. Oh, there we go. Now I can see it.
So, now you can see it. Good. So what happened was basically that this dog dislocated its hip. The ball joint of the femur never reset in the pelvis, in the acetabulum of the pelvis. This is the socket here, the hole here is called the acetabulum for everybody. And so it ground a new acetabulum into the hip bone.
Eesh.
So this dog was not a healthy dog. It dislocated its hip at some point. It never set properly. The ball joint of the femur ground a new socket into the pelvis. Ouch, ouch, ouch. She would not have been very. Dog. She would not have. But this has a happy ending. Give it a second. Let's bring it home. Let's bring it home. Okay. I can get rid of the browser now. I can just read it now. Let me get myself up. Hello. Let's tell the happy part of this story. So she would not have been agile. Based on all these pathologies, she must have walked with 3 legs, so that if she was walking, they must have designed a special cart for her. She definitely stayed active, though, we can tell from the bones. And despite all these ills, it's really clear that she was loved as a pet. She had to be fed a special diet because she didn't have any upper teeth and only had those 3 lower teeth. She had to be carried around or created some sort of wheelie cart to run around on, and then she was given a proper burial in the cemetery with this adolescent girl. And so, this is what love is. Love is actually caring for an unhealthy pet. It's something we can all understand today, after all, right? And so that's what this is a story of. This is a story of somebody really loving their pet and caring for it, even though, of course, that pet was quite unhealthy.
Yeah.
So that's my favorite ancient dog.
That was really cool. I hadn't seen that one before.
Yeah, it's a cool one. I like it. What's your favorite skeletal dog? Tell us a story.
That's very cool. Favorite skeletal dog. Let's see. I've not come across one myself that was like in a proper burial context.
Okay.
Seen a coyote, but I haven't seen like a dog buried.
Even from a publication, and it doesn't need to be a buried dog. It could be a cool pattern that you've found with dogs, something.
Oh, gotcha.
Or even that you've read somebody else publish. I didn't do that.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Similar to that is a dog found at Bonobercastle in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 14,000-year-old burial, so it's the oldest dog burial that is in context with humans. I think it's the oldest dog burial. It's dated.
I think so. I talked about it in my dick bone video. And I think I
Okay.
remember saying that. Yeah.
That's right, the Dick Road video. Yeah, I've seen people argue that it wasn't a dog, that it might still have been a wolf, but either way, it's buried with people is, my point with that. Um,
I
and
agree.
it had canine distemper, so you can see on the mandible where it like the distemper really ate away at the gums and the bone, and then it healed, because the people probably nursed it back to health 14,000 years ago, and
I remember
then
this. Yeah.
due to complications with the mandible, it seemed to have died pretty soon after that. But there was healing in the mandibular. What do you call that? What's the actual anatomical word for like the tooth sockets? Fossa?
Yeah. I don't know. I just call them sockets.
Okay, same. But these things, I got it here, right here. But
There we go. Yeah.
yeah, like all this stuff here, like the bone receded pretty hard down. But yeah, so that's a cool one, and it's just like 14,000 years ago, people were caring for, whether it was a pet dog or just a wolf hanging around camp. They took pity on it and clearly cared for it somehow. And it was buried with 2 people. So
Yeah, exactly. And there was
yeah.
what, bear bacula in there too. Yeah, I included that grave because it had so many different bacula. It was like full of dick bones.
What do you think? Well, that's a pattern. What do you think that is?
Well, no, it wasn't actually. It just had the dog's baculum, and then it had a bear baculum as well. So the bear
Okay.
baculum was probably like an offering if in the grave for the human. It was laying across the chest, if I remember. But the dog baculum was just because the dog was a male dog. So it wasn't actually anything special. But it made for a good story for my dick bone video, right? And so that's important.
Along the lines of dick bones and dogs, have you heard of? Obviously, you've heard of the La Brea tar pits, but have you heard anything about like the baculums there?
Yeah, that was actually, I think, the last example on my dick bone video is the La Brea
Okay, I'm gonna
ones.
watch this.
Yeah, you should. It's all about cool zooarchaeology. I don't know why it didn't get very many views. It's such a cool topic. It was our first heavily produced video. I dressed up in different like costumes. We filmed part in the lab, and then like nobody watched it. And we were like, all right, we're done making high production videos until we have people watching them because it's a waste of time. And like I filled it with all sorts of hilarious jokes and like really good zooarchaeology. So the La Brea ones are cool as shit. I don't think I have it on this computer here, but like there's a lot of examples of broken tick bones in the La Brea tar pits, and they are interesting, if you will. Some of that is, oof,
yeah. I guess for the audience, I'll keep it PG, but like essentially a lot of them are broken. So it's just neat to me that you can tell not only like how these things died, because they fell in the tar pits, obviously, but the sexual behavior of these, dire wolves, however long ago they died, it was like Pleistocene. Because there was fierce competition over mating, I guess, to the point of broken bacula.
And I did a bunch of research. Laszlo Bartoszewicz, he's a prominent zooarchaeologist from, where in Central Europe? Hungary, maybe? I'm blanking. He actually has, with Erica Gall, has a really good article on bacula and pathologies. And they describe some of the mating behavior and like how basically most of these broken bacula are sort of like these wolves or bears in some cases, or seals in other cases. They're getting it on. And what must have happened is they got interrupted and they jerked up and snap went the baculum, and whew, I got to break some like souvlaki sticks to mime it in my video. I was like, snap.
Brutal.
And we recorded that a few times to get the sound. Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun video to make, but nobody saw it. Go watch my dick bone video. It's such good zooarchaeology education with a tad of humor.
Pull it up right now. Make sure I watch it. I think I started there at least. I remember talking about it on the other thing. I'll find it.
So what else? So what do you find jives with people the most when you do your dog outreach, your podcast, and your videos and stuff?
Yeah, man. I would say, like I don't have like a catchphrase or anything. I haven't really thought of that, but
unique.
I wanted to teach yeah. I wanted to teach archaeology or teach anthropology on the internet, and not everybody is interested in, like ceramic analysis or like HBE and stuff like that. But I did realize if I post about archaeological and anthropological things with my dog, is how my account started. And then talk about hunter-gatherer theory, because you can't talk about dog domestication without talking about, hunter-gatherer foraging and all that kind of stuff. Then people started to listen to the anthro, and the post did really well. And then the questions started coming in. So then I was like, oh, if you just bait people with dogs, then you can teach them hardcore science on top of that. And here we are.
I mean, that's how I think of it too. Look, I mean, if we're going to compete with people that do pseudoarchaeology and stuff, we need to be just as interesting. We need to have good stories.
Right.
And to be honest, it's the same thing with teaching students in a classroom. Students will start falling asleep if I just drone on and on and on and on and on and on. On the other hand, if I tell the story of the Yasmina dog, they're like, ooh, you can study this kind of stuff in this way? Zooarchaeology is really fucking cool. And so, like that's the key, is telling good stories. And dogs are a good hook for that. Yeah.
And I know, like, my aunt, for sure, she's a veterinarian, and like she always grew up saying she liked animals, wanted to work with animals. So everyone was like, in the 70s was like, be a vet. But for people that like animals and working with, like, animal stuff, zooarchaeology is a field that just isn't talked about or understood to most children. But it's extremely fascinating, because I know you know this, but like for the people listening, when you're in a room full of like animal bones and they're all carefully organized down to species, and they're perfectly put in the boxes and it's all organized, like it's an amazing feeling. I can't really describe it, because you're like, oh, I'm gonna look at this bat skeleton and then you pull it out, and I
thought it was,
I love that a lot.
It was funny, all the stories about Robert F. Kennedy collecting animal skeletons, and I'm like, dude, he's just a zooarchaeologist. Like, that's like what we do. And you're like, don't say that, that's conspiracy theory stuff. And it's like, yeah, this is science sometimes. I mean, I'm not sure if he did that in the most ethical, legal ways. I have no idea. I read some articles and it sounded a little weird, but I have certainly collected my fair share of animal skeletons, because that's what I do. That's what I study. That's how you build a scientific lab, is with a collection of reference specimens. And so what we mean are, like you said, a bat skeleton or different dog skeletons or different sheep skeletons. And you put that all together and you have this lab where you can actually look at archaeological remains, the little fragmented stuff. I'll be teaching zooarchaeology for the first time, actually, at the master's level next term. And so I'm really excited to do that. And then hopefully, as I get to know the lab here, I know the lab that I work at in Athens very well. I don't know the lab here as well, as I'm struggling to be like, where do I find this bone? And so I'm hoping to be able to do some filming from there for my YouTube, to try to get that feeling across of what it's like to teach from a lab over on YouTube as well. Yeah, because I think that's important, to give that sense,
I didn't think about, because I also saw, not to talk politics, but him putting the bear in Central Park. I thought, like, obviously that's odd, but then I just realized I've also like full on defleshed a baboon before, so I can't like talk.
Yeah.
So my professor was like, "Hey, the zoo donated this. Can you take care of it?" And I was like, I guess. That gets very smelly. I'm excited you're teaching Zoarc. It's got to be kind of daunting, because you gotta.
Yeah, it is a little daunting, especially, I mean, most of it I think I can use my system, but I also need to teach them their Cardiff system. They have their own system here. And I don't really like how they age teeth. Everybody's like, what are you talking about? And it's just the way they record tooth wear patterns. I use a different method, and I prefer the method that I was taught and use. I think that it makes more sense. And so I have to like learn this, what I think is an antiquated method to record that stuff and then teach it. And I'm like, I don't want to have to learn this. Like, but of course I'll do it. That's what they're paying me to do. But, it's just sort of, so I need to make sure that I fit in what I teach to what they do here, which is fine. But yeah, it is a little daunting, I suppose. I've done a lot of hands-on instruction with a lot of different students on Zoarc, but that was like in a field or lab setting with people who were volunteering or assigned to work with me by the field school or something like that. And so this is a little different, because it's, a clear module across the entire trajectory. And some of these people will end up going on to become professional Zoarcs, so I don't want to I got to make sure I do right by them, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a very difficult thing too, is the different systems. I talked about this in that mammoth excavation video I posted the other day. Like every site you go to, someone has a different way of cataloging. They have a different way of collecting field specimens, and then especially in the lab, because it kind of becomes curating at that point. Everyone has their own very specific way of doing it, and I imagine being overseas and then also in a different university now, like it's double. You got to learn all that, and then teach them.
I mean, there's just so many.
Fundamentally,
there's just so many different ways to do it, and it's like some people want to standardize everything, but I don't think that's really the right way, because that stifles then asking different questions in different contexts, and so I think that's important too. And so it's, you know, that there's always going to be this tension between standardize and doing things in an innovative, unique way, because of that's how you do it, to make your own stuff rather than thinking about the large data sets across hand. Let me see.
Right. I did see a question here I could answer.
Yeah, go for it.
Are domesticated animals unique to modern humans, or did Neanderthals or others also start domestication? So I haven't scrolled up in a bit if I missed a question, but there's a book called The Invaders by sorry, the screen got all weird. A book called The Invaders by Pat Shipman. I think she went to Penn or maybe Harvard, one of those places out there.
I don't remember.
Pat Shipman is the book, but called The Invaders, and it's about whether or not humans moving into more of Central and Western Europe pushed Neanderthals, you know, towards, you know, extinction would be not the word I would use, but, you know, the Neanderthals being less populated in Europe, because humans with dogs are more environmentally capable, if that makes sense, of like dominating in terms of, you know, hunting, claiming more areas and stuff, pushing Neanderthal territory down. It's all hypothetical, because we don't have dogs until 20,000 years ago genetically. Neanderthals kind of disappear around 40,000 years ago. But that process of domestication could have been going on since humans were in Eurasia. So it's an interesting book, and it kind of sums up dog domestication pretty well, and has a cool day-to-day of Neanderthals and stuff in it too. But yeah, called The Invaders. It's really interesting.
Yeah, and to answer Hypatia here about modern humans using dog domestication to get the upper hand, now that we all know how intermingled Neanderthals and anatomically modern humans are, we shouldn't see this as a competition in the same way, right? We are Neanderthals as much as we are, I mean, percentage-wise, we're more related to those anatomically modern humans, but we are all Neanderthals in our own way. That's why I have a little bit of a brow ridge, and you know, like that's just what we all are. So seeing this as a zero-sum competition is not the right way to see this transition at that time. And genetics is going a long way towards demonstrating that. If you check out my live stream yesterday with Chris Stringer, we talked about that a whole bunch. So yeah.
I always kind of talk about it. There's a South Park quote I won't quote here, but that it's just like they didn't go extinct. We just had sex with them so much that like they're part of our genetics. Like it's just like that. I can't really describe it. Like we're still, just like you said, we're still Neanderthals. It's just there's more humans than
Yeah, and so some of that might have been because there were more humans. We talked about this a bunch, different ranges of possibilities.
Okay.
One option is that for whatever reason, so what we found so far, I guess, is because there's a few examples, and this is me summarizing other people, so take it as a grain of salt. But in a sense, what we found is we found a few individuals, I think, that are just a few generations removed from that mating between Neanderthals and humans. And in all those cases, it seems like these individuals had more percentage anatomically modern human, and they were living with humans. And so it might be that humans as a culture were more accepting of these kind of hybrid offsprings, and Neanderthals were not. And so over time, that attrition, where those people were preserved in human groups and not in Neanderthal groups, that could have, you know, disadvantaged the Neanderthals, if you see what I mean, because they're shedding a certain percentage of their offspring. Another possibility had to do with birthing. Maybe just human mothers were just because of the shape of the pelvis and stuff like that, were better able to bear those children as viable offspring. And so that's another possibility, but there could be a lot of different reasons for why it went the way it did. That doesn't necessarily need to just be competition. It could be a lot of different reasons. And certainly the type of Neanderthal DNA that has persisted in every human living today is stuff that has proven to be adaptive, meaning with immune systems or other things like that. So there's a reason why we have that percentage as well. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah. And we talked about this too on our pod, but the species to me is like a spectrum, or it's like it's just like how much more dog is my dog than your dog? How much more coyote is my dog than, Mel's dog? It's just like, so how much more human am I than you? Because you could be what a scientist 1,000 years from now might consider like a more evolved thing just based on 1 or 2 cranial changes or something, but it's just mutation. So I guess where I'm going with that is like, especially with dog domestication, it's like dogs are wolves for sure. It's just like on that spectrum of dogs, coyotes, wolves, dingoes, they can all interbreed. Coyotes can interbreed too. So it's just like a spectrum in which Canis is like on there, and you can just like throw a dart in there and something will look more like a coyote if you hit that part of the spectrum, Yeah. And then their behavior is different. And applying that to human evolution, I think makes more sense because we're kind of always thinking from that classic evolution picture of like the ape to the man standing upright, that Neanderthals had to come before then there's human, but no, it's like its own, was it the braided stream you were telling me?
Yeah, the braided stream where the populations diverge, but because they can still have viable offspring, they'll come back together. So we no longer see it as a tree branching out where everything's all separate. Instead, we're seeing these different lineages coming back together. And so it gives us a much more nuanced perspective on the evolution of ourselves, but also other animals and other species as well, because we're starting to realize that strict classification, the way that we've set up taxonomy, right? It creates these artificial categories, which are good to think with, but there's so many other ways we can think about this as well, and we need to blur those boundaries is one way that I'm teaching this right now to some first-year students. So it's like, and it's trying to get that concept across, which is really, really interesting. Now everybody's asking questions about Neanderthals, and we're like, we're not Neanderthal experts. I can talk a little bit about stone tools, but you should go watch the video with Chris Stringer yesterday, because that's where you'll get some of these answers. Because I don't have the answers to that. Thank you, Digital Nomad. I really appreciate it. I'll throw my hat on for a little bit because everybody wants me with the hat on. It literally just arrived. I finally spent like $15 and bought a headset that I can put behind my head so I can wear my hat while I have an interview with somebody, so I can, keep my brand alive. Because the
I noticed that in the Rogan comments, everybody was obsessed with your headphones being behind. I didn't even notice it.
I know, people are crazy. I mean, like, look, I wear the hat for a number of reasons. One, I think I look good in it. Two, I don't know. I've always worn hats, whether they're baseball caps or now sort of broad brim caps. And then three, I think when I do public engagement with archaeology, it goes back to me learning art history. So in my art history classes, my professor was an art historian. She studied ancient Greek pots and paintings on them. And the way in which characters are designated on these pots, it's like a comic book. You always see Superman in the same outfit, so you can not have to think, who is that? You just know it's fucking Superman. And so in public, it's very easy if I just immediately signal, I'm an archaeologist. And then everybody quickly recognizes I'm an archaeologist and we can move on. You don't have to sit there and belabor the point. And so it's just a quick, simple visual signal of my identity as an archaeologist. Plus, I think I look damn good in the hats. I think most people think I look damn good in the hats, except for a few haters who decide to hate on me and whatever. I don't care,
Sure.
Yeah.
No, man, you got a point, because I've noticed in like thumbnails that you pop up on in all these different new podcasts and stuff every day. It's like I can immediately tell it's a Flint video because of the hat.
Yeah, it's just a quick thing. And so, that's what branding people do. And so it's just like, look, if I want to do this publicly, let's make this quick and easy for somebody to recognize me, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to think of any other dog things to think of. I know just dog burials all over the Southeast. I know there's people ask me constantly to make a video about the peopling of the Americas and dogs, which I would love to do. But I gotta make sure I do that justice. But specifically the Salish wolfhound,
Okay.
which I'd never, or Salish wolf duck, something like that. Apparently, it's a Salish Island is like off Vancouver Island somewhere up in the Pacific Northwest. And they bred dogs there, or Salish bulldogs, there you go, to like use their fur for wool. And apparently it's like a
Okay,
pretty
that's
well
what I've heard of them.
documented
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, and every video I post, somebody asks me to do a video on that. So currently I'm looking through all these old Bureau of Ethnology books about the area, looking for any evidence of the dog stuff. And that gets into the hard thing too, which especially in North America, I want to look at what the original ethnographers wrote. I want to look at some primary sources from there too, but you also want to get the indigenous perspective,
Of
which
course.
is hard to, get sometimes too on specific things. And a lot of tribes, when I've talked to them about dog stuff, have a lot to say, but they, can't go on a podcast to talk about it or release information about it. So that gets difficult too. But anyway, that's a very specific example of dog domestication in a very unique way, because you normally associate wool with sheep or llamas or alpacas. But because there were no giant pack animal, herd animals here, except for the alpaca, but that was in South America, dogs were the only thing people had before the horse.
Yeah.
So kind of shows the versatility of dogs as like what Angela Perry and I call it a biotechnology, because it's a physical thing you can take and breed and evolve and essentially code into a new robot you need it to be. And in this case, they made it into a wolf or a wool producing robot.
Yeah, and there's, I think that's a really good point. I think that the versatility in which dogs have been used is one of the cool phenomena of them.
Yeah.
And so I think that's really fascinating. And then, yeah, I think, it's something that I like to talk about a lot is sort of thinking about perspectives from these myths and stories, because in ancient Greece we have this kind of 100-year tradition of we've really been trying to interrogate the relationship between the archaeological evidence and myths and stories, and it's really high time that indigenous cultures around the world get that same quality of attention to their stories and interrogation. But what we've learned in the Greek world is it's never just a simple thing of we're proving it true or false, which is how the public always sees it, right? And instead what it is there's this very complicated, nuanced relationship between these kinds of stories and the archaeological record. And I think that that'll be really cool to see come out as there's this new, renewed attention to that in indigenous cultures around the world, if you see what I mean. Yeah. Which I think is something me and Marijke will be talking about soon. Yeah.
Sweet. I was working with on a monitoring project doing CRM, and I was working with the tribal officer that was on site checking for tribal stuff, and which, into layman's terms, this tribal guy and I were watching a bulldozer go back and forth for 5 hours trying to flatten land, and I was making sure no burials came out. Anyway, he was telling me that in the Arapaho, which is northern Colorado, Wyoming here, they separate their history into the dog time and the horse time, because the dog was so pivotal to life when you're a nomadic group on the plains, and then of course the horse fundamentally changed that. So like their time period's literally called the dog time and the horse time, which I find fascinating, because it completely changes your way of life.
Yeah. No, I agree.
A lot of cultures called horses big dogs too. Like they didn't have a word for it.
Yeah, that's what I think Carl just said in the chat.
Yeah?
Carl Fegans. He said the first horses reintroduced were called large dogs by some natives.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, large dogs, big deer.
Here, do you want to answer Chris's question? I'm going to run to the bathroom so I can take a quick break before Marijke comes on. And then
kick me out, whatever. But I can answer that.
Go answer the question. I'll be back in a second. And keep everybody entertained so they don't leave, David. Please.
Will do.
Do my job for me.
Bones. I'll hold this up while I talk. Yeah, so I talk about this in my lecture. The dogs in Rome. Like I went to Rome for that conference, and it was like a dog international, research conference. And I noticed when I would leave the conference to go check out Rome because I was in Rome. I'm not gonna not see stuff. And there's greyhound statues all over the place, like everywhere. And a lot of the tombs, especially at the Capitoline Museum, I noticed too, and a lot of funerary things. Um, greyhounds were all over the place. And then in like the nice friezes and like the etched, not a mosaic, but like an etched statue panel thing on the wall. I don't know what you call that. A lot of greyhounds and hunting dogs. And then when I went home, I researched that and looked into it. And yeah, if you in ancient Rome, because it's like a very, complex society like we have today, you could show status by having a fancy Egyptian greyhound or an Italian greyhound or having a fancy hunting dog. And a lot of these were honored in like death. They had their own little burials or they had epitaphs written for them. And a lot of times on the tombs of like dead noble people. And I don't want to say Caesars because I don't know that for sure. But and like noble burials and stuff like that, or like what do you call those? Mausoleums. Those dogs are like etched into the side. So it's definitely a thing where you can show status that way. And I know in ancient China, a lot of the diversity of those breeds, like the Shar Pei and the Chow Chow and the Shih Tzu, all that are a result of people having fancy, dogs to show off and things like that. Because like a Shih Tzu doesn't exactly it doesn't hunt. That's kind of what I would say. And that's where I was going with Flint there too. With dogs as a biotechnology, you can have a dog herd animals. You can have a dog in like war. You can have a dog that just guards. You can have a livestock dog that guards the sheep. You can have a dog that sniffs for things. You can have in Mesopotamia, they bred really fast dogs like greyhounds and salukis for betting and gambling. But originally that came from them running and chasing rabbits. So dogs are hell yeah. You can just give me with the Guinness. Yeah, you can like breed a dog to do any kind of task, which I find funny and then or cool. And then you have those like Boston Dynamics robots that walk around. The NYPD uses them now. And it's like funny to me looking at them because they're trying so hard to get these things to walk and operate correctly and locomote right, but like dogs have been doing it for thousands of years. Like it's going to take a while for those robots to catch up to it. Reliefs. Thank you so much. I couldn't remember the word. Groom your dog. I need to give my dog a bath today. Freezes. Okay. And then Yorkie are bred to hunt mice. Yeah, a lot of dogs were bred for ratting, which is interesting because you normally associate that with cats. But dogs can also get the job done. Yeah, it's kind of horrifying. But anyway, dude, yeah, thanks for having me on. I'll let you take a little break and
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. And yeah, it was really good to chat with you again, and we should do this again at some point now that I have this live streaming sorted down, though I need to get a better computer for it.
yeah, man, if everyone talks Zooarch or dogs, just hit me
Yeah,
up.
exactly. We could choose a different topic and occasionally do this every now and then. I think it would be fun. Cool.
Sure, dude. All right, well, have fun.
See you later.
Take it easy.
Ciao.
Oh, there we go.
How is everybody doing? All right, Marijke, if you're listening, you can join in. I just went to the bathroom and grabbed a beer. Let's see. Jump on whenever. Yeah, David's cool. I met him recently. I guess he'd invited me to go on his podcast a while ago, and I didn't see it because I'm not usually on Instagram. Oh, no. No, what just happened? 1 second. Everything's broken. Everything's broken. There we go. I think that did it. Come on. Fuck. My monitor, my extra monitor has died. 1 second. Let's see if Marijke's here. Not yet. Let's see if I can fix this. Everybody give me 2 seconds. Come on. Oh, fuck you. There we go. All right, that's back. And Marijke just got here. All right, let me just get everything set up really quickly. My monitor got disconnected, which is important for me to be able to see things. Seeing is good. Have you ever noticed that? Seeing is very good. All right, let's say hi to Marijke. And let's get that on and that on. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
How are you
Can
doing?
you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm doing.
There you are.
Yes, here we go. Okay. Hi.
How's it going? Good to see you.
It's going pretty good. Good to see you too.
Yeah.
I'm still catching up with myself, having moved up from Mexico on Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay.
So yes.
So the
Still trying to
move is
figure out what
finished.
time it is.
Because last I talked to you,
Yes.
you were in Mexico, I think, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. The move is finished. Last time you talked to me, I was in Mexico, but I am now here. My dogs have made it safely here as well. So yay.
And these are
That was
the
always up in the air.
these are the guys you adopted in Mexico, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
These are the puppies I adopted in Mexico.
Beautiful.
And they're adjusting slowly to the United States. I took them to PetSmart yesterday, so that was, I think, a very interesting experience for them.
Yeah, yeah. PetSmart's an interesting experience for everybody. Pets
Oh, yes,
and
definitely.
owners. Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
This
Definitely.
wait. Everybody, this live stream is sponsored by Pets. No, it's not. I
it's
don't
not.
care where you shop for your pet supplies. Go wherever works. Here in the UK, we go
Yeah.
to, like, what is it called? I don't even remember. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, hey.
So, what's going on? What do we want to talk about? What do you want to talk about?
All right. Yeah, so I wanted to talk to
Wait
you
a second,
about
wait a second.
Quetzalcoatl. Sure,
This is what
no
I'm drinking,
problem.
everybody. I'm having a Guinness because I have been online for 4 hours live streaming. And I've known Marijke for, well, we've only met in person last April, but we've known each other for a few
Yes.
years. So
Yes.
she's fine
Yeah.
with me drinking a beer and chatting.
Well, good, because I also have a beer. I am having Centennial IPA because I just had to watch the 6th episode of Ancient Apocalypse. So some libations were necessary to make that process a lot smoother. And in fact, that all kind of dovetails together because I am here to talk about Quetzalcoatl, or as we focus on here in season 2, Kukulkan.
Mm-hmm.
The infamous feathered serpent. And I think this is going to be a lot of fun because we're not only going to talk about archaeology, but we're also going to talk about ethnohistory and ethnography. So we're going to be bringing a lot of different lines of evidence in.
So wait a
And I
second.
think that's really
Let's get some
Sure.
images up for people because I
Yes.
think images are important.
Yeah, so
let me-
I did.
Did you email me some?
I put it in our shared folder.
Oh fuck! I don't know where our share folder is. Where's our share folder, Mike?
It's called JRE Mesoamerica, and then the folder in it. It was on OneDrive.
On OneDrive, okay.
Yes.
And you probably sent it to my Gmail account?
Probably. I can resend it to you. The link. I guess in the meantime, while we're figuring out this technical detail, I think it's really important to talk about Quetzalcoatl because, when you cherry pick data,
Mm-hmm.
you tend to flatten time, space, and cultures, which I think after having watched that 6th episode, and also, based on season 1 as well. So I'm going to send you that link in the chat. So hopefully
Yes,
that
I can find
works. Yes.
What
so
I'm
this
going to do
the-
is I'm going to disappear from you for a second because that caused my
Sure.
video to lag when I show you what's going on. That way I can
Sure, and I'm
download everything.
Yeah.
And you can keep talking. Everybody can see you.
Yeah.
You just can't
Yes,
see
good.
me.
Yeah, no, sure. And I'm sure I was making some funny faces while that was going on. But specifically, I want to talk about like to kind of approach the subject to talk about the flattening of time and space, and think about Mesoamerica, right? Because with Mesoamerica, and we can even extend it to the Americas in general, there are many shared
deities, gods, forces, non-human animate forces that affect human beings and the natural world. And because of that too, but also because of, each culture having its kind of own interpretation of these things, we often have multiple overlapping and sometimes confusing myths, histories, and traditions, right? And so if you take Quetzalcoatl and the kind of the mythic history around him, you certainly can cherry pick out things that support the popular pseudo-archaeological narrative that he is some traveler who arrives from somewhere else, bringing civilization and knowledge and science to the peoples of Mesoamerica. But obviously that's a problem, right? Because we're cherry picking, we're flattening time and space. So to give a little bit of background, who is Quetzalcoatl? Where do we kind of first see evidence of him in the archaeological record? And how does like his story change to the point where we get the kind of mischaracterizations that we see today that are often cited by Graham Hancock, among other pseudo-archaeologists. So we first kind of see a representation of Quetzalcoatl at the city of Teotihuacan, which is located in central Mexico, just north of Mexico City. And in fact, we kind of first see him as a relief carving on what we call now the Temple of the Feathered Serpent.
Here, wait a second. I've not gotten your
sure.
stuff, but I can show this image anyway.
Yeah.
I think I can. Where is it? 1 second.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. So I have two images.
No, I'm having problems getting into your drive still. But I have this image here. This is the image you want, right?
Let's see. I cannot see. I think.
Oh, you
I
can't see
your video.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Not a problem. Yeah. Yes. That is sort of the first kind of like real representation we see of Quetzalcoatl. And as you can see, he's complete zoomorph. He's represented as a feathered serpent. Pictured also on the same temple is also Tlaloc. So he kind of looks reptilian to me as well, but he's the one with the goggles. So we have Quetzalcoatl, and we also have Tlaloc. Now, why is that important? It's because Quetzalcoatl is a plumed serpent or a feathered serpent. And what that really represents are clouds. So if you picture how clouds move through mountainous areas carrying rain, they kind of look like plumed serpents. Mexico is very mountainous, especially like where I work, Oaxaca. And so you often see clouds that look like plumed serpents, right? So this is who Quetzalcoatl is. He's associated with clouds. And obviously he's going to be pictured alongside Tlaloc, who is the god of like waters and rain. But again, I think I should like caveat this with the fact that a lot of deities exist in Mesoamerican cosmologies. There's a lot of variation. And that's my alarm to remind me to hop on here on the live stream. And so you'll have multiple deities of like certain aspects of rain or certain manifestations of water, right? So Tlaloc is not the only god of water. There exist many different ones. Okay, so that's Quetzalcoatl, right? And at some point, Teotihuacan collapses, and that's when we kind of really see a diffusion of this.
Oh, sorry. Let me
no problem.
I finally think I got in.
Yeah, okay, good. So this is when we start to see a sort of like a diffusion of this kind of plumed serpent deity across Mexico. And because of that, right, because he is adopted by many different cultures, but differentially, we see kind of like again, like I mentioned before, overlapping stories, confusing stories. Certain things are attributed to him. Other things may not be, but appear in other cultures, right? And so knowing how complex it is, let's take a look at what I think it's really interesting to me what Graham Hancock says.
Here, 1 second. Let me.
Specifically, some of the. Sure, no problem.
Sure. Wait, let me get on screen. There we go.
Yeah.
You don't see me. Sorry. I'm
No,
dealing
it's
with the
okay.
computer. But for everybody
Yeah.
else, some of this ideas, it also happens in the Greek world. So if you saw my video with John Hoops recently, we talked about how that area in the Caribbean, in many ways, it's a nice comparison to the Mediterranean because we have that kind of connection across sea and land, and there's a lot of interconnectivity there. And what happens with cultures in regions like that is you get a lot of this overlap and sharing and adoption and adaptation of sort of cultural ideas like deities and rituals and stuff like that. And so one of the fancy terms for that is syncretism, where you see this stuff merging together and adapting in different contexts. And so I was just trying to give a different perspective on some of that for the people while I download your stuff. So wait, which folder is this? Is this Oaxaca and Mesoamerica? Is that the folder?
Yeah, Oaxaca and Mesoamerica, yeah.
Okay.
So you're going to see a lot of, so we can bring up some of the pictures of where it says Temple of the Feathered Serpent. You can bring up some of those.
Let me put that on. Now let me get you back because I think I'm done downloading.
Sure.
So you can see again. There, hello.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
And
I think that's really important to point out. Like, these are not only societies that are sharing strong cultural connections through the migration processes of the peopling of the Americas and encountering these landscapes. And remember, these are small populations at first before they expand and increase in population. But they're also confronting similar environments. And when you go moving from nomadic to semi-nomadic to getting involved in agriculture, you're going to have concerns about rain, the sun. Okay, yeah, so in this first picture, we can see Quetzalcoatl, who is the feathered serpent with the plumes around him. And then you can also see alongside him is Thalak, so clouds, rain. Very important, again, to agricultural societies, especially one in which we have definite rainy season and a defined dry season, right? So you have really one season of rain, and you want to make sure that rain comes. Okay? So when we're looking at sort of some of Graham Hancock's claims that he makes in season 1, there is, again, there's so many stories and there is some confusion. And then you have the disruption of the conquest, right? And then you have the Spanish coming in, educating people, and then stories being reinterpreted through a Catholic Christian perspective. Right. So
in fact, maybe this question here that Pablo has in the live chat might relate to that. He says, is it true that there were several Quetzalcoatls, including some humans who became deities?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where there might be some confusion is certainly people could have taken on the name. I think the person that you're probably referring to and thinking of is, say, Acatl Topitzlim, who is a historical mythic figure from Tula. And this is actually the myth that Graham cites in episode 2, I think, of season 1. And the story is that he fought with Tezcatlipoca. He was a man of peace and letters and education, where Tezcatlipoca was about human sacrifice. And there was a big battle between them. And at some point, he left. He went to the east. He passed through the Maya region, where he was then known as Kukulkan. And then he went off into the east, and he promised people that one day he would return from the east. Right? And I think that's kind of where we get some of that legend. Now, certainly when he is I don't want to say he, and that's really wrong. When Quetzalcoatl is a zoomorph in Teotihuacan, and that collapses, and the cult or the deity spreads across Mesoamerica, when it arrives in the Maya region, they do start to give him some human characteristics. But it's really interesting the way they portray him. So if you bring up the photo Yaxchilán, Divine Serpent.
Oh wait, which one?
Yeah, it's the one in the folder Oaxaca, Mesoamerica.
Yeah, but what's the name of it? Temple Feathered
One step. Yeah, no, Yaxchilán, Divine Serpent. 170
it's the
px.
very first one. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, the very first one.
Let's get that up here. Oh.
Yeah.
I'll
so Seattle Topitzin, it was definitely like someone who was conflated with Quetzalcoatl, but when you examine the story, there's a lot of issues with it. First of all, it was recorded about 100 years after the conquest, and it was written down, yes, by indigenous scholars, but these indigenous scribes, like, not only were they the grandsons of the people who were alive during the conquest, but also they had been Hispanicized. They had been, that's Kukulkan. That's how he's portrayed in the Maya region, as more of like a head emerging out of a serpent's body. So
is it possible to? So I mean, you have so many different threads. Like we have the threads of this syncretism, these different cultures that have a shared character, but they have different stories about that character, and it's adopted and adapted in them. And then we have the influence of the Spanish on much of what we know. And so in many ways, this is all just a mirage.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I think, just going along with this, like, Seacatl is often confused with Quetzalcoatl, right? He's conflated together, but that happens in the post-colonial era. And the reason why you can kind of tell, like, this has a lot of Christian overtones is the idea that sacrifice is bad.
Okay.
Now, across the Americas, and especially in Mesoamerica, and among the more complex cultures of South America as well, sacrifice is not seen as something like that's evil or awful. In the Judeo-Christian tradition, it's seen more as a castigation or a punishment. But the way to understand it in the Americas more broadly is something that a professor of mine talked about, which is called the consumptive reproductive dialect, which is through consumptive violence, life is regenerated. And I think within Mesoamerica, we can even refine it more to reciprocal obligations or obligated reciprocity. So the gods feed us, we feed the gods, and we do it through human beings, which are a metaphor for corn tortillas. So gods give us corn tortillas, we give corn tortillas back in the form of human beings. And it's not always like killing other people. It's not always sacrificial victims. Sometimes it's like just cutting your ears and flicking the blood, or cutting different parts of your body, or sacrificing figures, like figures of deities. So it varies, right? So in no certain sense would Mesoamericans look at sacrifice as something evil and awful, right? So that's, I think, one huge problem, I think, with the story, other than the sort of very Christian overtones that go along with it.
And that's, I think, what's so ironic is some of the easiest things for us to identify are these kind of Christian influences and Spanish influences, just like the white skin aspect. It just like sticks out like a sore thumb. And it's just Yeah,
and I think the confusion there with like whiteness and Quetzalcoatl is he is known as the white Tezcatlipoca, but that's because colors are associated with the directions and with certain deities. So Tezcatlipoca is the black Tezcatlipoca, then Huitzilopochtli is the red Tezcatlipoca, and then there's also a yellow one. So that may have been a source of confusion. I also think it's important to point out that the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, where the iconography of Quetzalcoatl first appears, buried underneath it are 400 sacrificed warriors who have their hands bound behind their backs, and some of them, their mandibles have been dislocated. So clearly sacrifice and Quetzalcoatl are not like
Problems.
they're not foreign, not problems, right? They're not problematic at all. And so I think this is where cherry picking becomes a problem, because when we go look back at the theology and the mythology of the Aztecs, and here you can pull up a picture of where it says Quetzalcoatl Ejecatl.
1 second.
So the thing that Graham doesn't really mention is the fact that in Aztec mythology especially, but in other parts of Mesoamerica as well, is that certain gods will also have I guess the best way to describe it is an avatar.
Yes.
Right. And so Ecacatl, who is actually the seated figure, who looks more like a human figure, that's Quetzalcoatl as the wind. And then obviously then you have the feathered serpent next to him. So when we get to the post-classic in Mexica times, which is Mexica were part of the Aztec alliance, which includes several other city-states. You have sort of the cult of Quetzalcoatl Ecacatl. So he has avatars as well, right? So he has different sort of like manifestations of himself. It gets really complicated.
And this is part of that syncretism. We have the same thing with Greek deities. You have Athena Parthenos, you have Athena Polios. This is just how it goes, and it's part of what, Disney does not get across the complexity of Greek religion, and neither do sort of really intro-level classes. And that complexity and nuance is a big part of our evidence that we need to acknowledge.
Yeah, and I think, and something else that comes up both, I think, in season 1 and season 2 is Graham Hancock makes his claim about Quetzalcoatl being associated with a cataclysmic event, but he touches on this idea of the 5 suns, but each sun or each world ends in a cataclysmic event. And in some there's monkeys, and some there's giants, and some it's ruled by a different god. And before humans even show up, before we even have civilization, the worlds that Quetzalcoatl was dominant of had already been destroyed. And again, that's just one myth. There's so many myths. And if we want to even talk about the sort of colonial confusion with everything, we always say, oh yeah, Cortez was the one who was associated with Quetzalcoatl, but apparently the Spanish also associated Thomas the Apostle.
Okay, yeah.
Right. So basically, what we're doing
everybody was Quetzalcoatl,
Everybody was Quetzalcoatl.
But it's got to be a European, of course, right? You know, that's the key.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, he was a very popular deity, but of course he was associated with rain, clouds, everything. And so some of the issues that I saw with season 2, which was really funny because this time he's focusing more on the Maya and Kukulkan, who is the sort of Kikcha Maya version of Quetzalcoatl. Returning to the overall theme of the flattening of time and space, there's not one kind of Maya, right? We often say the Maya, but there's 100 different Maya languages. There's kind of 2 main branches, the Quechua and the Kikcha. I'm sure I'm gonna have some people some Mayanists yell at me about some of this. So again, you're having differential adoption, differential ideas. And not everything is going to exactly be the same. But some of the claims that Graham makes is Kukulkan arrives after a great cataclysm. He's a wise teacher. He gives instruction in the rule of law and how to give the rule of law. He builds stone. He's manifested as Venus. And then he connects him to Chichen Itza, the Spring X, and then also to Viracocha and the Inca, Mesopotamia, Osiris in Egypt, so on and so forth, right? But there's huge problems, right? Because when you actually look at Mayan myths, because this one, when I heard that, that's one of the things that struck me, because not that I can show it on stream, but I have a tattoo.
Okay.
I have a tattoo of a serpent's jaw, and out of the hand of which comes a scribe's hand with a paintbrush.
That's
This was
cool.
found, yeah, it's very actually.
Do you have an example in your images?
I tried to find one, but it comes from a book. So it's from the back of a mirror that was found in a tomb at Tikal.
That's cool.
And the serpent's mouth is Itzamna in his serpentine form. And I don't think I have a picture of him, unfortunately.
That's okay.
But so Itzamna was a very important figure. He is the founder of maize and cacao, as well as writing calendars and medicine. So still a serpent, but not Kukulkan, right? Not Quetzalcoatl at all. And then as far as the creator couple goes, because I think Graham makes a claim about Kukulkan being part of a creator couple, that's actually Ishmukane Ishpi Yakok. So it's different, right? And I think that's a really important point against him is this cherry picking, right?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Exactly.
Exactly. And it's sort of like one of the things that always amazes me about his fans, and I think what he says himself, is sort of like he argues that he's representing indigenous mythology, and it's like, no, you're just taking one or two lines here and one or two lines there. You're actually completely ignoring the full story. You're making your own story out of these couple little points. And it's just like, come on, man. Like,
and oftentimes he's using Hispanicized myths.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure.
That are all post-conquest. Because when you look at the original story of like the creation of the fifth sun, in the Mexica theology, where the creation occurs at Teotihuacan, it's the motion of the sun that's the most important to set in, to get going. And then once you set the sun in motion, then you have the world. And all the gods refuse, including Quetzalcoatl.
Okay. And
it is actually, and I can't remember his name right now, but it's actually a god with a bulbous nose and scabs all over from a disease. And he takes his scabs off and he throws it into the fire, and then he throws himself in. And he gets the sun going, but it's not quite enough. So then the rest of the gods throw themselves into the fire at Teotihuacan. And it's interesting that that you do not see that story mentioned at all in a lot of the pseudoarchaeology claims about Quetzalcoatl. And I kind of want to move into one that I really enjoy, which is by the Mixtec, or the Nudzawi, who are an ethnic group in the northern part of Oaxaca. And in this story, among there's the pictures too.
Yeah, which one do you want me to put it up? I see several.
So pull up Lord Ninewind Mixtec.
Mixtec, on it.
Yeah.
On it. I am on it.
Yes.
There we go.
All right, so figure B, this is Lord Ninewind, who is basically the Mixtec equivalent of Quetzalcoatl. So this is their myth about the creation of the world, the creation kind of like of modern, not modern, but post-classic Mixtec civilization.
Which we're talking, what's post-classic?
So post-classic is about around 900 to 1100 CE or AD in Mesoamerica.
Okay.
Right. So this is after the classic period. The collapse of Teotihuacan has occurred somewhere around maybe about 400 years earlier.
And that was that temple we saw with Quetzalcoatl.
That was the temple we saw, which sends like political and economic and social reverberations throughout Mesoamerica. Monte Alban and Oaxaca collapses in the 800s. You have a reorganization of everything. There's a lot of conflict that occurs. in the Mixteca Alta region. And so this is kind of the rebirth of the Mixtec cultural world at a town called Apaloa, which is now known, I think, today as San Pablo or San Juan Apaloa. So it's still around. It's still around. And so this is the story of the creation of the world here. And so what you have is you have a whole gathering of various different gods, including Lord Ninewind, Quetzalcoatl, and I think like Lady Ninegrass, a variety of different ones, Four Lizard. So what's going on right here is Quetzalcoatl has gone down to the underworld.
Okay.
And he has come back, and he's carrying Goddess 11 Lizard on his back with 3 transparent mushrooms.
Okay, yeah, I see those mushrooms on her head.
Yeah, and so what he's doing, he's walking towards the valley of ancient death people, and then this is where the gods live, and this is where Tlaloc is, and this is where primordial corn is. So they're going to then participate in a mushroom ceremony. And so what they do
you gave me a big smile there. You're like, they're gonna do a mushroom ceremony. Too bad we kicked that asshole out of the chat. He was like, I gotta get stoned and everything before he started insulting me. He would have liked this if he would have just waited. If he would have just waited instead of being a rude MFer. You know, he would have heard about the mushroom ceremony where these people got...
Oh, he would have loved this. He would have loved this part. Okay,
they don't know what they're missing.
Yeah, so, and this actually, like, occurs in other stories, too. Like, there's the Popol Vuh. Not so much the mushrooms, but there's the Popol Vuh, where Quetzalcoatl goes down to the underworld and gets corn.
Okay,
But this is a Mixtec or Nudzavi story. And so he has just come back from the underworld. He's carrying Goddess 11 Lizard with the 3 transparent mushrooms. And so then they're going to have a mushroom ceremony. So bring up photo. Let's see. Let me check my folder. Yeah, Lord Ninewind Mixtec skull.
Okay.
Oh, this one's great. This one's so great. I also have to say, you can't see it, but I'm repping Quetzalcoatl today.
Aha, there you go.
the feathered serpent.
Perfect.
Anyway, okay. So here we have D is again Lord Ninewind.
Okay. AKA Quetzalcoatl.
AKA
Quetzalcoatl. I'm starting to get the hang of this.
Yeah, exactly. and so what is he doing? And remember earlier when I touched on how the idea that Quetzalcoatl and sacrifice are not connected is just BS, right? So what is he doing here? He is playing a human skull for music at the beginning of the ceremony. So you can imagine kind of how eerie that sound is. What he is doing is he is scraping a bone on a human skull.
Yeah, I can see that. And I'm going to say something.
Yeah.
I don't normally like to bring this dude up, but this really reminds me of this thumbnail that dedunker piece of crap made about John Hoops, where he's like Hannibal Lecter dissecting the skull. And so I don't know why this reminded me of that, but yeah, it's kind of interesting to see him playing a skull as like a musical instrument using another bone, which looks like it has notches on it too, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, so I think honestly, like based on that, I believe he's probably playing like a femur.
Okay. Yeah.
And that those maybe are they're trying to represent the condyles at the end of it.
Huh.
Who knows? Who knows? But
oh,
he's
up
playing,
here, yes. I meant down here. There's these.
Oh,
notches.
down here. Oh, yeah. This other instrument too. Yeah. I mean, maybe he's just holding. Yeah. Oh, the notches. Yeah, it's probably notching. It's a notched long bone. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Which maybe you get some. You scrape across it, and it's gonna make a sound if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Something eerie.
Yeah.
But also what's interesting is that so he's doing this in front of another god named Seven Flower, who's also seated. and 7 flowers holding 2 mushrooms. So they're starting to consume them. And he has a tear coming down from his eye, so you can see sort of like a symbol coming down from his eye. So he's crying, which does happen.
People cry, especially when taking
you do
mushrooms.
cry.
Sometimes you get emotional.
Yeah, you get emotional. You do cry. So liquids come out of your body. So what happens is like the deities are holding these transparent mushrooms. They start to eat them. 1 death is there, 9 herb, 1 eagle. 1 eagle is the Lady of 2 Rivers. And so then they just start consuming the mushrooms, and then they start slowly and this is actually the only pre-Hispanic representation of a mushroom ceremony, which I think is really incredible.
Are these
But
both
as
on
they
the
do
same
No,
fragment?
these are further. Yeah, no, these are different images that I'm looking at that I didn't send to you because they don't all include Nine Wind. But basically,
No, I
you
meant, are
know,
these 2 images that we showed, are they part of the same?
yeah,
Okay. And,
yeah.
and
So
they're both pre-Hispanic
yeah.
survivors.
So this is the Codex Mesoamericano.
Okay.
And it is made on deer hide.
Perfect.
With traverse sides and gesso, so decorated using gesso paint, or the gesso style of painting. So it's one of the few pre-Hispanic codices that we have. In fact, the majority of pre-Hispanic codices that exist are actually Mixtec.
Okay.
And then most of the colonial ones were produced in central Mexico. But then again, that points to like it's hard, we're also missing a lot of information. So not only are people kind of cherry picking from specific sources, but we're also missing a lot of information because of all the books that were burned as part of like the burning out of idolatry
Yeah, exactly.
by the
100%.
Spanish. Yeah, exactly. So clearly there's association between deities, mushrooms, the creation of the world, Quetzalcoatl, rain, sacrifice, right? And he's associated sometimes with corn, and sometimes he's associated with knowledge and obviously world making, but not in that same sense of some lost civilization.
Yeah.
Right, that mysteriously arrived on the shores.
That's what sort of surprises me, where it's like, this is the myth of Quetzalcoatl, where he is this person who comes from the east, and it's like, that is one version from one culture. We have many other versions of who Quetzalcoatl was that does not match that. And instead we have him tripping on mushrooms and playing a skull. And so it's like,
and in fact, I'd like to have you bring up another photo, which is Lord Ninewind Modern.
Okay.
So John Monahan, who is an anthropologist at the University of Illinois Chicago, he did a lot of ethnography with Mixtec communities in the north of Oaxaca. And this is the cover of his book, The Covenants with Earth and Rain, Exchange, Sacrifice, and Revelation in Mixtec Society or Sociality. Obviously, like the ideas of sacrifice are still important. And I touched on it before when I mentioned obligated reciprocity or reciprocal obligations. And this is something that still exists. And it doesn't always have to deal with like sacrificing or doing blood sacrifices to the gods, right? A lot of times it has to deal with like, okay, I had a party, you gave me 9 tortillas. So to this party, I'm bringing 20 tortillas. So next time you owe me 11 tortillas, right? It's like cycles of debt and credit. But when you look at the top of the page, who do you see? What do you see in that image?
I see a serpent with wings.
Yeah. So Monahan asked his informants to draw Lord Ninewind or Quetzalcoatl. Notice how they drew him again as a serpent with feathers and with clouds and rain. Not as a human figure. And this is coming from an indigenous community. Like Oaxaca, along with Chiapas, is one of the few states in Mexico that has a majority indigenous population.
So you're saying they didn't depict him as Thomas the Apostle? They chose to, or Cortez? They actually chose a feathered serpent?
Right? Oh my
Wow.
gosh, amazing. And
I
this is
don't
like
understand.
straight from indigenous people. And so I think kind of sort of to build, like, share an anecdotal story myself.
Okay.
So I was in a town called San Jose del Pacifico, which is known for its mushrooms, right? And it's very mountainous. In fact, we're above the cloud line. We did a temazcal, my partner and I, and then we had our mushrooms blessed by the Zapotec shamans. Or curandero is much better. I like to use shaman, but curandero.
Okay.
And then afterwards, we consumed our mushrooms, and then we were sitting there, and we're watching the clouds come in. And the way, again, they move through the mountains, because these are steep mountains with very narrow spaces in between. So they move in like serpents.
Okay, yeah.
And because they're clouds, like little tendrils come off, so it looks plumed, it looks feathered. And then as it was coming across my view, I saw it open its mouth and you do like something very snaky. And I was like, okay, I understand, right? I understand where this comes from. It's so.
So you're saying what you saw is this dude on the left.
Yeah, exactly. But so you don't have to, Occam's razor, right? The simplest explanation is sometimes the best. Like, you don't have to go
I just won the Occam Award, so I'm with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you don't have to go and invent some like a super advanced technological civilization that for whatever reason decided to drop only a certain of its crops in some places. Didn't tell us how to avoid polluting the world and tearing down all the trees in order to create civilization. And apparently took 5,000 years to do it all.
I mean, you don't need any of this stuff. Like, this is what I find hilarious. Like, all these people who become famous for like doing like history or archaeology, right? You have this group, I mean, Graham's one of them, so are so many others, and they like to talk about like, I don't know, like the stoned ape hypothesis, where like our evolution has to do with us getting high, man. And it's like, you know, people got high. I'm with you. They got high.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a problem. My problem is when you're trying to make some universal explanation for all of history or prehistory or whatever. And it's like, that's what's BS, is you're trying to come up with like a magic key that somehow solves everything, when it's like, nah, people got stoned. People did cool stuff, and they did it in different ways, in different places, for different reasons, just like we all do today.
The one universality is that we're all human.
Yeah.
And we all have the same physiology, and we have very similar biologies. And so there's only so many, and biomechanics. So there's only going to be so many ways that we can interpret something, so many ways that we're going to be able to accomplish stuff. We are beings that live in a world conditioned by physics. There's only so many ways we can build things. And then we're also beings that have to eat. And once we get locked into certain things, we're going to be concerned about the timing of the rain, right? Why is Quetzalcoatl associated with Venus? And I also want to say he's not the only one. There are multiple gods. There are some, because there's the morning star and the evening star. So there's some associated with different ones. Quetzalcoatl is specifically associated with Venus at the spring equinox. So we're being very conditional here. Lots of caveats. Because when Venus rose at a certain time in that part of Mesoamerica, because we see Venus all the time in Oaxaca. I see Venus even in the dry season. But maybe over there in the jungle part. Yeah. Maybe over there, or maybe in a certain part of it, it rises at a certain point, And what does that, when it's associated with the spring equinox, what does that signal in Mesoamerica?
Harvest.
The beginning of the rainy season.
Yeah.
When to start planting, because the rains are going to
Because it's
come
rainy
soon.
there. Sorry, I'm thinking of the Mediterranean where that would be
Yeah,
harvest.
no,
But
yeah,
yes,
no,
that's
yeah.
so that's when to
it's-
plant. And exactly. And this
Yeah.
is like, of
So,
course,
yeah.
people are paying attention to astronomy because
Yeah.
they need to pay
Yeah.
attention to seasons in order
Yes.
to arrange their economy. And
Yeah.
so it's just like,
And you can even think like when they're nomadic, and then semi-nomadic.
John Hoops is in the
They-
chat. He says, you mean Delphi and Oaxaca are not the same. Hey, John.
Hi, John. Hi. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Is it's like, they had time on their hands, especially when they're nomadic or semi-nomadic. You've
Yeah.
you've done your 8 hours of work that week to gather food or whatever, according to Marx, and then or your 4 hours that day. You got time to sit around and observe these things.
Well, and I
And,
mean,
you
even if
know-
there's agricultural, like once the light
Yeah.
is out, what are you gonna do? Like you either
That's all we did.
are gonna screw your partner, or you're
Yeah.
gonna look at the stars. Like
Yeah.
those are sort of your two options
Those
to
are your two
occupy
options,
yourself.
yeah.
And like,
Or you're gonna build stuff, and then
Yeah.
sometimes when you build stuff, you're gonna be like, oh, let's build it like here, because then we'll always remember to come back to this spot. And hey, if we put this here, we'll know, hey, we can time this. Like we've been doing calendars forever as human beings because
Yeah.
we needed to know it.
'Cause
we
we
needed
need
to
to-
know the cycles of when animals are giving birth, when plants are coming in.
how do you think you make beer? You need to know
Yes.
exactly when to plant the grain, when to harvest the
Yeah.
grain, then you need to ferment it, and it all needs to be timed to
Yeah.
perfection if you want this deliciousness in your glass.
How do you know you've done
By
you've let
Guinness.
your milk?
I am
Yeah.
not paid by Guinness, but I enjoy
Yeah.
drinking Guinness.
Yeah. And also, how do you know you've let your milk rot enough that it's safe to eat again?
Yeah, that's what cheese is, exactly, or yogurt,
Exactly.
like.
Yeah, you
And
gotta
that's-
let it rot to a certain point. It's safe again. You can eat
And,
it.
and this is how all these different pre-modern civilizations did it.
Yeah.
They had these markers from watching the sky.
Hmm. Yeah. And I think to kind of like put a point to a lot of this, many gods are shared, right? These are agricultural societies. Many gods are shared. It's interesting that it's always Quetzalcoatl that gets brought up, and sometimes Tlaloc as well, but never one of my personal favorites, Xipetotec.
Okay.
Xipetotec, and I don't have a good picture of it. Maybe you want to Google. I'll put his name in the chat, and
Or
then,
just tell me how to
like,
spell it. That's easier because I'm not in Zoom.
Oh yeah, Xipe
Xipe.
space
Uh-huh.
Totec.
Got it.
Xipetotec. Now Xipetotec was also a god that had
By the way,
widespread
wait a
cult.
second. Before I show my screen, I just want to give a big shout out to John Hoops for personally putting up all this stuff on Wikipedia. It's just phenomenal that these kind of images are just here. And like, John, you're doing the Lord's work, like you're
Yeah.
populating Wikipedia one entry at a time, man.
I know, right? Well, what you should look up, Google, is statue.
Okay,
really need
it's
to get,
probably on here somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, so if you get a better one. But anyway, so who is Xipetotec?
Does this one work
Xipetotec-
or not?
Kind of. Does he look like, you see how the skin's wrinkly?
Yeah. All right, let me move
Yeah.
myself. I'm in the way.
And I think you should be able to see a double mouth. Why do you see double mouth? So
I don't see a double
Xipetotec-
mouth. Is there a double mouth?
Okay. There should be. Maybe not on this one.
Let's
Do you
look
see
up.
the skin? Okay, but I'll tell you. So I'll tell you who he is. So Xipetotec represents the newly emerging corn coming out of the sea,
Okay.
right? And so in
Do you like one of these here? Any of these work?
let's see. There's a specific statue. Let me see if I can get that to you. But what's really cool about Xipetotec is his so the way he was celebrated, let's say among the machines, for example, is during his festival, they would take sacrificed warriors and skin them.
Okay.
So I'm looking for a specific statue. I mean, we may not be able to get it, but
Oh wait, no, that's the nose.
I've
Here's
got
the
a
double
good
mouth.
one.
I found one. It's on Mexico lore.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, yeah. So there's like a good seated figure where you can see the double mouth.
This one.
Yeah, maybe.
We have two mouths here.
Yes, yes, exactly. So they would skin the warriors and then put the skins on, and then run around Tenochtitlan and scare people. You're supposed to give them like gifts and treats and stuff.
Huh.
But and this is also when the human flesh stew was consumed. But again, it occurred in it was a pozole that was only consumed by the warriors who had captured someone during the Flower Wars. Yes, there we go. Excellent. So you can see the kind of skin hanging off. How
Yes.
it's a different color from the rest of the statue. Yeah, so he's wearing a human skin.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and this is in celebration of Xipe-Totec, who again, I don't know if he was among the Maya, but he was definitely a very important Mexican Highlands god. And yet, you don't see him getting brought up.
So why
Right?
not? Why is he so opposed to Hancock's ideas? Explain.
I think because he's a clear sign of sacrifice, and sacrifice, the way it's described among the pseudoarchaeologists, and the way it comes off in these more heavily Christianized retellings, it's bad, it's evil, associated with the devil, and it's uncivilized, right? And Hancock's focus is all about civilization, right? It's all about the lux es oriente.
Yeah.
Light from the east, civilization from the east. It's a very old Victorian idea. Civilization comes from the east. It's a divine kind of thing. Hancock's parents were missionaries, Christian missionaries in Africa, bringing civilization, performing the white man's burden. And so it's kind of no wonder that when you really distill down a lot of what the claims that he makes, and I know he's trying to make it more about spirituality, and at the end of his episode, he makes perhaps the connected spirituality is all the evidence we need of this Ice Age civilization, which I think is like pointed right at you. But
yeah, I think he does stuff that points right at me. Some people were making fun of me. He made this comment about unexceptional scholars drain the mystery out of everything, but exceptional ones. And it's like, and I'm like, is this a subtweet of me? And people are like, he lives in your head. It's like, who else is he fucking subtweeting at this point?
I know.
Like, bring it on. Like,
his last line about like the connectedness of all these things is clearly all the evidence we need of some like lost age civilization. I'm like, no, they're all agricultural societies who need rain.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, no,
but,
I mean, well, he does this. Well, the way I always describe it is it's such an obvious circular argument. In a sense, what it is he gets these things and he says, well, the Moai of Easter Island, they might be older than archaeologists think. And we have this example of bananas from 3,000 years ago, which doesn't match with his stuff. And he's like, so maybe there were people here even earlier. When would we date that to? Well, there's this lost civilization I hunt, so therefore it must date to the end of the Ice Age. And then he goes and does that at one place after another. And then he says, now that we've dated all this stuff to the end of the Ice Age, it proves my civilization. And it's like, hello, that is a classic circular argument where you say, this has to date to that period because of my conclusion, the Ice Age. Now that we've dated all those things to the Ice Age, we complete the circle and it proves it all. And so it's just like absolutely classic circular argument.
It goes back to that flattening of time and space because he brings up Chichen Itza, and the thing is, Chichen Itza is a post-classic site that clearly was very heavily Mexicanized. And we actually have like depictions of the Mexicans coming to the Maya region, right? And then that's when we first start to see the appearance of Kukulkan in Mayan theology. So again, it's just these are just spreads of ideas. And so you can't claim that like this person came from after a cataclysmic event. And he's the same person as Quetzalcoatl. When Quetzalcoatl appears around like 258 CE, and then we don't see Kukulkan until like way much later, like I don't know, 600 years later. Like,
yeah, and it ignores the whole syncretism, which we were talking about at the very start. That's why we brought up syncretism, is because that is the milieu in which all these different Quetzalcoatls exist, you know?
Yeah, it's like, oh, Quetzalcoatl lived for 600 years to make it from Teotihuacan all the way to the Maya region. Like,
well, he's like a god and a man. It's you know, it's both.
Yeah, and he appears way before we even start to see signs of Viracocha, who he like tries to tie to Quetzalcoatl as well. And it's just like, no, yes, there's it's okay that there's shared ideas. That's the wonder of humanity.
Yeah, 100%. That is exactly the wonder of humanity. We're gonna quote you on that and make a little T-shirt.
Yes.
The wonder of humanity.
Yeah, we share things. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, any questions for the chat for Marijke? Let's see. I think I saw some above.
Yeah.
It got lively, this chat.
Ooh.
I'm not sure wearing another guy's skin as a costume is kind of nice, but that's just me.
Well, I'm not saying it's nice, but it's a nice point against certain arguments.
I thought there was something there. Oh, here it is. Pablo asks, are you familiar with the Quetzalcoatl image in a cave at Asososca Lagoon in Nicaragua?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised because Nahua speakers made it all the way down to Nicaragua, and I wouldn't be surprised. Plus, like, the amorphous end of Mesoamerica is somewhere around, like, Honduras, El Salvador, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't a lot of cultural exchange going on. In fact, one of my areas of research is in frontier regions, where people's like come into like kind of amorphous regions where there's no centralized political authority, and what ends up happening is they often exchange cultural ideas and objects and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised that it would show up there.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Another question. I mean, it's Mexicans and Mayans are not the same people. No, they're
no. They're very different. They're very different. I mean, because one thing, like, if we say Mexican, but that also is eliding a lot of diversity, because when you're actually talking about the peoples of Mexico, you're talking Muscos, Triques, Nahua, particular types of Nahua, Zapotecs, Mixtecs, Yamamara, Seri, Huastec, oh my gosh, like I'm forgetting anyone. I mean, there's hundreds of them though, but like, so, but again, it's also the same way among the Maya. Like I mentioned that there's the Quechua and the Kikcha, but that is just two groups. Yeah. So when we say Mayans and Mexicans, it's like saying Europeans and Asians.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of different peoples among there. And in fact, they have more genetic diversity between them than a German person does compared to a Japanese person.
Okay, so we have another. So Pablo sent an image of that Quetzalcoatl from Nicaragua, if you want to see it.
Yeah, that's really, I mean, that's very interesting. It's also very different. So what I like about this is that I've never seen a depiction of it before, although you do see kind of like him in a semicircle and then coming up. So this looks to me like a very local interpretation of ideas that are being traded. So this is what happens a lot in Mesoamerica. It's something we call about that syncretism that we mentioned. And the syncretism can happen through what's differential adaptation. But that's very much in a local style. That does not look Mesoamerican at all, although I recognize the motifs.
Yeah, you
So I
can
can
certainly
say,
see
yeah, that
it's
looks Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, you can certainly see it's a feathered serpent. It's
exactly.
gonna have a very different name, and it's gonna have a very local interpretation, and the style itself is very local, but shares motifs.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do you have anything else you want to
Yeah.
end on?
I just want to say that it's fascinating sometimes as this like idea of an ice age civilization that gave disseminated knowledge around the world can be. I think what's way more fascinating is that again that sharedness and that diversity and how complex and nuanced things are.
Yeah.
And sometimes and when we search for the simplest explanation, we lose the complexity and diversity of humankind. And that's something we should actually really cherish, you know?
I
So,
fully agree. I think
yeah.
it's always such an issue of the lumping and splitting, and we have
The
to do
lumping and
both.
splitting,
Like
yeah.
the lumping is important in certain ways because we want to show that we are all shared humans. But at the same time, the splitting is important because we want to emphasize the diversity that exists in our and everything about being human.
Yeah.
And so it's about that constant tension, I think, between lumping and splitting. And you can tell I just taught students about lumping and splitting because it's like right on my brain. And I've been talking about it all weekend. And so it's just like, but it's so cool.
I think the joy of it. That's the joy and the coolness of it is just like seeing just like how many different ways people came up with something. But also how similar it was in their solutions, right? It's just I think it's a lot more fun than simply saying everybody got everything from one source.
Of course, and that's just your straight up hyperdiffusionism.
Exactly.
I mean, and that's what I was saying. Like, look, academics talk about ancient civilizations and cool mysteries and stuff like that too. And but what we don't do is we don't just come up with one simple explanation. As soon as somebody does that, yeah, exactly. As soon as somebody's saying there is one explanation for this, they're selling you some snake oil.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, and I think I should say one thing is that this is actually made by an ethnic group in they live in Veracruz. They're in the Otomi. And they are one of the many different indigenous groups still alive and kicking in Mexico. And so again, even their stories and their gods and their languages are different. So we cannot just simply cherry pick. We have to kind of appreciate the breadth and beauty of this diversity, what we share in common, what we're different, and just how kick-ass it all is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Dr.
Thank you so
Stoll,
much for having me on.
it was great to have you. I hope I'll have you on again in the future on a live stream or something.
Yes, of course.
It'll be fun.
Always.
Yeah, we can shoot the shit on something.
Yeah.
For everyone else, I'll stick around and get one more beer, and I'll answer a few more questions on Reddit, and you can watch me if you want as I do that.
All right.
See you later, Marijke.
Time.
Yeah.
All right. See you later. Bye.
Ciao. All right. So I'm just going to grab a quick beer because I need it. I've been going for a while. And there's so much more real archaeology. I'm going to take a second. Thank you. I agree. It was so... Oh, yeah. So she is La Archaeologa on Twitter. Let me make sure I got that right. Yeah, I spelled that right. So definitely give Marijke a follow on Twitter. She is a phenomenal scholar and a really cool person. And yeah, I know, Joe. It is what it is. Yeah, so I'm just going to grab one more beer. I'll answer a few more questions. If you have some, put them in the chat. I'll probably just stick around for another 25, 30 minutes because then I got to eat dinner. And I've been on this for a long time. But I'll try to answer some more questions on Reddit because I think it's good. So I'll be right back. I will be right back. Let me Okay, I am back. So let's see what we have in our chat first. So tomorrow I'll have a few different people on. I don't know if Carl's still there, but I'll get him on. Who else do I have on? Frederick Schusselham from Digging Up Ancient Aliens. Carl Fegans from Fraudulent Archaeology Wall of Shame, if he's still down to join me. And Nathaniel Fossen, who's a CRM archaeologist and fellow zooarchaeologist. He has a YouTube channel as well. We'll talk tomorrow. And I might do a big live stream with as many people as possible. We'll see. So I got about 20 minutes. I will try to do some Reddit stuff. Let's do that. 1 second. Let me pull it up. We'll try some more of those Ask Me Anything questions on Reddit. Let's see if there's any good ones. I've answered a lot of the good ones, but there's always good ones. So let's see what we got. Let's find a fun one. Nope. Stop. Stop. Give me a second. Let's find a good... No, these are not questions I can answer. Let's find some, meaning like I don't have anything good to say. It's not my specialty or something. Come on. Sorry, I know this is boring, isn't it? Come on, give me a second. I'm finding a good question to answer. Are there any good questions in the chat while I wait? Nah, you're still talking about Quetzalcoatl, which is great, because Marijke is amazing. Okay, here's an interesting one. So let me share it. Gotta reset that up. Here we go. Woohoo. So, a bit of a simplistic question, but what is the environmental archaeology process? Like, what steps do you have to take through starting to finish the research? So the idea here is I introduce myself as an environmental archaeologist, so I'm a scientist who studies environmental remains from the past to think through how they relate to archaeological people in the past. I answer this on my live stream, my Saturday live stream. About, 5 hours, 10 minutes in. Whew, I've been going for a while. In a sense, it's complicated. I will try to re-summarize here tomorrow. So, environmental archaeology is the study of organic remains or other environmental sources of evidence. And the thing is, that's a lot different from studying stuff like normal artifacts, like stone tools and things like that. You have to intentionally go out and collect stuff. So oftentimes you go dig around, you find artifacts that are more indestructible, they're less fragile, things like pottery, stone, etc. So when we think about environmental archaeology, what we're thinking about is oftentimes taking samples. For certain things like bones, like I study, we should be able to collect them all, but some of them are really small. You know, like finding like the bones from a cow, okay, that's one thing. We can find those bones from a cow when we're digging. We can collect them, we can put them in a box, and we can then have someone like me studying them. But if we want to study the really small bones from fish, from birds, from rodents, all these components are very important aspects of the ecosystem in the past, sometimes part of the diet of ancient people, and they tell us about how humans interact with the environment. Or let's say we want to study plants, right? So if we want to study plants, how do you get plants from an archaeological site? First of all, they need to preserve in some way. So certain components of plants will survive, like phytoliths. Anybody know what a phytolith is? It is the silica component of a plant. It survives in these little kind of crystalline structures that are extremely microscopic, and if you want to find them, you have to know how to find them. The other forms of plants could be pollen. That'll also survive, but again, super microscopic. You need to take samples in order to study them under a microscope. Or you can have macrobotanicals, which are visible with the naked eye, maybe if I'm wearing glasses. And even those, though, are still quite small, little charred seeds that are about this big, broken up into little fragments that are visible with the naked eye. You can study them with the naked eye, but if you want to retrieve them, you have to sample your sediment. So for bones, for plants, even for studies of soil and sediments, we take samples. So we develop sampling procedures that gets what we hope is a representative sample. And we're pretty good at trying to do that, meaning we're systematic in how we sample, because if you only sample special features, then you're just getting what happens in special features. You need to sample the surrounding background noise as well, and that's why excavations go slowly, because we're working to sample every single kind of context that we excavate. And so what you do if you want to sample is different depending on what you're studying, but for a lot of the small bones and the smaller seeds, we have what's called flotation. In a sense, what it is from every unit you're digging or every certain amount of volume of soil that you excavate, it varies from project to project and what your methods are, you take basically a bucket of dirt and you put it in a flotation tank. What a flotation tank is a really large tub of water with a pump that shoots air up. The reason why is have you ever seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail? And they have that scene with witches where it's like, how do we know this person is a witch? And it's like, well, what do you do with witches? You burn witches. Okay. Well, what else do you burn besides witches? Wood. Okay, you burn wood, but how do you tell if she's made of wood? What else is a property of wood? Well, it floats. And so that's why they throw it in. Guess what? Most plant matter floats. And carbonized seed also floats. So if you dump that bucket of sediment in some water, the sediment, the rocks, the bones, they all sink to the bottom. And if you separate out the seeds with a jet of air coming in from a pump, it'll separate out and it'll float to the top. And at the top is all your plant material. And that's why it's called a flotation tank, because it floats to the top. And that is all your carbonized and charged seeds that a botanist could study. At the bottom, you get all this gravel and stuff, you sieve out the soil, and what you're left with, if you sort out the gravel really painstakingly, are little tiny bones of things like birds and rodents and fish. And so this is the kind of sampling that we do in order to study environmental remains. So that's like the very first step, is figure out a sampling procedure to be able to recover the kind of scientific evidence that you want to study to talk about ancient environment and humans in the environment. And that'll vary, soil micromorphologist, my colleague Dan Fallu, he'll take samples from a column. So in a sense, you excavate a trench and you leave a wall right there. And that wall it shows the different layers of soil there. And if you cut out like a block from that wall with all the layers in it, and you cut it out and you line it in plaster, and then you solidify it with resin, then you can slice it with a bandsaw into little slides that you put under a microscope. So the point being that how we sample all depends on what we're looking at. So that's like one of the keys, but we're always sampling, and that's how we collect it. And then what we'll always end up doing, regardless of how we study environmental archaeology, we take it to a laboratory and we apply kind of, the fancy term is it's called uniformitarianism. And this is at the core of so much of science, where what we can observe today shows the same processes as what happened in the past. And you can think about this with geology. We observe earthquakes, we observe volcanoes, and we can apply what we learn from today to the past. And the same thing is true when you study animal bones. We look at modern animal skeletons in order to understand ancient animal skeletons. We look at modern plants in order to understand ancient plants. And so in that lab, what we're doing is we're applying these modern techniques in our modern benchmarks. Sometimes there's a lot of different terms for it, but sometimes there are references. For certain things might have barcodes, like if you're looking at proteins or stuff like that. And so we apply those modern benchmarks in order to understand our past samples. And then we put it all together statistically. We see where at which sites, where on the sites, what periods they date to, and we create our patterns. And that is how we study environmental archaeology from sampling to publication. So, what do we have in our chat? CRM, poop. People talking about poop. Great. Oh, my favorite breakfast cereal brands. I usually eat granola. I don't have an answer about the Egyptian thing up top. Yes, I agree. Bag of cats rodent assemblages are great. Yes, you could look at nitrate or phosphate levels, Stuart. CRM archaeologist, Samuel Rosenberg. You appreciate me. You're awesome. Thank you, Sam. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Low-tech flotation. Yeah, I've built flotation tanks in low-tech ways like that. They weigh the same as a duck. Okay. Do I have a deep understanding of chemistry and biology for these things? Yes, you need to. I do organic chemistry, and I do a lot of statistics to analyze it, even though I'm an archaeologist. This is what we have to do. Archaeology is an extremely interdisciplinary field. Oh, sorry, Major Z. It's recorded. You can check it out. I think you can even go back and check it out now. All right, I am going to go back to Reddit and see what we have. Ba-doop-ba-doo, ba-doop-ba-doo, ba-doo. No, I don't know much about this one. These are 4 questions. That's too difficult. People, you need to ask one question, then I can like focus on it. Otherwise, after 5 hours of live streaming and 8 hours of answering questions on Reddit as well, you sort of get confused by all the questions. I just want to at least get to the bottom and see if I've read them all. I think I've answered most of these. I'm not going to answer that now. I have a whole video and I've talked about that a lot today. No, I'm not answering that. Okay, these people asking 6 questions. Okay, so let's go with this one. Favorite? Dang. It was right here, I swear. It was right around here-ish. No. Aha, it was the aha. Damn. There we go. Last question I will answer today. I answer this on my Saturday live stream at 5 hours, 20 minutes in. I will try to post it here too. So, every now and then when you do archaeology, it's like, aha, you've been looking at this stuff for a long time, and it's kind of like, wow, the pieces are starting to come together. So I've had that several times. Let's be honest, in my mind, archaeology is a study for patterns. It's not about discovery, it's about methods and the questions that we ask. And that's something that I will constantly harp on about in my classroom and on this YouTube whenever I talk about archaeology or other live streams or podcasts or whatever that I go on. Because this idea that archaeology is about discovery is just total bullshit. Yes, we discover stuff, but we discover stuff because we've already put together the patterns and the research to target where to excavate so that we can find stuff, or where to survey, or the types of analyses to do. So much of archaeology is done by archaeologists. We are not baffled. We are not confused. We are not surprised. Occasionally we're surprised a little bit, but never like extremely surprised. Everything we find has parallels. That's why we have so many citations in our articles. So, when you're looking for patterns, you have these questions of what you're doing. So let me give an example. I guess one of the first aha moments I ever had as a scholar. Maybe not one of the first, because I had several when I was doing field work. But well, okay, let's tell that field story. Some of you might have heard this story. That's okay. So I was excavating at Pompeii, and it was my first time as a trench supervisor. And I don't know if I have an image of this on this computer. I do. Excellent. No, I don't. I lied. It's not available. So, okay, so I was excavating my very first trench as a trench supervisor as a grad student. And we're excavating this city block in Pompeii. Director was Professor Stephen Ellis, great guy. And he thankfully put me in charge of a trench in Pompeii. So, phenomenal. Things are looking good. And the entire goal here is that many trenches have been put up against the wall at the edge of the block of the city. And this wall is the city block, so the insula is what it's called. And it's a square wall that goes around it. And then there's the city wall, which is right there. So you have the city wall and the insula wall. And we're trying to date this insula wall because this is that insula was the target of like a 5-year excavation project. And apparently, I guess the previous 2 years, they put in trenches next to that insula wall, and they couldn't get good material that could provide a date for when it was constructed. So that was my goal. It was just a small little trench, 2 meters by 2 meters, not very big space. We had like 3 of us digging in there. And so the entire goal is to get below that wall so that we can find material that can date it. Because, you know, Graham Hancock says, oh, archaeologists always date things by the latest stuff in the room. And it's like bull fucking shit. We date things by what's underneath that wall, okay? By what's in the cut that stones were placed in. That is our goal, is to find a foundation trench. Because when you build a wall, you dig a trench first. And then you place the stones in the trench. And then there's a gap left that you fill in with soil. And the material in that foundation trench is what dates the construction of the wall. We get a very specific date for the construction of a wall when we excavate it. We're not dating it based on the last thing in the room when it was abandoned. Okay? This is how he lies about our field. And so, sorry. I'm on beer number 2, baby. Yeah. And so it's Guinness, man. Chucky, Charles, it's so good to see you, man. We got to get you on one of these at some point. So okay, so yeah, we dig, we find material. That's the goal. So excavating this, we find a latrine. Really cool slanted latrine. Latrine is full of ash from the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD. Makes sense, we're in the last phase of the room. We don't date the construction of the wall, though, by that material. Except, whoa, we're digging through that ash that's filling the latrine, and that ash is going under the wall. We hit the bottom of the wall, and I am so perplexed. I'm in there with my trowel, and I'm like, what the fuck? I got to the bottom of the wall, and this volcanic material is going under it? That doesn't make any sense. So I call over, you know, like the architect that we're working with and the site director and the various people in charge. I'm like, look at this. This is the craziest thing. We've been digging this latrine for the last like week or whatever. And we're digging out that volcanic material, the lapilli and the ash. And we figured this was filling it and said, but look, it's going under the wall. What's up with this? We can see it going under the wall, right? And so we start talking about it, and the architect's like, yeah, you know, when Pompeii was first started being, and still to this day, archaeologists clear out volcanic ash. They actually either sell or give that ash to different construction companies because it makes really good fill, because it's very porous and it's put under the highways, for example, or in the Bay of Naples region. And so maybe this ash is not from the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD. Maybe the Romans also like to use it as fill to put their construction on because it's really good for that. And so this was the idea that we had, and we're still excavating. And it's still weird because now we've completed more of the trench, and we realize that the ash that's going under the wall is also the same as what's filling that toilet. So that's even more perplexing. And eventually the architect, it takes about a week of us continuing to excavate and talking about this, and the architect comes back and he has that aha moment. And he's like, look, holy shit, come with me. And so we look at the stones in the walls stretching out for, 15 meters along this wall, so 30, 40 feet, right? So this entire city block. And we can see where it was reconstructed, it was renovated at some point. And then we work with our archivist who speaks Italian, and she was reading through the archives of the excavations of the city block in the 19th century. It turns out what happened was in the 19th century, when they originally cleared much of the volcanic ash from the city block, they were dumping it in that space between the insula wall and the city wall. And that created this horizontal pressure which collapsed the insula wall. And then they rebuilt it in a way that mimicked Roman construction so well that we couldn't even distinguish it. So we were excavating the entire time a modern wall built by people in the 19th century AD. And that's one of those aha moments you have where it's sort of like, everything starts to make sense. And so often, I love how these aha moments oftentimes just tell you that your research is shit. Because like the very first one I have for my PhD is I'm studying, people are like, oh, do we change our ideas and our minds and our paradigms? And it's like, hell yeah, we do, all the time. So I'm studying this assemblage of cow bones, in a sense, mostly cow bones. This site in Greece, it's called Nikoria. It's near the palace of Nestor at Pylos. It's one of these important sites where we have late Bronze Age and we have early Iron Age. So we can look at the collapse of Bronze Age society and all that kind of jazz and understand what people are doing and how they're adapting and how they're changing. Super, super cool. Okay, so back in the 70s, this paleontologist who studies like dinosaurs and stuff studied these bones from this site. And he noticed that like in the early Iron Age, they have more cows. And so his idea was they became cowboys. So, the Bronze Age palaces were agricultural, and then they enter this Dark Age where they're no longer agricultural, they're actually cowboys, they're animal herders. And this was what was called the pastoral hypothesis. It gets built on by other historians and stuff like that, and it becomes the paradigm for what happens between the Bronze Age and the early Iron Age in the Greek world. And it's this idea that they go from being agriculturalists to pastoralists, these animal herders. And so I'm doing my PhD, and I'm one of the first zooarchaeologists, so I have archaeological training, as well as training in anatomy and biology and chemistry and ecology and stuff like that. And so one of my goals is to test that hypothesis. So since this set of bones was the type site that this hypothesis came from, I went and reanalyzed the material. And so I'm looking at this material and like, man, those bones are ugly. I mean, really ugly. They're really eroded and poorly preserved. And unlike the original person who studied it, he just studies it bag by bag as it's coming out of the dirt. What I do beforehand is I organize all the material into, let's study the Bronze Age stuff first and then the Iron Age stuff next. And I do it by anatomy and species. So I study all the sheep humery from the Bronze Age, then all the sheep humery from the Iron Age. Then all the cattle femurs from the Bronze Age, then the cattle femurs from the Iron Age. And as I'm doing this, I'm realizing it's not just that this bone is so shitty in such shitty shape, it's that it's biased in the sense that the material in the Iron Age is really shitty, while the material in the Bronze Age actually looks kind of nice and is well preserved. And that's when I said, oh crap. You're saying they're cowboys? No, it's just the cow bones are the biggest bones out there. They're much bigger than sheep, goat, and pig bones. That's why there's so many cow bones in the Iron Age layer, because the soil was so acidic. So I started putting up ways, how can we test this? I work with this geoarchaeologist, Dan Fallu, and we find some still sediment. We can't go re-excavate the site. That involves like a bunch of permits and stuff like that. But in some of the unwashed bags of bones, there was still sediment left. And so we did what's called micromorphology. I described it a little bit ago, where you put it under a microscope and stuff. And he did what's called Fourier transform infrared. And it turns out, yes, in the early Iron Age layers, the soil is much more acidic. And at the same time, what's really cool is I went back to all the notes from the 70s when they were excavating it. And one of the student assistants actually noticed this. And he like wrote it into his stuff. He's like, the bones in the upper layers, the early Iron Age layers, are really poorly preserved, while the bones in the lower layers aren't. And this paleontologist ignored it. It turns out my aha moment was, oh, your pattern's a bunch of BS. It's all biased. In the end, I then studied a bunch of other sites. They don't become cowboys. They don't become pastoral. If you look at the chemistry of people's bones, they actually eat more plants at the time. And yeah, so end of the pastoral hypothesis, I published a few articles that have sort of overturned it, and that was one of the big aha moments that caused me to think, oh, we need to overturn this hypothesis. So these are the kind of patterns. It takes a long time. It takes a good months or weeks or years sometimes to get that aha moment. But those aha moments, those patterns, are what archaeology is about. It's not about discovery. It's about what archaeologists do to make sense of all the material that we have. So, I think I'm done. It was a long day. I have some more fun live streams tomorrow, and it's going to be a good one. So, everybody, I hope you have a drink or a beverage of your choice, and enjoy yourselves. Love and archaeology to all. And Carl, I'll get in touch with you about coming on tomorrow if you're available at noon Eastern, since I see that you're here. And let's see everybody tomorrow. Check out all the cool real archaeology that's around. And yeah, love and archaeology to all. Ciao, guys.